Hockey, a game of grace, a game of courage, a game of majesty. It is a joining of fire and ice, resulting in a timeless pageant, magnificent and unalterable. Well, sort of anyway. Hockey, the lighter side, a different look at a daring game.
Throughout North America, hockey attracts millions of fans every year. Why? Well, one reason is the game's blend of action and excitement. Hockey players are virtuoso performers. When a game starts, the tempo builds, and as the events move to a crescendo, the results are often classical. Sure, booms and crashes are a part of hockey, but do you know what the game really sounds like? Listen now to the sounds of hockey on the lighter side. From the sounds of hockey to some astonishing sights, there's no greater treat to the eye than the ice magic of a performer like Wayne Gretzky. Gretzky has had an amazing impact on the NHL as 8 consecutive Hart trophies all attest. That's 8 straight awards as the league's most valuable player. Wayne Gretzky, along with the likes of a Mario Lemieux or a Denny Savard, has just the right scoring touch, and it's a light touch at that. So in keeping with that, the lighter side now pays tribute to all the Icemen who cometh forth night after night in the NHL and score with style. Yeah, way to go, boys. You're doing just fine. But hey, you've got those poor goaltenders all tied up in knots. Now, if you're feeling kind of tied up, or maybe a little stiff, take a trip to the rink. In hockey, the surprises come quicker than you might think. Slippery and uncertain the outcome may be, always remember that when treading ice, there are absolutely no guarantees.
The new kid in town.
Promotion to the NHL is the dream of every young player. But for rookies, reaching that pinnacle also means an initiation to hockey's most elite fraternity.
As far as the rookies coming into the league right now, we'd have maybe a team dinner and have everyone go out, and then at the end of the dinner, after everyone's ordered up and had the most expensive things on the menu, they'd have the rookie pay for the meal. And it's really a shocker. Usually it's about $1,000.
It's back when you're, a 16-year-old and you're playing junior B or junior A, is when they really get at you. The shaving's the big thing. Shaving the hair.
If there was a rookie called up for a game replacing one of the injured veterans or something like that, we used to make him be the first one to walk out, on the ice. And what would happen is, instead of going on the ice, what we'd do, we let him go out first, and we'd make like we're coming after, so he'd be ripping around the ice, and we'd all be standing there watching him, and he's going like a bat of heck, and everybody's standing there watching him skate around the ice by himself.
For referees and linesmen alike, hockey is no joking matter at all. Fast-paced action requires split-second decisions. Yes, the official's lot is a hard one, so we'd just like to say one thing on behalf of hockey players everywhere.
I'm sorry, so sorry, that I was such a fool. I didn't know love could be so cruel. Yes. I'm sorry. So sorry. Please accept my apology. But love is blind, and I was too blind to see. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. So sorry. Please accept my apology. But love was blind, and I was too blind to see. Sorry.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Hello, friends. John Davidson here, and I'd like to tell you about JD's famous, and I mean famous, goaltenders school. That's where you learn to put yourself in the way of 6 ounces of frozen, vulcanized rubber traveling at speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour. And that's just where the fun starts. At JD's famous goaltenders school, you'll have more shots taken at you than Kurt Waldheim. You'll learn grace and poise. We'll hone your reflexes to pinpoint perfection. Still got it. Working with your teammates is so important that at JD's, we'll teach you how to get close to them in a very special way. And remember, at the famous goaltender school, we emphasize not just on the ice training, but off the ice as well. And I will personally instruct you on training habits and proper diet. That's JD's famous goaltender school, where you learn how to eat pucks and like it.
In hockey, the Stanley Cup playoffs are the ultimate goal. It's the best against the best in pursuit of the game's most coveted prize. In search of a Stanley Cup, few teams have known more twists and turns than the Washington Capitals. In 1987, in the 7th game of their divisional semifinals, the Caps faced the Islanders, and all the omens pointed to an unusual evening. In this game, goaltending would be key. Bob Mason of Washington matched against Kelly Hrudey of New York. From the start, the Capitals took it to the Islanders, mounting a strong attack, while the Isles did their best to counter. But despite all the defensive heroics, goals were inevitable.
Bassett is stopped by Mason. Adams behind the net. Rubbed out by Diddick. Boyd chopped by Grant. Martin, a good move. Walks in front, a shot, and a goal!
Late in the second period, Washington led 2-1. But with time dwindling in the third, the Islanders rallied.
Across the line. Troche's in. He scored!
Brian Troche's goal, with less than 6 minutes left in regulation, set the stage for a remarkable sequence of events. This game was in overtime.
You are entering a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. One goal is the difference between glory and oblivion in this, the OT zone.
Here's Thomas Jensen. Centers it to Bassett. Mason the save. Here's Smith to center. Winds. Fires. Hit the post. Oh, he hit the goal post. Left side pass for Bassett. He centers. Sutter's in alone. Mason the save.
One 20-minute overtime leads to another and another. Neither team gives way. That's the signpost up ahead, and this is the OT zone.
And now Deneen moves it ahead to center ice. Alan Kerr, a wrist shot, a sizzler, a save by Mason. Christian on right wing. To Bobby Gould, a wrist shot, glove save by Hrudey. Rebound, Miller a shot, he's denied. LaFontaine walks in around Smith, he fires, Mason the pad save, rebound shot. That's blocked, another drive, and Mason has caught the puck. Here's Gartner to chase it, centers it, a shot by Christian is blocked by the pad of Hrudey.
An incredible number of shots have been taken in a game which now goes into a fourth overtime. Finally, more than 6 hours after it began, the struggle ends.
At the point, Deneen takes it, walks in, behind the net, turns around and fires, and the shot blocked by Hatcher. LaFontaine drills a shot and a goal! On a deflection, the Islanders win the series and the game.
Respectfully submitted for your approval, the anguish of a defeated hockey club that stayed too long in an uncharted territory, known as the OT zone.
But for the Washington Capitals, 1988 brought a fresh chance at redemption. Once again, the Caps were in the 7th game of the divisional semifinal, this time against the Orange and Black of Philadelphia. Yet the Washington hopes seemed slim as the Flyers took a 3-0 lead in the second period. Still, the Caps were capable of a comeback.
Now Prop flips to the blue line. Kept in by Hatcher. A slap shot and a goal!
The Caps did come back, tying the game late in the second period and then jumping out to a 4-3 lead early in the third. It seemed victory was at hand, but joy is sometimes only temporary in Stanley Cup hockey.
Here's Zezel leaning in to work the draw against Hunter. The puck comes back to Marsh. A shot. He scores! Marsh from the blue line. The game is tied.
Once again, the Washington Capitals are entering a dimension known as the OT zone. Yes, overtime, but finally with a different twist.
Craven to the blue line. Poke check by Murphy. Murphy starts the rush. He hits Hunter. He's in alone. A shot and a goal!
Submitted once more for your approval. Joy and redemption of a particular type. A type only found filed under Stanley Cup playoffs in the compendium known as the OT zone.
Whether it's the regular season or playoffs, hockey is filled with the unusual. Sooner or later, the oddities are gonna get you.
Trouble on the ice takes many forms indeed, but when hobgoblins play, strange doings are often in store. Puckish spirits will make pucks vanish as they play their tricks galore.
It's in the skate of Salming. It got Lodge actually right in the net. Now there's the first. Call Ripley's. I've never seen that one.
Call Mr. Ripley if you will, but when sticks are crossed, all may be lost. Frightful forces are apt to surface at the goal, and these nasties can take a terrible toll. Speak the charms and have your say, but always beware of the ricochet. A goaltender's nightmare as he sleeps upon his cot. A blistering, unstoppable slap shot.
Up the middle comes Larson. Drives a long line and scores! From the red line at center ice. Reed Larson put it by Chevrier to make it 2-0 Boston, a 90-footer. Too bad it's not basketball. You could get 3 for that one, 90 feet.
In the category of unlikely goals, one of hockey's most unusual was also one of its greatest, as Philadelphia's Ron Hextall became the first NHL goaltender to shoot on goal and score. Flyers versus Bruins, December 8, 1987.
Hextall is so strong in clearing. Traps it, here he goes, bidding for one. Here's the clear, here it is, he scores! Hextall scored a goal on the empty net, and you can see that, he is so strong at it. Here he takes over, and he fires in the empty net.
It's sliding down off the post a little bit. Just slipped it in.
Before you guys say anything, I was aiming for that corner.
Oftentimes, net gains or losses in hockey are decided around the goal. But when it comes to watching the game, sometimes newcomers have trouble following the puck. That little disc can be awfully elusive. Now, one idea would be to use a big ball, but the lighter side has a different thought. Instead of scoring pucks, how about scoring men? Then, hockey might look something like this. Oh well, all things considered, we're probably better off with that little puck after all. Now, if you think all that action's funny, then you ought to check out the lighter side of the timeout.
Say, did you hear the one about the dumb hockey player who won a gold medal at the Olympics? He was so proud he had it bronze. Okay, how about the hockey player who bought a set of snow tires? Only problem was they melted on the way home. Jeez, you're tough. How about the hockey player whose wife is such a bad cook, all she can make for dinner is reservations? And I thought it was tough on the ice.
Sometimes, laughter isn't always earthbound. At times, a good joke or gag can really take flight when a team is on the road.
First rule, never fall asleep on an airplane.
I recall falling asleep on the plane and waking up with half a tie and things like that. Then you take the tie off and all of a sudden the coach sees you and says, oh, you don't have a tie, that's $2.5, that's $25 fine.
A new guy on our team, Glenn Wesley, he fell asleep on the flight to Toronto. And he woke up and he had a pile of shaving cream in his hair. He didn't realize it until he walked all the way through the airport and onto the bus. That's when he finally found out. It was a record for time and distance.
My favorite is when you grab your boarding pass. We're all sitting around waiting for a plane in a busy airport like O'Hare. We'll bring out some fishing line or some sewing line, and what we'll do is we'll attach a line to the boarding pass, put a $5 bill in it, put it out in the middle of the hallway. String the line along the floor, put it underneath your foot. People walk by and they see this boarding pass of $5 and they bend over to pick it up and you just pull the line underneath your foot and it pulls away from them. And then obviously you have 20 guys plus, other people that are waiting for the plane just sitting there, bearing down with laughter.
In hockey, in sports, in life for that matter, laughter helps make it all that much more pleasant. And in the great game of hockey, the fans do their best to get into the act. Whether it's the costume capers of a devil in disguise, or just a fan whose team is on the rise, there's something about a special look.
Excuse me, miss? Is that the way you look? Is that the way you look? Is that the way you look? Is that really the way that you look now? Oh, darling, darling, is that the way you look? Is that really your eyes? Is that really your hair? Is that really the way you walk on by? Are those the clothes you wear? Oh, darling, darling, is that the way you look? No, I mean, is that the way you really look? Yeah. Is that the way you look? Is that the way you look? Baby, maybe I'm dreaming, but I'll be bound. Whoever wakes me up, I'm gonna knock him down. Oh, darling, darling, is that the way you look?
The real beauty of hockey is on the ice. So here's to everyone who makes the marvelous spectacle come alive. grace under pressure, and the ability to laugh. Two aspects of a game in which it pays to make sure your edge is always blade sharp. In hockey, you're up 1 minute and down the next. So if you take a fall, just make sure to land on the lighter side. After all, the ice can be very slippery.
As fast as I can climb a new disaster every time I turn around. As soon as I get one fire put out, there's another building burning down. They say this highway's going my way, but I don't know where it's taking me. It's a bad waste, a sad case of rat race is breaking me. Oh, and it's no traction 'cause I'm running on ice, taking me twice as long. Get a bad reaction 'cause I'm running on ice. Where did my life go wrong? You got to run, 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 run. Oh, run, 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 run. Oh, running on ice. Running on ice. Running on ice. Slipping and sliding. Running on ice. Running on ice. Running on ice. Slipping and sliding. Running on ice. Running on ice. Running on ice. Running on ice.
Hello, friends. John Davidson here.
I don't think that one would go over so good.
And remember this name, folks, shutout. That's right, shutout, the goaltending goat.
Whoops.
You heard it here. He'll be instructing you right here at JD's. But I get that going. You're into it. Yeah. You'll be instructed by such goaltending greats. Oh, Bruno. Bruno Flounder truck? Okay. That's good.
Late Freddie Shiro and told his Flyers teams before their first cup that, we win today and we walk together forever, and it's true. It was the late Freddie Shiro and told his Flyers teams before their first cup that, we win today and we walk together forever. And it's true. We will be together forever.
for getting that goal. What a save! That may be the one! That may be the one!
What's up, guys? I know I said this before the third period, but I want everyone to hear this. Today, we walk together forever!
June 7th, 2004 will always be a special date for anyone who follows hockey in Tampa Bay. It's the night a dream became a reality. The night the Lightning were crowned kings of the hockey world in just their 12th season of existence. In some respects, it's as close to an overnight success as the game has seen. In other ways, it's a story that's taken a dozen years to write.
Phil Esposito did such a great job in terms of convincing a number of people to get the franchise here to start with. And I really believe that Phil had the organization on the right track. The team did make the playoffs there and seemed to be trending in the right way. The new building was built in downtown Tampa, and things seemed to be looking up. And yet there was always a sense that capitalization of the club was not where it needed to be. And then the pressure was on Phil to start trading players and try to get payroll down and do all of those things. And some good young talent was allowed to leave town. And then finally, the team was sold. Art came in, and one of the first things he did was he fired Phil and Tony. Promoted Jacques Demers, who had been the head coach, made him the general manager as well. And what was amazing about that was that Art had closed on the transaction in June, and by December of that same year, he was looking to sell the team. So once again, we spin off to a new owner, and that's when Mr. Davidson bought the team. Immediately, Rick Dudley came in as the general manager, so Jacques was out, both as GM and head coach. So in the space of really less than a year and a half, you had 3 different general managers, and we were clearly an organization that was in turmoil. It was a revolving door.
Through the turbulence, Dudley managed to lay the foundation for calmer waters.
The most important transaction that Rick did was really to land Nikolai Habibulin. That built a foundation under the team, and it gave the team the confidence to believe that it could win every single night.
Dudley also signed a Calgary castoff who seemed to have the skill, if not the size, to succeed.
When I came here, obviously, it was a new beginning for me. Hopefully I was going to get more playing time and a bigger role. My first game of the year, I played a minute 51, and I was like, wow. At first, it was tough. I wasn't playing much. I was scratched a few times. And it took me about a month and a half, 20, 25 games into the season, then I started playing more. And that's when the torch took over.
When John Tortorella first took over the Lightning, I think he made it his first priority to get the team on the same page. By the end of the season, you could see some progress, but you could also see that they had a long way to go.
The transformation of the Lightning was underway. What they needed now was a veteran voice in the dressing room.
After my year in Buffalo, I ended up, deciding whether I was going to continue to keep playing or not. That was the question, whether I was going to retire. While I was up north, my wife got the call from Rick Dudley.
Duds had a relationship with Andy and was able to convince him that this was the place to be and come in here and be a veteran leader.
To have David come in here and provide some of the intangibles as far as leadership's concerned is the most important thing that's happened here. You cannot get anything accomplished on the ice until that locker room is straightened out as far as how to be a professional, how to compete, how to prepare. You need someone to stand up and say, this is how we're going to do it. That's what David brings to us here.
I believed in John's system. I believed in what he was doing, and I think my presence in the room and me pushing the system, I think that helped the guys follow.
Under John Tortorella's direction, the Lightning began to shake their label as perennial underachievers. However, a rift developed between the head coach and star forward Vincent Lecavalier, creating a volatile situation.
I think coaches get put into a little bit of a box when they start coaching players. They're only allowed to coach and tell them good things. I think if you're being a proper coach and going about it the right way, there's going to be some correcting. It's not criticizing, it's correcting. And I think sometimes the ego doesn't like the criticizing or the correcting, however you want to put it. You're not always going to agree on it.
When I was named general manager, my very first meeting was with Vincent Lecavalier. I brought Vinny into my office here and I said, you know, whatever my legacy is going to be, and I don't know what it'll be, and I don't know how much time I'm going to have here in Tampa as the GM, but whatever my legacy is, my legacy won't be that I'm going to be known forever as the GM who traded Vincent Lecavalier. And I told him, I said, Vinny, I don't know where the ship known as the SS Tampa Bay Lightning is heading. It may be a luxury liner, and we're going on a wonderful cruise together. It may be the Titanic, and we're going to end up at the bottom of the ocean. But wherever we're going, the three of us, John, Vinny, and Jay, are all going to be on that ship together.
I think it's one of the greatest dynamics in sports is a coach and a player trying to find the right road. That is our job as a coach, is to try to direct them down the right road.
Obviously, everybody will look at the Vinny Lecavalier situation because that's the one that's brought to the forefront so often. But he's done it to Marty St. Louis. He's done it to Brad Richards. He's done it to Tim Taylor. He does it to everybody, and I think that's what has helped the team buy into his concept, is that they see it and they understand it and they realize what he's doing is not an individual thing. He's doing it for the team, and the team has grown from that.
With Jay Feaster at the helm, Tampa would chart a new course. He immediately set to work, creating an atmosphere where the Lightning could mature on and off the ice.
I think the big key in Jay running this team has been the concept of stability. Prior to when Jay took over as the general manager, there were a lot of changes personnel-wise. There were a lot of, quality players here, but guys were shuffled in and out. They never really had a chance to grow together as a team. And the fact that he's resisted moving a lot of players who have become key components have been very important, as well as the controversial deal a couple of years ago at the draft where he traded the 4th overall pick in a 3-way deal with the Flyers of Dallas and brings in Ruslan Fedotenko and Brad Lukowich.
In terms of trying to move the pick, the problem is that everybody wants to give you a player that's 30 years old and he's going to be unrestricted in a year or two. Whereas, again, if we can do this deal that we've been talking about, I think we can get a guy that can score 20 for us, can play on our top 2 lines, good guy defensively, he'd fit very well within the system. The reality of it is that the asset that we can get at 4 overall, we wouldn't be talking about it unless we were in a situation where, and we do, we need to win now.
I felt we had to get stronger. We had to be physically tougher. And so we went out and brought in Ruslan Fedotenko. We trade the 4th pick overall. We bring in Feds. We picked up, in addition to Fedotenko, 2 second-round picks. And we used one of those second-round picks to get Brad Lukowich. And what it did, it brought in 2 NHL players. It changed our depth entirely.
With that change came results. In the 2002-2003 season, the Lightning emerged as a force in the league for the first time, registering 93 points and their first Southeast Division title. Making the playoffs for only the 2nd time, they rallied from an 0-2 hole against the Washington Capitals.
That was an important step in the growth of this franchise, was the fact that they were able to rally together with a late goal by Marty St. Louis, and then the triple overtime game in Game 6.
And we are underway. Next goal wins. Tampa Bay never has won a playoff series. St. Louis looking for Lecavalier. St. Louis wheel shot, scores! Tampa Bay has won a series for the first time in its history.
Having gone through the emotional ringer to win 4 straight, something that very, very few teams have done in Stanley Cup history when they've lost the first 2 games at home, and then jump right into the next series, taking on a veteran team like the Devils, I think was a lesson that they weren't prepared to succeed with.
To be honest with you, I think as a team, I thought we played hard against Jersey the second round, but not nearly the level you need to play at in the second round of playoffs. I don't think we answered against Jersey. The checking that they had, and we didn't understand how hard you had to fight through that.
Niedermeyer is open, snaps a shot, save, Graham, the puck, Graham Marshall in overtime, and the Devils are going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
That was the best experience of my life to play in the playoff last year. It was the first time. To have success, to win, you have to experience losses, defeat. And I think we matured as a team for what we went through. I was disappointed when we lost, not only for the loss, but knowing that we would have to play another 82 game to get to this level.
LeCavalier in full flight down the wing, trying to slip around Gill. He did. He centered the shot. They score! Corey Snellman once again, and it's 3-0. Here's a draw. They score! St. Louis! And he gets it free. And Kavita could have a wrangling. Kozlov trying to chase it. Ruby's gone! Oh! Pavel Kavita in overtime wins it for the Lightning. Pass back LeCavalier, open body, faking, getting Fernandez to run. He scores! Oh! Vinny LeCavalier has tied it up. The Tampa Bay Lightning, they've established a new club record with 6 consecutive wins.
They started out red hot. I mean, they look like a team with a chip on their shoulder. They want to prove people wrong when they say they can't do something. And the hot start certainly validated the way they ended last year and proved they were for real, I think.
In early December, the Lightning experienced some injuries. At the same time, the offense went dry. And it got to a point where they were scoring so frequently and so easily, it seemed, early in the season. Now the goals weren't coming, the power play wasn't clicking, guys were squeezing the sticks a little bit. They had gone from a healthy lead in first place in the Southeast to 8 or 10 points out of the lead and in 10th place in the Eastern Conference. Now all of a sudden you're like, wow, they've got to rally to make the playoffs here.
I met with the whole team and more or less laid it on the line with our top players. The coaching staff was tired of hearing about that we're getting our chances, we're okay. We were losing, we're not okay. The onus does go on your top players as you're trying to get through a little bit of a jam during the season, and some of the players didn't like it. I know Marty was sat down the game before that, or 2 games before that, and lost some of his ice time.
Sometimes you feel you're close of coming out of a slump, or you feel your game is getting better, it's coming. You know, we're athletes, and your game is not going to always be on top.
He wanted to be the guy to lead us out, and he told me that, but he felt he needed more ice time. So he more or less put it in my court, and I said, okay, you're going to get your chance.
Pass to LeCavalier, steaming in behind the net. St. Louis shooting, he scores! St. Louis walking in, open, shooting, scoring! Putting St. Louis, blasted by Theodore!
That day, he learned that he was going to start for the Eastern Conference All-Stars, which was a major accomplishment, obviously, with him and also the franchise. And for him to celebrate with 4 points in a 4-1 win in his hometown, it was a very special night.
The greatest thing about this game is when you're in an 8-month type situation, there are always going to be some ups and downs. It's how you respond in each way, and we found our way through that and then started playing very well as a hockey club and turned things around.
The turnaround continued. Tampa won 10 of their last 12 in January. Even better, they finally acquired the veteran defenseman the team had needed.
Bringing in Sid, a guy who'd won. He was a Stanley Cup champion. He'd been to the finals 3 times. But he was also yet another veteran voice in that locker room. And so I really do. I think that Sid was the final piece of that puzzle.
Following Sador's arrival, the Lightning were nearly unbeatable, winning the Southeast Division for a second straight year. As the season ended, they sat atop the Eastern Conference with 106 points.
Playing hard in the playoffs, that's an easy thing to do. To me, that's almost a lazy thing to do. You have to play at a whole different level. If you want to be talked about with the Detroits and the Colorados and the Jerseys, you have to continue going about your business to get better.
The Tampa Bay Lightning have followed up an inspirational Stanley Cup performance last spring with a record-setting season. They come into the 2004 postseason ready to take a real shot at the Stanley Cup. Now they're the #1 seed in the Eastern Conference, #2 overall. Let's see if they're legit. The Lightning and the Islanders are anxious for this best-of-7 series to begin. The Islanders had regular season success against the Lightning and felt they matched up well for a #1 versus #8 meeting.
As the series began, New York tried to continue that trend, storming Nikolai Khabibulin.
Harris is robbed by Khabibulin.
All Islanders, they have just completely dominated the Lightning.
While the Bulin wall held firm, the Islanders would not.
Eric Harris lost it. Lost steal. Shoots. He scores! Andre Waugh! And big Karen's there for it. Hurried by Richards. Odin waiting. He steals. He scores! Oh, what a forechecking play by the Lightning. It's 2-0.
Despite capturing the opener, the Lightning were clearly not at the top of their game.
The 3-0 win is great, but it masks a situation that has kind of prevailed in this regular season series. The Islanders have been a very sticky team for the Lightning to deal with.
And New York's 3-0 win in Game 2 was further proof that Tampa had their hands full.
We had split 1-1 in Tampa, and we felt that we should have been down 2-0. We really didn't deserve to win Game 1. Game 2, they pretty much dominated us. We had to get back to the basics and play a really hard-nosed style of game and simplify things.
They got up to New York in preparation for Game 3, and they had a team meeting, and Daryl Sador spoke to the team about understanding what they're in.
I just had a feeling that we were in the playoffs just to be in the playoffs, and you look across and you see Dave Andrechuk, and I saw a situation where he was battling like crazy, and he was fighting for one thing, and that's the Stanley Cup. I don't think we had that yet in the first 2 games.
I remember Sid really being emotional about it, you know, like, obviously he's been through it a few times, and I think he realized that we didn't battle or leave it out there like we should be at this time of the year. And, I mean, we just took off after that.
Armed with new perspective, the Lightning dominated the next 2 games as St. Louis stepped to the forefront.
Behind the net, leaving it for Brad Richards. St. Louis shoots, he scores! Marty St. Louis off the pass from Richards.
Out to the neutral zone up the right side, St. Louis looking at the empty net. He shoots, score! Marty St. Louis puts the nail in the Islanders' coffin in Game 3.
Johnson turned back by St. Louis. And St. Louis going to work. He steals. He cuts it alone. He's gone! Oh, what a spectacular goal! Short-handed. Marty St. Louis. 1-0 Lightning.
He forechecks, he steals the puck, he scores a big goal, you know, at New York. That series is basically over. You know, everyone was talking, we don't want to go back to Long Island, and it's like he sensed that. He wants to move on. He's just checking things off his list.
St. Louis had one more chapter to write in overtime of Game 5.
St. Louis has a step left circle. He'll shoot. Score! What a goal by Marty St. Louis! And again, he's won it for the Lightning!
Marty St. Louis is, I think, in so many ways, the heart and soul of this hockey club. He is a guy who just won't quit.
Wow. Series victory, Tampa Bay, and thank you, Marty St. Louis.
Up next, the 7th-seeded Montreal Canadiens, and a chance for 2 other Lightning players with French-Canadian roots to take center stage.
I think the feeling going into the Montreal series was, with Lecavalier and Brad Richards having played junior hockey there, this would give these guys extra spark.
That was unbelievable, that series. I mean, it was such a good time.
Trying to clear the zone, couldn't. It's held in St. Louis. Score! Deflected in by Vinny Lecavalier!
You know, it seems that everything was going right from the first series where I couldn't score a goal. You know, second series, it seems like, you know, every shot I took, it went in.
Lecavalier, right circle. Score!
Here's Lecavalier. He's got time. Scores! And Vinny Lecavalier has another one.
Lecavalier, 4 goals in 2 games of the series, heading up to the Bell Center for the next 2 games.
going back home, playing in front of family and friends, playing the team that when I grew up I was watching, winning Stanley Cups, and now I was there playing against them and trying to eliminate them.
It's like a kid growing up, I guess, in New York, wanting to play for or beat the Yankees. For Vinny and Brad Richards, playing against Montreal was something they dreamed about their whole life, and being on that stage in that city, you could tell it was very special to them.
And down 3-2 late in Game 3, the pair did not disappoint.
From the scrum, Canadians at it, can't get it out. Sexton picked it out, there's one to score! Look who it is! Vinny LeCavalier! With 16.5 seconds left, LeCavalier has done it again.
The shot between his legs, deflection, was one of the most amazing shots any of us have ever seen. Probably never to be duplicated. If he was able to sit and think that shot out and know what he was going to do, he was on a different plane at that moment, but he did it, and he got him to overtime, and Brad wins it.
Off Theodore, and Brad Richards has scored the goal, and the Lightning win Game 3.
That was pretty special. Well, obviously, overtime goals in the Stanley Cup. Playoffs are always going to be remembered, and it put us up 3-0 instead of 2-1. It was just unbelievable.
And all that remained was a curtain call in Game 4.
What a goal! And it's 2-1 Lightning as Brad Richards has struck.
3-1, Tampa Bay. They're going to go on to the next round with a sweep of the Montreal Canadiens.
I think they'll always kind of remember that Montreal one. Certainly they'll be talking about it with their friends when they go back home, and they'll have some fond memories of that one, I'm sure.
The Bolts had disposed of their first two opponents with relative ease. However, waiting for them in the conference finals, a more formidable foe.
Obviously, they played very well down the stretch. They were solid in the first rounds.
They got such good offense. They were skating, and they're a tough team to play against.
I was very confident going to the Philadelphia series. They have some big names and guys that have been around for a while, and I know they were a good team, but I really felt that we could pull it off.
And in Game 1, the Lightning took a step in the right direction. In Game 2, Tampa encountered something they'd yet to see thus far in the playoffs.
Score! John LeClair!
An off night for Hobby Boulin.
Sangoff moved it into the middle. Shot, score! To Vander! A 6-0 lead.
Suddenly, question marks where there had been none.
When we got beat pretty bad in Game 2, I think, we went right back to Philadelphia, and I think a lot of people were probably thinking that, it's going to be tough to win the games in Philadelphia, especially after the loss that we had.
And considering the Flyers had yet to lose at home this postseason, Tampa needed to make a statement in Game 3.
John Tortorella, the coach of Tampa Bay, talked about it today. He said, our best players have to play their best.
A pair of early goals staked Tampa to a 2-0 lead. But when Keith Primo closed the gap early in the third, one of Tampa's big guns stepped up.
Look out! Here's LeCavalier! Vinny LeCavalier scores! LeCavalier comes right back! They hadn't even stopped cheering the Primo goal, and LeCavalier sets them down.
Oh, baby, is this a high-octane play?
And any doubts about Hobby Boulin were erased this night.
What a save! Unbelievable! Nikolai Hobby Boulin is putting on an MVP show right now for Tampa Bay.
Later in the third, some icing on the cake.
St. Louis in center. Oh, score! What a play! What a pass! Brad Richards, 4-1 Tampa Bay.
All questions had been answered.
Any doubt about this gentleman's ability to rebound? Nikolai Hobby Boulin was awesome this entire game.
That Game 3, we came out there, and I think we kind of probably shocked them.
In games 4 and 5, the two teams traded wins. Heading into Game 6, the Lightning were on the brink of entering uncharted territory.
The Tampa Bay Lightning will try to wrap it up tonight and punch their ticket to the Stanley Cup Final for the first time in franchise history.
From the beginning, Game 6 was a microcosm of the series. Back and forth. With his team trailing 3-2, Fedotenko nearly delivered the Lightning into the finals, single-handedly.
Fedotenko, the former Flyer, is eating up Philadelphia.
With a period to go and the finals within reach, Tampa surprisingly seemed off their game.
I found that against Philadelphia, even though sometimes we had the lead, you know, we would get a little nervous.
Johnson in shot. Bobby Bolin at the last second. Fury is pressured by the Flyers.
The Lightning in Game 5 hung on by their fingernails to escape with a win. And I think that somehow they felt they could get away with it again in Game 6.
You could just feel it on the bench. We were almost done. We were almost going to the finals.
2 minutes left to go in the third period. Tampa Bay leading at 4-3. Primo got it away to Commander. A shot. And Game 6 is going to overtime.
Now, what was once so close seemed far, far away.
Ronick lets it go. Primo draws inside of the net. Ronick shot. We've got a Game 7.
You know, it was back and forth there all game, and then we just collapsed there late in the third and in overtime, and we got to regroup real quick.
There's no time for to look back, and there's no time to be afraid of Game 7s because it's upon us, and we got to look the devil in the eye and go right after it.
In theory, yes, but not everyone was positive that this young group would respond.
I'll be honest with you, I was petrified of how our team was going to bounce back, because that was a tough one to eat. And I wasn't sure how they were going to react.
It's happened to me quite a few times where I haven't been, my teams have not been able to rebound. I'm on the other side a lot.
We immediately talked about it after the game. We said it happens for a reason. It's a test. I think all things you go through is always a test of what you're made of. And we had an opportunity to play a Game 7. We immediately looked as an opportunity.
You go back to 82 games of regular season to fight for that home ice, that Game 7, and we got it at home. And that's big.
With their faithful urging them on, the Lightning knew this game would be a battle, and an early power play was just the thing to settle them down. Freddie Modine gave Tampa a 2-0 cushion. But when the Flyers pulled to within a goal, the Lightning were faced with a moment of truth.
I think the thinking was going into Game 7, look, lesson learned. You know, we tried to stay back and just sit on a lead. That's not our style. We can't play that way and succeed. We're not going to do it again.
Well, they're not backing up as they did in Game 6. Drop it, shot, side, touchdown!
And when the Flyers did have chances, the defense stifled them at every turn.
15 seconds left. Danny Markov. A lead feed Jamnov. Jamnov throws for Recchi across the line. Shot goes by. Jim and Evie Bullen. Rebound will beat up the near side. 5 seconds left. Modine clears. Yeah! He clears. Yeah! It's over. It's over. It's over. Yeah. The Lightning will play for the Stanley Cup. Wow, man, wow. That's just wonderful.
Following Following the win, the celebration was on in the dressing room, and the effect of overcoming the Flyers was evident.
It's such an emotional ride at this point in time. You know, you win a game, you lose a game, and I felt tonight we played really well. Even if they scored that goal, we kept coming, and we learned from our mistake in Game 6.
For the first time in franchise history, the Lightning would play for the Stanley Cup, something their captain and 22-year veteran Dave Andreychuk could only dream of, till now.
As a kid, you grew up outside of Toronto. Did you go to the Hall of Fame and look at it? And what was a dream like as a young kid looking at it?
I went, my dad took me, we went and saw it. So, as every kid's dream playing in Canada that, you want to be holding it up someday. And then I guess as you get into your career and you still see it, you still have those same kind of dreams as when you were a young kid.
No man has played more games without winning a Stanley Cup than this man ever in the history of the NHL. He's hoping it's going to be this year.
A lot of this is timing. New Jersey wins the Cup, you come for a few years, you leave, they win the Cup. You're in Boston, you get traded with Ray Bourque, you leave, Bourque wins his Cup. Come on. You ever sit there and say, wait a minute.
It can't be me, can it? Yeah, those, especially those cups with New Jersey, where we had great teams there, awesome teams. I had an awesome time in New Jersey. Obviously, you're winning every night there, but that to me, that hurt the most. I was very happy for Ray. I had a chance to go back to Colorado, decided to go back to Buffalo. Those were tough to swallow. I guess when you know guys and you've been on that organization that win, you're happy for them, but you wish you were there.
Are you one of those guys who's superstitious? If the cup's in the room, I'm not in that room.
Not in the room, but I've never touched it. I've been to the Hall of Fame quite a few times. I've had my picture taken with it, I think, but I've never actually touched it.
Leave it over there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back then to that kid and every hockey player's dream. You're the kid now, but you have a C on your jersey. And in that dream, Gary Bettman's going to call the captain's name. You're the captain right now. What would that be like?
Oh, yeah. Obviously, you don't know how you're going to react to it, but I just think that it would be, obviously it's the ultimate goal for me. There's no other goals that I can get besides that. I've done everything else in my career that I've wanted to do, but that's why I'm playing. I'm playing to, to ultimately to win, and that would put the cherry on top of the ice cream, that's for sure.
Though he had waited a lifetime for this opportunity, Andreychuk and his teammates stayed loose the day before Game 1.
That's as best as it gets on a rebound shot. Way to end the drill, you just go for it. Have we got a shot on net yet? Yeah. We got a shot? Other than Benny's goal? Other than your goal? Good job, brother.
I want Conroy. That's who I want you to be.
He's right-handed, and he is always going on his forehand.
We need to be focused and ready to go starting with today, playing tomorrow, right on through this series. You got here, you deserve to be here. Now we got to win the thing. That's what you're here for.
Let's go, Lightning! Go, Flames, go! Let's go, Lightning! Go, Flames, go! Let's go, Lightning!
In their 12th year of existence, it's party time in Tampa Bay. You better believe it. This Bucktown is now a Bolt Town. And inside, at the frozen tundra of the St. Pete Times Forum, the Calgary Flames have other ideas.
I really think that the three series that they played leading up to the finals, it was will versus skill. And you look at the teams that they beat, and look at the talent, and on paper, and Vancouver, even without Bertuzzi, much better team. Detroit, much better team. San Jose, much better team. And yet, will versus skill, Calgary had the will to win.
To talk about Calgary lacking skill would be overlooking the fact that Jerome McGinley has either led the league in goal scoring outright or tied for the goal scoring lead twice in the last 3 years. How much more skill do you need?
You look at the Lightning team, 106 points, skill. But do they have the will? They haven't played a team like the Calgary Flames. Regier, Commodore, Montador, Brett Warner, they hit, and they take the body all the time, and it'll be interesting to see how Tampa reacts.
They were going along the same lines as we were. Although we were a #1 seed, no one expected us to be there at that point in time. No one expected Calgary to beat 3 division winners to get to the finals. I thought both teams that were there in the finals deserved to be there, so why not be worried? They're the best out of the West, we're the best out of the East. It was time to get on.
You could see in the first period of Game 1 that Iginla was going to be Calgary's best player. I mean, he was hacking guys, he was taking hits, he was giving it right back. You could see right away that he was going to set the tone.
Andrechuk against Conroy, one back by Conroy. Ferentz skates right along the blue line. Long shot deflected toward the net, and it may have gone in, it did. It snuck in under the right pad to Nikolai Khabibulin.
To a man, most of them felt that they were coming off such an emotional game in a Game 7 in their home building against Philly and won that series, and they have to come back 2 days later with little preparation to get ready for that. They felt it was difficult to get their emotion level back up to where it needed to be.
Centers back off the stick of Modine and brought out by Iginla. Lost control, racing down on a breakaway to the net. He shoots, save. Khabibulin, the rebound. Iginla puts it in. A short-handed goal for Jerome Iginla, and it's 2-0 Calgary.
Their ability to win on the road is unbelievable. They say in hockey the ultimate compliment to a player is to be able to play well on the road, and Jerome Iginla led the league in road goals this year, and the Calgary Flames are by far the best road team in the playoffs.
Across the line is Simon. Passing Saprikin, high slot. Saprikin to Simon in front. Backhander. Scores! Chris Simon. And the Flames stretch their lead to 4-1.
The underdog has come in, and they have won Game 1 on the road.
You know, it's so many ups and downs. It's an emotional roller coaster. It seems like you're on top of the world, and we just beat Philly a couple days, and we lose to Calgary in the first game, and everybody thinks the world's coming to an end.
Just went over to the trainer's room just to get the usual ice, and it was just the worst news. Andrechuk told me to follow him to the coach's room, not knowing why. He told me my house had burnt down, and actually my house is on fire. That's the way you put it. My house is on fire, which is tough news for anybody. I mean, I'm 27 years old, and I don't know one person whose house is burnt down or been caught on fire. And it's going to be a long process this summer to get things back together. But right now, hockey is definitely helping out. The fact that we're in the finals is actually, believe it or not, making things a lot easier, so I can keep my mind off of all the stuff I'm going to need to go through in the off season.
We'll win it in 7. We're going to get one on the road. We're going to get it tonight. We'll win it in 7.
If the Lightning were to make that prediction a reality, then the place for a stand was here. The time now.
Hit him! Look at this strong effort by Vincent Lecavalier, and Lecavalier wasn't finished on that shift. He took out Andrew Ferentz. When Lecavalier comes with that kind of physical effort, you know he's ready to play.
You know, unfortunately, we lost Game 1 at home, but we answered Game 2.
Lecavalier behind the net. Great move by Vinny to get open right circle. Lecavalier then ran into a stick check applied by Ferentz. Puck alive Cullimore. Center point blast. Blocked in front. Rebound score! Sitting and the Lightning strike first!
And it's kind of give us a little bit more confidence, a little bit more jump, and I think, from there it was taken off.
Puck rolled away. Montador from the middle. A shot. Got blocked. Here's Richards short-handed. Richards on a break. Richards in. Montador dives. Side bay by Kaprizov. Tampa Bay looking for a little cushion. Oh, save by Kaprizov. St. Louis onside into the offensive zone. Bill Clark behind that. Marty St. Louis plays it in front. Took a shot. Blocked in front. Rebound. Richards shoots. Game, and they knew it, and they have risen to the challenge here in this one. Richards, shot, score!
I wanted to come out and have a strong game, but just for me personally, after having a pretty tough loss in your personal life, I just want to make sure to rebound and have a strong game, something I can remember. And that's
you know, a good memory I'm going to have of me just kind of battling back and you know, fighting back from a tough situation.
And this Tampa team won't sit back, guys. They'll go for more. Getting into the middle, Stone's wide open for a moment. Simon holding. Boyle looking for his second. Save! Rebound covered by Kiprasov. And Simon's going to the penalty box. Andrew check across the blue line for LeCavalier. Right circle. Feet in front. St. Louis. Score! On the kickoff for the Lightning.
The big three guys for Tampa Bay have been awesome when they've needed it. Richards, LeCavalier, and St. Louis.
Game is over. Tampa Bay wins it 4-1. They've evened the series, and this is what the rest of the series is going to look like. And the passion level and dislike for one another rises a little. This has got all the makings of a long, wonderful series.
Was the message being sent in the third period? A couple of fights, and of course at the end, gloves were dropped.
The emotions get going when you look up at the score clock and you're losing the Stanley Cup Finals, and that's what happens. Next game is a new game, and we realize that we got to be a lot stronger, we got to be a lot more intense, and we will be.
Well, I mean, it's playoff hockey. You know, here's a team we don't see too often. You know, I thought in Game 1 we played that game like, you know, we didn't really hate that team, you know. And I thought tonight we hated that team a little more, and I'm sure they feel the same way.
The series shifted to Calgary for Game 3, where the Lightning would face a team battling for themselves, their city, even their country.
We are in Canada, Calgary, the site where the passion for hockey runs deep and generations old. They're on hand tonight to try and be the seventh player for the Calgary Flames.
With Calgary's emotions running hot, Vincent LeCavalier fought fire with fire.
LeCavalier out on the ice with him now, along with St. Louis, the big line for Tampa Bay. Iginla back there battling. He and LeCavalier looks like they're LeCavalier and Iginla.
Yikes.
I don't believe it.
Look at this. I've never seen Vincent LeCavalier do this as the aggressor. Jerome Iginla fights way more than LeCavalier, and LeCavalier is holding his own here. To me, this is the continuation of the development of Vincent LeCavalier.
Midway through a tense, scoreless contest came the deciding moment of Game 3.
Here comes the break. Lead pass for Richards. He's behind the defense. He shoots. Oh, what a stop by Kiprasov.
Kiprasov made a really good save. I really thought I had it, and I couldn't believe it.
Moments later, Calgary would capitalize.
Iginla pass in front, there's a shot, and the Stanley scores! Chris Simon plays lead, 1-0.
Sitting on the bench 30 seconds later, watching them score to go up 1-0. That's tough to handle.
And the Lightning would never recover.
Calgary 3, Tampa 0.
Well, Kiprasov made the biggest save of the game. It was scoreless. Brad Richards shorthanded. Kiprasov stopped him on the same power play. Chris Simon scored what turns out to be the game-winning goal.
As Game 4 got underway, Richards would not have to wait long for a chance at redemption.
Moves back to Richards. LeCavalier, not a lot of movement here. Back to it. Richards, a shot. It scores! They're on the board! Tampa Bay gets that fatal first goal on a power play.
Game 4 was Nikolai Khabibulin's turn to shine. But a seemingly innocent play nearly ruined his night.
With under a minute remaining here in the first period. Oh, look out, dangerous bouncing puck. Almost slipped underneath Khabibulin.
I was just trying to stop it because the puck was just barely coming to me, and then all of a sudden I think it hit a bump or something, and just right before my stick, it just changed the direction, and thanks God it wasn't going fast, because I'd probably be in trouble.
And the Tampa Bay Lightning have won this game 1-0 as Khabibulin stops the last shot, and this series is even at 2.
Playoffs are so evenly matched. You get momentum like that in a game, score a goal. It's a lot easier to play with the lead than it is trying to fight back. That's just how big it is and how tight it is in the playoffs.
Right now, it's going to come down to a battle of wills. Is Tampa's system going to be able to come on strong enough in the final 2 or 3 games to impose their will on Calgary, or is Calgary's will going to be strong enough to impose their style on Tampa? And I think whoever doesn't get caught up in the other's game is going to have the better chance to win 2 of the final 3.
This series tied at 2-2, and scoring first has been essential, not only in this series, but throughout this playoff year.
I think your players start thinking that if we win this game, we almost have a stranglehold to win the Stanley Cup. And when you start thinking, you start watching. And we watched Calgary play against us Game 5, and it showed.
Tullamore cleared it around, over to get him Matador. Left it near side, shot deflected, score! Martin Shada! And there's the first goal of the game, and Calgary's got it.
The only way we're going to get better is to win the battles. We are not winning enough battles.
With a renewed sense of fight, the Lightning went on the offensive. They were rewarded with a scoring opportunity in the final seconds of the first period.
Seabach looking, trying to get in on the backhand. Can't. Beautiful tie-up by Brett Warner. Warner was there. Nielsen, backhander. Saw Kiprusoff. Goal! Goal! Tied up 1-1. It counts.
The two teams would trade goals again as Iginla's tally in the second was immediately answered by Freddie Modin at the start of the third. The 2-2 tie would hold up, and the teams headed into the first overtime session of the series.
We're in overtime. The score will be 3-2 in this game. It's just a question of who gets the 3. Richards sends it back behind the net with Cavalier, hit by Leopold. Back for Richards. Richards coming around. Richards a shot. It went underneath him, but not in. Chance for the odd man the other way, and it's Iginla. Iginla, the coverage gets back to Tampa Bay. Iginla looking into the middle. Shot. Oh, what a save. What a move. Javi Mullen had to come back from left to right on Iginla's shot. Into the middle, Iginla still out there without the helmet. Sent back into the corner by Regier, Sabrina Nielsen. Nielsen looking cross ice, saw it. Iginla shot. Save! Javi Mullen! Score! Sabrina! Sabrina, the overtime goal! The Flames win it 3-2. They'll have a chance to win the Cup at home Saturday.
You know, it just comes down to a bounce here or there. You know, it's 2 good teams, and we're going to have to go in their building and stay focused on what we got to do. Like I said, this team has a lot of character in this room, and we're going to bounce back.
Well, a dream come true. I mean, to be able to have a chance to do something special and to do it at home would be even more special. I mean, we gave ourselves an opportunity to only have one more win, and it's you know, it's a Stanley Cup. We gotta bear down.
Leaving Tampa, the Flames were confident they had scored the series knockout blow. Back in Calgary, the team and the city looked to celebrate its first Stanley Cup championship in 15 years.
All of Canada, I mean, I talked about all of Canada was just waiting for them to win it. And that's a tremendous amount of pressure.
Flames in 6! Flames in 6!
We were supposed to lose now. We weren't supposed to win this. And again, it's just about finding your way in a 7-game series. That's what's so great about it. It's a 7-game series, not a 5-game series. So you have those 7 games to try to get it done.
Tampa also had unexpected help as one Lightning forward got a special message from an old teammate.
Tim, the tool man, Taylor, how are you? We're calling from Boston, and I'd like to have a little chat with you. You know, a very disappointing loss last night, but I found myself in the same situation going into New Jersey, into Game 6, where we were down 3-2, and the cup was there, and they thought they were going to bring it out that night. So I'll talk to you soon. Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.
The Ray Bohr call was an inspiration to a lot of guys. This is a Hall of Fame player that took some time out of his day to make the call, and I think it gave us hope that you know, this can be done.
Can you imagine the excitement the Calgary Flame players are trying to control and just play this like a game instead of the game that it is?
Going into Calgary knowing that we have to win to give ourselves a chance, I felt that we're going to do it.
Anderchuk came up, took it away, backhander save, Kiprusoff!
Tampa to take in front, missed Taylor's stick, but it comes to Kavina. Drives it across, one-timers, deflected save made by Kiprusoff.
Although the game was scoreless after one, there was a sense it wouldn't stay that way for long.
You can tell the crowd is nervous too. You know that story about the first goal, and it hasn't come.
So now we have a power play. That's been a pretty strong weapon for Tampa.
St. Louis with it. Hands it off deep. Somebody puts in and score! Not sure how this went in, but it'll be a power play goal. I think Richards ends up getting this.
It's a power play strike for the Lightning, and it's 1-0 Tampa Bay.
The Flames responded by turning up the heat and chipping away at the Blue wall.
Yell gets there, chips it to Neiman inside of the net. Neiman turns, swings it in front. They score! Chris Clark has tied it.
Oh, baby, what a play by Philly Neiman.
Instead of taking control of the game, Calgary took another penalty.
Puck sitting, dug out, Regier. Richards score! What a play! What a play! Brad Richards, his second power play goal! Tampa Bay trying to force that seventh game. Calgary trying to do it tonight.
Ferentz waits for teammates to get onside. Shooting the puck into Freakin. Driving right to that passing shoot. Scores! Marcus Nielsen! It's tied 2-2.
There's the puck knocked down. Safrikin draws two people to him. Beautiful play.
And that will do it for this second period. And was it ever a dandy?
Tampa Bay has not had a game in the playoffs this year where it's been tied going to the third. Calgary's 4 wins, 2 losses.
And Martin Shelton, who has had the series clinching goal in each of the 3 series wins for the Flames. You talk about guys that can be dangerous.
Safrikin's great speed springs it in.
Off the door, off the stick and glove of Bobby Moore.
He kicked it out. The rebound from Karen back. He got it with his right foot.
Yep.
Sensational save.
I think it went on Shelton's skate. That was a close call, that latest one. Now the puck knocked down by Richards, backhanded towards Kiprusoff. He has it in the glove, and for the second game in a row, we have to go to overtime.
I kept thinking in the back of my mind that, here we go again. I'm going to be close. I'm going to, it's going to be an overtime goal for them that's it's going to knock me out.
Andreychuk would have to endure a full overtime session, wondering if his worst fears would be realized.
Save, Hobby Mullen. There was the Stanley Cup.
In the second OT, it took exactly 33 seconds to find out they would not.
St. Louis couldn't get it. Cullimore steps up. Can he hold it in? Yes. Tim Taylor, left point shot to a screen. Save, man. Rebound. Score! It's the morning, St. Louis, baby! They done it again! 33 seconds into double overtime!
Most important goal I've ever scored, probably maybe the most important goal I'll ever score. We gave ourselves a chance now in Game 7, and we go back to the home ice.
The first 6 games were forgotten. It was about one game, and it was a pretty special one.
Game 7 in the finals, it doesn't get any better, I guess. I don't know how many guys can say that they played in that Game 7.
For a young group, second year in the playoffs, to have an opportunity to play another Game 7 within the same playoff year, semifinal Game 7, then the finals Game 7, it was supposed to happen. And that's what we were talking about through the last 2 series. This is all supposed to happen this way.
I was a rack all day. Just try to calm myself down. 8 o'clock games seem like forever to get there, and you wish it was a 1 o'clock or a 3 o'clock game. But
it was really kind of, for myself, nerve-wracking right before the game. It was really, seemed like too much time.
Before you started playing that game, everybody was thinking about, this is something you dreamed about, Game 7, and we had to stay focused on what we had to do. We had to play a strong game if we were going to win the cup.
Rare, wonderful treats in sports. A Game 7. Right here. This is it. What you played for, it's what you dreamed about, what you hoped for.
With the fate of two teams riding on every shift, neither offense found room to move. Then late in the first period, an opportunity for Tampa Bay. If the Lightning were to seize the moment, it would not be the size of their playbook, nor the strength of their game plan that would win the day.
Remember what you were when you were on the ponds, and I remember skating with a puck, and you'd be the commentator as you're going down the ice, and you're going to score that big goal in Game 7. Think that way, and almost will yourself to this here.
Dropping it off for Modine. Back to the point, right side. There's a shot on that save. Jefferson, another shot. He scores! Ruslan Peletenko. 1-0. Tampa.
I got the first goal there and the rebound and the spiral play. And it was one of those things. It was, I guess, right time, right place.
That was huge, that goal. You know, it was the first period, the fans were into it then. Obviously led to the second goal, we started pressing a little bit.
LeCavalier stops. Vinny LeCavalier spinning left circle. LeCavalier in traffic, squeezes free in the slot. Peletenko, shot! Score! Score! Peletenko! Another one! Tampa Bay is one period away from winning their first Stanley Cup.
Standing 20 minutes from final victory, the Lightning tried to tighten the noose at the start of period 3.
Our work's gotta take over, boys. Our work's gotta take over here.
You can just feel the tension mounting here for Calgary as they hustle it up and down the ice, trying to find a way to get through.
Nearly halfway through the third, it seemed that Tampa might finally have extinguished the Flames' fire. Then one shot changed everything.
Comes to the line, kept in by Conroy, skates left, winds, fires, he scores! Craig Conroy with a long shot beats Nikolai Habibulin. The Flames are on the board. It's a one-goal game. It's 2-1.
Suddenly, Tampa came perilously close to losing its grip on Lord Stanley's Cup.
In that moment, I think they threw everything at us that they had.
Well, 10 minutes seemed like 20 minutes. Believe me, it was long.
Near side shot, Shawano, that got blocked. Modine.
I was on there for a few of those mad scrambles. I wasn't thinking much except for trying to get the puck out or whatever we could.
You know, we're just running around and just trying to block shots and tip it out of the zone. And once again, I mean, it's 2-1. You never know what can happen.
With the Flames putting everything into a final surge, it would be up to Habibulin to answer one final call.
I remember that save he made. I think there was 4 or 5 minutes left. And I thought the guy would have scored for sure.
Shot, save, rebound, what a save! That may be the one! That may be the one!
You know, I tried to control the rebound, but it went right to the defenseman that was screaming on the other side, and I was just hoping, please hit me.
I mean, your goaltender does win championships for you, and he did.
Calgary had its opportunity for a final miracle, and as time ticked away, Tampa would never give them another.
So I thought, you know what, we can do it, and we did it.
5 seconds left. Puck loose in the far corner. Leopold lays it in front. Oh, Habibulin knocks it away. 1 second left. A shot. Right there. It's over. It's over. Stanley Cup. Tampa Bay. Yes. The Lightning has won the Stanley Cup. The Lightning has won the Stanley Cup. How does this sound? The Stanley Cup champion, Tampa Bay Lightning.
All right, it was a dream then. It's reality now. Tell me what it's going to feel like when you hear that name.
I'll tell you what, you can't put it into words. It's been an unbelievable ride for me. For once in my life, I'm speechless.
Dave Andreychuk has waited a long time for this trophy. Dave Andreychuk, come on up.
This whole playoff run was not just about me winning my Stanley Cup. It was about these guys coming from nowhere and, accomplishing a lot in 2 or 3 years together as a unit. And it was awesome.
Just won the cup, man!
Winners for the rest of our lives. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All the way from Laval, Quebec. Oh, it feels so nice.
To me, that was one of the most enjoyable things, was to stand back and see some of the players do the things that they do when they're excited. And I just, at that point in time, want to thank them for allowing us to be with them through the couple of past months. Just let them know how much we appreciate them, respect them, and are fortunate enough to be with them. We couldn't have been more prouder before this game started as far as what you guys have done. And for me, I've never done it. I've never gone through it, and a lot of you guys haven't gone. I never realized how hard it was. And for athletes especially, it's not the coaches, and it has nothing to do with anybody except you guys. What you did these 2 months, I'll never forget. Craig Ramsey will never forget. The coaching staff will never forget. So I just want to thank you for letting us be part of it. And whatever that happens here, you deserve.
I mean, there are times when, Torts and I looked at each other afterward, much after the celebration, and we were down in the corridor by his office in the room, and we looked at each other and said, "Who are we kidding? Look at this." And at one point during the conversation, he stopped me and he said, "Listen to us. Listen to what we're talking about." And it is. I mean, it is still hard to believe that that's where we are, because it's happened so incredibly quickly.
Hold on for a second, guys. I know I said this before the third period, but I want everyone to hear this. Today, we walk together forever.
It was the late Freddie Shero and told his Flyers teams before their first cup that, we win today and we walk together forever. And I believe that. I believe that it's true. We will be together forever.
Stanley Cup celebration for your 2004 Stanley Cup champion, Tampa Bay Lightning.
Tampa Bay, how great is this? Yeah!
I can't spend too much time up here because I know what these guys have been doing the past couple of nights, and they're just not going to allow me to. I think they're ready to drop right now. I didn't think there was going to be 15,000 people here today, but you know what? You guys are unbelievable.
It's taken me 22 years to get here. What a day. What a day. Thank you. You can strike the records now. 1,790-some thousand games that I've played. I finally have a Stanley Cup. We are champions.
We've got the Avalanche, the best in the West, and a man in the news, Mike Keenan of the St. Louis Blues. I'm Mike Emmerich as Brute presents Hockey Week. Hockey Week is brought to you by Brute Active Blue, the essence of man.
Want to see something cool? Want to see something really cool? New Brute Clear Gel Antiperspirants and Deodorants with click control. 3 clicks give you just the right amount you need for all-day protection. The click keeps you cool from morning to night. Because the last thing you want to do is lose your cool. Brute by Fabergé, the essence of man.
The jobs of tomorrow are here. Thousands of them, waiting to be filled. But you have to know the fields they're in. And you have to have what it takes to master those fields. Because you can't get the jobs of tomorrow until you get the skills of today.
Start by calling ITT Technical Institute for an informative brochure. Call 1-800-823-6312. 1-800-823-6312. Call now.
Let's get rolling in the Pacific Division. In Montreal, the team once known as the Quebec Nordiques made a dramatic return to the old forum as the Colorado Avalanche. For 16 seasons, the Montreal-Quebec rivalry had been one of hockey's best, and this night there were many emotions.
It was a bit exciting. It was a bit nostalgic. And it was a bit of nervousness simply because we all knew that we were playing not only our last game in the Forum, but as the arch enemy, but from a different team now. So it was a bit of everything, and I thought the game showed that you know, the intensity was still there.
The intensity was still there, all right, as the old Battle of Quebec resumed despite the continental divide.
2:05 to go, third period, 2-1, Canadians leading the Avalanche. Sakic kicks it to Ozolic, looks for some open ice and finds it. Slot scores! 1:52 to play, it's a 2-2 tie.
The game finished with that 2-2 score, ending an emotional evening for both teams. The Canadians took their point, as did the Avalanche, the current leaders of the Western Conference. The next stop for Colorado was on Long Island. Road trips last year were short hops for the Quebec Nordiques, but now, as the Avalanche, Colorado had to adjust.
Our closest trip this year is going to be 2 hours, whereas last year, hour and a half, we were to the city we had to get to. And, you know, the ownership's been very good with us, and they've got us a charter plane for all of our flights, and they're trying to make it as comfortable as possible for us. But, you know, it's something that we have to, you know, away from when we're at home, we have to rest properly, eat properly, and try to keep ourselves in top physical shape.
One man used to the long trips was Sandis Ozolic. The Avalanche had acquired Ozolic from San Jose a month ago, and the blue liner had already added more than just his considerable playmaking skills.
He's a complete defenseman as well. He's very good defensively. We've got him paired with a very strong defensive player in Craig Wolanin. I think the two complement each other very well. He joins the attack extremely well. He's got very good offensive instincts. We've seen our whole defensive unit improve in the support of the attack area, and that's something in hockey now. Teams check so well that if you don't have a second wave of attack, oftentimes you're not going to get a sustained attack.
Adding to the attack was another new acquisition this year, former New Jersey Devil Claude Lemieux, who can agitate and play the big games with the best of them.
I think the most important element that Claude brings us is that do anything to win attitude. And we've got a lot of skill on our team, we've got a lot of character on our team, but maybe that dimension of having somebody that will do anything, that grit and determination that he possesses, will have a spillover effect on our guys.
In Colorado's next game, Lemieux got the Avalanche rolling on Long Island.
And it's Kaminsky working it up the middle to Forsberg, 2-on-1. Lemieux scores! Loose puck, controlled by Forsberg. Centers Lemieux, he shoots one, and he scores! In comes Ricci. Back now to Lemieux, he scores! Hat trick for Claude Lemieux. It's 4-1 Avalanche.
Lemieux's hat trick raised his goal total to 13 as it set the stage for more drama the next night. 5 months ago, Claude Lemieux was named the MVP as he helped the New Jersey Devils to the Stanley Cup. But now he was coming to the Meadowlands as the opposition.
Obviously, you have a lot of friends and teammates that I've played with and shared good times and bad times with in New Jersey. And now it's over. And in our profession, in our career, we have to learn to deal with that and just go on and now enjoy the teammates that I'm playing with and the team that I'm with.
Lemieux failed to match the fireworks of the preceding night, but that didn't mean there weren't any. The biggest explosion came in overtime.
Craig Wolanin looking ahead. Got it to Kaminsky, trying to step by. Hit the post with the shot. Boy, he waited, and now here comes Richer. Moving right into OT.
Stephane Richer, Lemieux's old teammate in Montreal and New Jersey, got the winner, handing the Avalanche just their second defeat in the past 18 games. Now it's time for the Alka-Seltzer Plus Plus Minus Award update. When you got a cold and you got to get relief, you got to get Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. The Penguins' little right winger Marcus Naslund leads a pack of Pittsburgh performers who are all big pluses for their team.
Deflected. There's a chance for Naslund. Blow by people, he comes in, he has a chance for the hat trick, he shoots and scores!
8 weeks into the season, Marcus Naslund leads the plus-minus pack.
Peter Barnes can't wait to shake his cold. Pills take time to dissolve, so he'll rush relief with the effervescent power of Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. It's ready the moment you take it, rushing powerful medicines to soothe your aches, relieve your runny nose, free your breathing. Nothing rushes relief like Alka-Seltzer Plus, or rush relief with new great-tasting orange-flavored Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Welcome back as Hockey Week hops over the boards. Played on ice, the game of hockey is a very slippery affair. The goofy is mixed in with the glory, and the silly-looking isn't exactly rare.
You're the very best, all the very best. You're the very best in all you do. You're the very best. We put you to the test, and we're the very best because of you.
But what that is a saxophone, and it's held by Alexei Kovalov, who took up the saxophone 2 months ago. He's getting better, and he'll serenade us as we go off the air.
Behind the strength of our success, you are the vision and the inspiration. Thanks for giving all your very best.
Let's pick up the action now right in front of the Southwest Airlines sign. It is Monarch from Archbishop Mitty High School, picked up along the boards. Oh, bad check there by the French fry.
Nice, crisp check by French fry.
You go the distance to accomplish every task. Together there's no mountain we can't climb.
Here's S.J. Sharkey. Sharkey down the right wing. Sharkey looks, shoots, scores! All right. You knew Sharkey would come through.
Slick move.
Thanks for all your teamwork and your dedication. Thanks for all the very best in you. You're the very best. All the very best. And we're the very best because of you.
Now let's get quacking as Brute presents the check of the week. Brute Active Blue. Hartford's Stephen Rice makes a repeat performance. He's no checking phony. He's about to turn Calle Johansson into Rice-A-Roni. Check it out.
Boy, Johansson's had a tough couple of minutes, hasn't he? He gets hit in the face with a puck, then he gets avalanched by Stephen Rice.
Want to see something cool? Want to see something really cool? New Brute Clear Gel Antiperspirants and Deodorants with click control. 3 clicks give you just the right amount you need for all-day protection. The click keeps you cool from morning to night. Because the last thing you want to do is lose your cool. Brute by Fabergé, the essence of man.
Welcome back to Hockey Week, the NHL review. In his first 3 seasons as a coach, Mike Keenan twice took the Philadelphia Flyers to the Stanley Cup Finals. In 1988, amidst a certain amount of controversy, Keenan moved to Chicago and brought the Blackhawks to the finals 3 years later. Amidst more controversy, Keenan went to the Rangers and helped them win the Cup in 1994. But his stay in New York was as brief as it was tumultuous. Now he's in St. Louis, and his reputation is still controversial.
I don't particularly enjoy it, and it's unsettling at times and disturbing, and certainly something I've had to learn to live with. But if I feel that we can make a decision that makes the organization better or the team better, or move the team in a direction closer to success, then I will take the responsibility that comes along with making those moves. And sometimes that is, in many cases, a snapshot view by reporters and/or media overall of the situation without really doing their homework and looking at the overall picture or seeking out another side to the story. For every story, there's two sides to what develops, and the truth is somewhere in the middle.
St. Louis has found out about Mike Keenan's controversial style as he tries to reorient the fans away from heroes and more towards team success.
It's been a real dramatic and, for many of them, unpleasant change to try to integrate a philosophy about winning as opposed to a philosophy of building sports heroes. And I suppose the ultimate is to have both. And maybe that's what we had eventually in New York. But it takes time to develop that kind of team. And with winning, you certainly will get sports heroes at the same time. And it's a interesting and difficult challenge, and an interesting transition for a city, not just a team.
Faced with budget constraints this summer, Mike Keenan had to make some tough decisions. One of them was to trade popular Brendan Shanahan to Hartford for Chris Pronger.
It had nothing to do personally with Brendan. I like Brendan a lot, and I like him as a player, and he played for me in Canada Cup, and he brings a lot to the table. But as I said, it became an economic decision as well as a decision in need of the organization, and that being a developing young defenseman that we would never get in the draft because we weren't drafting low enough. And at the same time, we had two 50-goal scorers up front. Neither played center, both wingers in Brett Hull and Brendan Shanahan. So for those reasons, we made the decisions we made, and it wasn't made in a vacuum, and it wasn't made without impacting one decision and then putting it up against another.
Along the same lines, goaltender Grant Fuhr was brought in to replace Curtis Joseph, who had fallen into disfavor. Fuhr's resume includes 4 Stanley Cups and considerable excess baggage, but Keenan wanted him.
I took a risk, and it was a big risk. It became a bigger risk in training camp, but I feel and I've felt I've had some good friends in the game that play the game, and those people that played in the Gretzky Tour strongly recommended that and suggested that Grant could still play goal as a #1 goaltender. I felt he was the best goaltender in the world for quite some time. He was 32 years old. He's gone through a lot of personal upheaval in his life, but I felt he still had the athleticism and had the determination after I spoke to him to be a #1 goaltender, and he's been nothing but outstanding for us this year.
But perhaps the most controversial decision of all this season involved taking the captaincy away from Brett Hull, St. Louis's most popular player.
Yes, I knew I would be criticized for doing that as well. We felt that Brett was our best on-ice leader, and certainly he has been since I've been in St. Louis, and to his credit, I think he dealt with it properly and continued to be our best on-ice leader. I think that leadership comes in various forms, and we felt that was necessary. There was an event that took place that made us make this decision, not based on one event, but some history. And we felt it was just best to do this for everyone involved. And for that reason, we made that decision, knowing that I in particular would be criticized for it.
Now, as the Blues struggle, 2 games under 500, Mike Keenan is still very sure of what he wants from anyone who has a chance to play for his team.
I think it's an ongoing approach that I see in a man, that I see a commitment for him to get better in small stages or just a fraction of his own development and then the team's development, that they're committed to themselves to be the best professional they can be, that they're committed to their families for that same reason, because they have responsibility to their families, and that they're committed to their teammates because they wear the same color jersey, the same logo, and it's a team game. It's not golf, it's not tennis. You try to build upon their pride to improve, and their pride that they have in the organization for success. And if they can't buy into that, some people don't want that responsibility, and that's okay, and that's acceptable, but it won't be acceptable here. Then you make the change and hope that you've got some good luck. You need some good luck in this too.
Molson Ice. Ice brewed to be colder and bolder. Yet smooth as ice. Molson Ice. From the land where ice was born.
Somewhere out there, there's a perfect cold medicine. One that relieves your congestion right from the first dose. One that gives you continuous congestion relief. One that is so advanced, it lasts for 12 full hours. This may sound like the medicine of the future, but actually, it's today's Contact. Contact's tiny time pills start relieving immediately and continue relieving for 12 full hours. Try Contact and see how good your cold can feel.
Now let's catch up on NHL news and notes between the lines. In Detroit, Russian legend Igor Larionov had quite an opportunity recently against his old team, the San Jose Sharks, when he got taken down on his way to the net.
Here's Larionov all down, and a penalty coming up to the Sharks.
He's going to call a penalty shot.
Yes, he is.
Oh, boy.
And who else but Larionov to take it?
Here he is. He's in home free right there. The hook by Marcus Ragnarsson, and you can't ask for better dramatics than this. Igor Larionov against Artur Zerbe on a penalty shot. It's the most exciting play in hockey, and it's got this crowd to its feet.
And he scored.
It had been quite a week for Darren Pupa of Tampa Bay, who allowed just 3 goals in winning 3 games for the Lightning, and then capped it off with a shutout against Los Angeles that came down to the final seconds.
The fans on their feet here at the Thunderdome. Gretzky left side, in front, Gretzky shoots, saved by Pupa. Gretzky with a great chance, and Pupa turned him away.
But a knee injury in the next game was bad news for both Pupa and the Lightning. But there was good news in St. Louis. The Blues ended their 5-game winless streak against Mario Tremblay's Montreal Canadiens. The star of the game was none other than Brett Hull, who had a goal and 2 assists.
Into the Montreal zone against the Canadiens. He slows up in the corner. LaPerriere leaves the puck for Corson. Corson with it in the slot. The Hull shot. He scored! Oh, what a shot from the slot. Brett Hull, and they go wild here at Kiel.
With his 10th goal of the season, Hull helped defeat Montreal 5-4. And finally, the Vancouver Canucks had won just 6 times in 23 games. But beleaguered head coach Rick Lee still stood behind the bench. Earlier this week, rumor had it that Lee's dismissal was imminent, but both he and the Canucks have lived to fight another day. In the first game following the rumors, Vancouver tied Chicago 2-2. That red light means it's time for Top 5 Goals, brought to you by Molson Ice. From Canada, the land where ice was born.
Dug away now by Derek Plant. Here's Plant trying to turn the corner, and he shoots and scores! He basically took a weed whacker whack at it, and in it goes. Look at Jaromir Jagr, a one-man gang on that ship. Kept the puck alive, and now Richard Park can manhandle it around. Nice skating by Park, weaving and shooting, he scores! Richard Park on a great little job of skating, turned that puck free and tied him up every which way but loose.
8 seconds left to go in this second period. Skrudland clears it high to center where Sador lost it. Jody Hull on a breakaway. In front, he shoots, he scores! 1/10 of a second left in the period. Do you believe this?
Jody Hull had so much speed up here. He picked that puck right off the stick of Daryl Sador. Only one quick move to the backhand. Makes a nice smooth move right there.
Comes 68 down the right wing, 3-on-2, drop pass to Lemieux. Lemieux turns, looks in front, shot, score. Marcus Naslund gets the goal. Getting the fast lane. Grandma, the bingo game is ready to roll. Lemieux, with eyes in the back of his head, found Naslund, easy pickings. Kovalov able to get it to Leach. Leach moving down. Nice move around Huda. Pass in front, score! A goal, baby!
Watch this. Oh, baby. And he still made the pass. What a play. Incredible.
Hope you enjoyed it, and take a shot with us next time as Brute presents Hockey Week. Hockey Week has been brought to you by Brute Active Blue, the essence of man.
Travel provided by U.S. Air, the airline committed to serving each and every passenger one at a time.
National's got low weekend rates that'll make people want to hit the road.
Make your weekend a national holiday. Call your travel agent or 1-800-CAR-RENT.
The Maglite flashlight. Brighter, tougher, made in America. Maglite, the perfect gift to brighten the holidays. Maglite.
Breakaway, showtime, he scores!
I'm playing hockey for one reason, it's winning the Stanley Cup. There's nothing else.
You know, every kid, I think, dreams about that, and, you know, like I said, it's something that you grow up with, and you want the Stanley Cup, and just to see your name on it, I mean, that'd be a dream come true.
You know, that thought of winning, and, you know, with this team that I was here in '95 and now back in 2000, just be unbelievable.
One-timer on the way, score! Sergei Freeland! What an incredible shot. Madden is alone for a moment. Shot, score! Unbelievable! Let the celebration begin in the Danico household. It must be a late year. Jason Arnott! An unbelievable shot! McGillivray scores! Alexander McGillivray! Dallas firing every moment. Shot! What a save! On backhand from Dor! Score! The New Jersey Devils have won the Stanley Cup! Jason Arnott with the game-winning overtime goal!
To win the Stanley Cup, you need to have heart. This team has championship heart. Scott Stevens, I'm proud to present you with the Stanley Cup.
The crowd will count down the final 10 seconds because now they've won the biggest prize of them all.
The championship to New Jersey. The Devils win the Stanley Cup.
And the oldest trophy has made its way through the Lincoln Tunnel to the Meadowlands to the Garden State. This place is Bedlam.
On June 24th, 1995, the New Jersey Devils stood on top of the hockey world. They were Stanley Cup champions. And with their blend of youth, skill, and aggression, there was no reason to think repeat performances were out of the question. But future seasons would hold no such celebrations.
Yashin bringing it on, has a man up the wing. It's Picard and a shrub shoulder save. Another shot, they score! Tom Jaworski has gotten his second of the game, and it may very well be the one that buries the hopes of his former team, the New Jersey Devils.
First of all, I think it started not making the playoffs that one year.
Memory of last year does not get erased, but this year sure gets wrecked.
Not even be able to defend our title was a shock for everybody. Everybody took it really hard.
The following years, the Devils fared no better, losing to their hated crosstown rivals, then suffering a first-round setback at the hands of the Ottawa Senators.
New Jersey Devils are done for the season. 24 points ahead of the Ottawa Senators during the course of this year. But as you know, the #1 seed for the third time has been ousted, so they'll pack that away for the season.
It's very disappointing because you feel like you can do more, and you feel that the team's capable of, competing for the Stanley Cup. When you lose in the first round, it's pretty disappointing.
In 1999, it was the Pittsburgh Penguins who provided the Devils with yet another dose of heartache.
A 105-point season spoiled again.
All the first place finishes in the Eastern Conference and everything, with all due respect, meant not a whole lot.
And the fans are headed for the exits. Wow.
It's heartbreaking knowing that you've worked so hard to get there and you're one of the best teams and you lose.
We wanted to do well, and we had the team to do it. We broke all kinds of records during regular season, and every time we came in the playoffs, we just couldn't do it.
Entering the 1999-2000 season, New Jersey had much to prove. They still boasted a tough, talented core of veterans, but an injection of new blood was definitely in order.
It was a surprise for everybody, I think, when we started in training camp. Brian Rafalski, nobody knew who he was. A guy comes in out of Finland. He comes in and he looks really good in training camp, but you see when the season started how he's going to do it.
Nemchinov, nice pass to Rafalski. He's in, score! Zakora put it around behind. Quick shot by Holik. Rafalski, score!
With his ability of passing the puck and skating, and still be able to play physical for a guy that's not that tall, but he's a pretty heavy guy, and he plays the game hard.
Brian Rafalski continues to play just great hockey.
In the slot, Rafalski jammed one, score!
Madden, we knew that it was a matter of time for him. He's been in the in the system for a little bit, and it was time for him to come up.
Taken away by Madden. Madden moves ahead. He's got a man with him. It's Peters and Madden in all alone. Score! His shot knocked down. John Madden will get a chance. Moving right in on a breakaway. Look, shoot, score!
It is uncanny how often shorthanded John Madden finds open ice.
But if John Madden and Brian Rafalski subtly improved the Devils' attack, another rookie exploded onto the scene.
Okay, here's a chance in front, and Richter can't stop it. Gomez has the hat trick.
Yeah, well, Gomer's, one of those kids you love to have on your team. He comes to the rink, always has fun. We didn't realize how skilled he was, I don't think, until he came to camp and we said, wow, we really have a gem in this kid.
You're a rookie, come out of nowhere to make the National Hockey League. You're not supposed to make moves like this kid just did right here.
Scott Gomez didn't exactly come out of nowhere, but close to it. Hailing from Alaska, he took the league by storm from Game 1.
Great story. Scott Gomez, born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. He's captured the imagination of everybody.
Scott's heart has been with the Devils ever since he lived out the 1995 Stanley Cup through a hometown hero.
Mike Peluso was on the team, and he was a big-time college star back in Anchorage. So, I mean, the whole town was just kind of cup crazy, as they say. We watched every game, and just seeing, Mike cry on the bench and stuff like that, it's like we were winning it too. And, just when the Devils won it, it was a great thrill.
Now Scott has assumed the hero's role, and when the locals gather in downtown Anchorage, they're pulling for one of their own.
It's great. He's our hometown boy, Everybody hopes for the best for him. We'd like to see him win a Stanley Cup and bring it home.
Such hopes would seem outlandish for most NHL rookies, but Scott's been living out a dream this entire season.
From the New Jersey Devils, number 23, Scott Gomez.
This year's just been unbelievable. Being at the All-Star game in Toronto for the 50th, sitting next to Messier, having a conversation with Ray Bork, meeting Wayne Gretzky before I go on the ice. Just everything that's happened. I don't know if, like I said, there could be a better script. It's been a wild ride, and hopefully it continues.
By mid-February, the Devils' new mix had taken them to the game's best record. But all of a sudden, inexplicably, the ride ended.
Score! Joseph Veronic! Scott Stevens around behind, gave it up in front, fed across, score! Connolly!
Well, you got your horror stories, and then you got your horror films, and this was a feature-length movie.
Well, we definitely, last month and a half of the season, things were definitely going downhill.
You don't know at times how to stop the roll. I mean, we were very disappointed in the way things are going.
Earlier in the year, New Jersey had reacquired playoff hero Claude Lemieux. Now, slumping badly entering the stretch run, they made more drastic changes.
We made a couple of trades while we were in this downswing, and that didn't help.
And next thing you know, we're still not playing well.
I think this crowd here in New Jersey is in some disbelief.
Yes, we were in first place, but we weren't winning, and I really didn't see us coming out of it.
With 8 games remaining, desperate times called for a desperate measure.
The New Jersey Devils, still leading the entire Eastern Conference of the NHL, today fired second-year coach Robbie Ftorek, replacing him with assistant Larry Robinson. Ftorek's sin? Well, the Devils have lost 10 of the last 16, and GM Lou Lamoriello feared a 4th straight playoff flop.
When the coaching change happened, I think it forced everybody to really kind of check and see how they were playing and what they were doing and what they weren't doing.
I think everybody looked back and said, you know what, they're doing everything for us to be successful, so it's time for us to stop having excuses and really look within, the dressing room for the changes that we needed to make on the ice.
Historically, it hasn't worked all that well when coaches are fired late in the season that the new guy comes in and works wonders.
This is a total change in personality between Robbie Ftorek, who was strong-willed and strong-minded, kept a lot inside. Larry Robinson is the complete opposite. He's affable, he's friendly, he smiles a lot, and it's going to be interesting to see how they react on the ice.
Larry came in and just changed us around.
He He put the fun back in the game and just told us, go out there and play with your hearts. And he didn't care about the last 8 games of the year. He said this is about building toward the playoffs, about winning in the playoffs.
But before the playoffs began, they faced an important season finale against the Florida Panthers.
We knew that there was a really good chance we were going to play these guys in the playoffs, right from the get-go. We needed a boost.
Both teams battled into overtime where the Devils' fortunes took a turn.
Off by Scott Stevens, laid on to Arnott, moves in and fires.
It was huge. It was a big turning point. You could feel when we scored the overtime goal and we were celebrating. It was like the greatest goal in the world, and it was a big lift for us.
And the Devils needed every bit of that confidence to take on those same Panthers in the opening round.
I think everybody was really excited and geared up for that first round. With what had happened the previous years with the losses in the first round, it was definitely a big hurdle, a big goal of everyone's to go into that first round and play our best hockey.
We knew in our locker room that this is a must-win series, and so we took nothing for granted going in.
To win, the Devils' defensemen needed to be at their best because spearheading the Panthers' attack was the league's leading goal scorer, Pavel Bure.
There is no player that is more explosive in the National Hockey League, for that matter in the entire world, than Pavel Bure.
But as the series got underway, the Devils' defense took control at both ends of the rink.
Pavel Bure, slam to the board.
Scott Stevens, a bullet from the point. 2 men shorthanded, 6 shorthanded goals. Rebound, Scott Niedermayer scores. And that goal comes on a 5-on-3 for Florida.
Stevens ahead, he's got Madden with it. Madden back to Stevens in front. Score!
After convincing wins at home, it was clear the Devils had found their game.
This was a big step in the right direction of overcoming the psychological barrier that they faced in past playoffs, and they head down south to Florida with a commanding 2-game lead.
The Florida fans were hoping Bure could ignite at home, but Scott Stevens was determined to keep the Russian rocket grounded.
Scott Stevens has Pavel Bure in his sights. He locks on, gets tone, and finishes the job.
Scotty had a look about him this year going to the playoffs. I mean, he had a glare in his eye that we're not going to settle for second best. We're not going to lose in the first round this year.
Following their captain's lead, New Jersey shut the door on the Panthers.
Hit for Elias, he scores! What a setup! Jason Arnott to Patrick Elias.
Now the Panthers get to it again. Wrapper on a tip by Hennigan is not. What a stop by Brodeur! And another chance was stopped. Facing a 2-on-1. Elias slides it across. They score!
That was a huge risk by Lou Lamoriello to make a coaching change with 8 games remaining. They struggled down the stretch, but they came into the playoffs and together as a team to sweep this series.
A lot of people that have said since the Devils won the Stanley Cup have expected them to get back to that level and thought, they're just not a team that can put teams away. I think they've shown that they can do that.
We gained our confidence. They went from the last game of the season right into the playoffs, and we were dominant, and that made a big difference. Just be able to wipe these guys out of the map real quick.
In the second round, New Jersey faced a tougher test in the Toronto Maple Leafs, who featured a lethal offense and one of the best goaltenders in the world. Game 1 belonged to Toronto and Curtis Joseph.
Joseph. Rebound. Joseph is shining again.
Thanks to rookie Colin White, the Devils rebounded to steal home ice advantage in Game 2. And back home in New Jersey, they tried to take control of the series.
Gomez score! From the slot, off the faceoff, it's 2-0 New Jersey. Pass ahead to Elias, interception, steps by a man. Elias around in front. Oh, and then he turns and scores!
But the Leafs would not go quietly, tying the series on Thomas Kaberle's late third period goal in Game 4.
We just let our focus slip for a bit and just got a little too relaxed, and before you know it, they were right back in the series, and there's no question that hurt and that was frustrating.
first series, we never really had to win a game. You know, a big game. It was 4 games straight. Now we really, found ourselves in a jam a little bit. We had to go in a building that it's pretty tough to win.
We are ready for Game 5 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Devils and Maple Leafs from a jam-packed Air Canada Centre in downtown Toronto.
Elias dips the shoulder. Around in front. He scores! What a goal!
The two teams traded goals early. Then one man imposed his will on the game and the series.
Heavy hit by Stevens, and down goes Caberlet. His stick is broken. Thomas tries to step by, and Stevens steps in his way. Boy, what a great effort by Stevens.
Shots on the advanced after goal. Hit by Stevens.
Well, I think Scotty really turned the Toronto series around. I think when he started to really throw his weight around and hit guys in the middle of the ice, I think he really set a tone. And you looked at that team was different after what he did. The hits that he made was a big turning point for us.
With momentum clearly in New Jersey's corner, the Devils took to the attack.
Moves it on up the wing. It's Gomez. Nice little pass. Malakovic, and he scores! A power play goal. It's 3-2.
Sweet pass by Gomez to Malakoff.
Madden cruising in. Fire, score! John Madden, and it's 4-2.
Though Stevens hadn't scored a goal, his fingerprints were all over the crucial Game 5 win.
Scotty has been a force and certainly gives our team a huge lift when he steps up and delivers body checks like that.
It was something he'd been doing all season.
There aren't many players that have ever escaped the impact of Scott Stevens' body if they've played for any length of time in the NHL. Sooner or later, he is going to get a bone-crushing hit in on him.
He's like a great white shark, coming through the middle.
Oh, great train hit by Stevens.
We had some goosebumps going on. Wow, you cringe a little bit when you see him make some of those hits.
It gives the team some confidence and the emotional lift, I think, when that happens. People feed off it and they want to go out there and play physical. And I think, obviously, physical play is very important in the playoffs.
Stevens' ability to deliver bone-crushing hits in key situations dates back to the '95 finals when he devastated the Detroit Red Wings.
Scott Stevens comes across, and the body check of the playoffs. If you don't believe me, ask Kozlov.
He was one of their key players, and they're a finesse team and a talented, fast team. So by getting a big hit, you might open some eyes on the other team and hopefully maybe slow them down a little bit.
Scott Stevens, those eyes. He's got the fire and still burns brightly, competitively.
And in Game 6, Stevens continued to terrorize Toronto.
There was big number 4. Bang.
Following Stevens' lead, New Jersey again shackled the Leafs' vaunted offense and finished off the series.
Centering pass, scores! Sakura to Lerner! Another early goal, and it's 2-0.
I can't remember a team being smothered as badly as Toronto has been tonight by a terrific defensive performance by New Jersey.
Game 6 was just domination by the whole team, allowing only 6 shots on net. And, it gave us a lot of confidence being able to win a big game.
New Jersey had survived its first 2 tests and made it back to the conference finals for the first time since 1995. But a greater adversary lay before them. The Philadelphia Flyers had edged out the Devils for the top spot in the Eastern Conference on the final day of the regular season. The Flyers had endured a decade's worth of adversity in one season, and facing the Devils, they looked to overcome one more obstacle on their improbable playoff march.
Welcome, everybody. Philadelphia is the city. Games 1 and 2 will be played here in the Eastern Conference Final. The third time in the history of these two franchises that they have met up in playoff action.
The matchup of the top 2 teams in the East had finally materialized and started off with a bang.
Score! Niedermeyer, roof shot! 55 seconds into the period.
Right away, the Devils' speed advantage was apparent, and they even got a boost when Bobby Holik scored his first playoff goal in 3 years.
Shot score! He finally got one!
New Jersey continued to suffocate and frustrate the Flyers into Game 2, and again built a 3-1 lead.
We came back into the middle, score! Oh,
boards against men.
After 5 periods of play against Philadelphia, I think we thought it might be easy.
It took just an instant for the Devils to learn it wouldn't be.
Dogged looking. Desjardins scores! Eric Desjardins!
This is a biggie right here.
In the center by Primo. Score! Primo got it out in front. Tocchet's got his second goal, and this game's tied.
The house is a rocket now.
Slanko, save! Tocchet, score!
It is a funny thing. I mean, you have the momentum 1 minute and a quick goal maybe at the wrong time, and all of a sudden they get a couple more in the beginning of the third, and you're down, and it's a whole new look on the series.
We got a series, and Larry Robinson knows it.
This series is now shaping up to be a terrific dogfight.
Or so it seemed. However, the Flyers came into New Jersey riding a tidal wave of momentum that threatened to wash away the Devils' Stanley Cup dream.
We were playing so well and so dominant. Things had gone our way. We hadn't dealt with any adversity. All of a sudden, Philadelphia gained the momentum, and we weren't able to get it back.
What a turnaround.
Bad sign for the Devils, too, when you've got players shaking their heads.
It was tough to take. Those 3 games, we just went into a shell. It was like, I don't know, I can't really explain it.
When the water receded, the Devils found themselves in a 3-1 hole, the likes of which no conference finalist had ever climbed out of.
And who would have guessed when this series began that the Devils would be down 3-1?
Following Game 4, an irate Robinson let his team know exactly what he thought of their play.
No, I mean, the coach goes crazy. He took it really personally because he felt that we weren't doing what he was asked for us to do, and for us to see him, that emotional about what we weren't doing, kind of really hurt us.
For some rhyme or reason, they feel that they know more than the coaches do and tried to play their game, and we paid for it. And until they get it through their thick skulls that our way is the right way, then we are going to struggle, and we aren't going to have success. And that's the way it is. If the game was that easy, they wouldn't need coaches. We just need players.
Robinson's tirade shook his team to the core, but the question remained, how would the Devils respond in Game 5?
That speech, I think, lifted us. A lot of people might have thought that was the wrong time for that, but it was definitely the right time. And you could see the next day after we lost that 3rd game in a row, the guys were spirited. After that speech, Larry picked us up.
He just challenged us to go out there and try and play our best and just let things happen as they might.
When Game 5 began, the Devils asserted themselves right away.
Rebound comes out in front. Boucher now. They score. Bobby Holy and the big center iceman have struck for New Jersey in this first period.
We didn't worry about the win. We just worry about playing our best hockey. That's how we play. That's why probably dominated in Philly, in that tough building to play. We played one of the best games this organization has ever played.
And when Elias sealed the game with an early 3rd period goal, the Devils had firmly re-established themselves in the series.
Jersey was looking for a crack in the armor of the Philadelphia Flyers. Now they're saying to themselves, hey, we can go back home, win a game versus 7th game, and anything can happen in 7th games in the playoffs. So they have some life.
But first they had to get through Game 6 and the unexpected return of superstar Eric Lindros. The Devils came out charged, and it appeared Lindros and the Flyers would be chasing them all night. But Philadelphia goalie Brian Boucher answered the challenge, and the 2 teams headed to the 3rd period scoreless.
It was a big game, and I knew that if we had gotten that far and brought ourselves into a Game 7, that we could beat the Flyers.
The Devils' ticket to Game 7 was punched in the 3rd period when first Lemieux jumped on a loose puck. And when Alexander McGillney scored minutes later, the Devils were 1 game closer to completing an astounding comeback.
The Devils have won the last 2 games. Game 7 in Philadelphia.
As Game 7 began, the Devils first silenced the vocal Flyers.
In front, they score! Patrick Elliott! And the Devils strike first.
And then shocked them.
Here's 88. Lindros makes the move.
Lindros is belted by Stevens, and he is down immediately. A thundering hit.
This building's in shock.
But the resilient Flyers evened the score at 1, and now the entire series would come down to 1 goal.
You could just see the tension on both teams. You know, who's going to get the final goal, and is this game going to go in overtime?
We have like 4 minutes to go, or not even, I think 2 minutes to go, and to clinch, to clinch the conference. With the attitude that we had in the past years, who knows?
This year, however, the Devils' attitude and weapons were considerably different. And with just 2.5 minutes to go, their heroic effort was rewarded.
Out in front, Arnott tried a one-timer. Elliott scores! Patrick Elliott, side of the goal, banks it in, and it's 2-1 New Jersey.
A stunned Philadelphia crowd had just witnessed the completion of the greatest comeback in conference finals history.
The organization's never really come back in adverse conditions like that. And to come back from 3-1 and to see the guys the way they all worked and stuck together and pulled together, and that's the only way you can win. It was really gratifying, and we had a couple days to enjoy that, and then realize that, hey, we're in the Stanley Cup Finals. Let's try and not stop now.
This was about a team that had to be pointed in the right direction. I think it was a team that, when they were on their game and when they played the way that they're capable of, played well. And so it just needed a little fine-tuning, that's all.
Entering the finals, the Devils had a unit that they could count on for goals, something sorely lacking in playoffs past. They are known simply as the Arnott line.
Well, it's official. The Devils have an offensive weapon in these playoffs. That weapon's name is Arnott, Sikora, and Eliash.
Their genesis is a product of the global NHL. Sikora and Eliash, 2 skilled wingers, were drafted out of the Czech Republic. Arnott, the big North American center, was acquired via trade in January of '98. He had suffocated from the pressure of underachieving in Edmonton and spent half a season in New Jersey trying to regain his scoring touch. But the following season, he was flanked by the 2 Czechs, and collectively, they caught fire.
I'm just glad to be a part of it. I came over, and they really helped my career out. The chemistry needs to be there, and with us, we just have a lot of fun with it.
Together, they've been having fun at the expense of NHL goaltenders for 2 seasons now.
Elias for Arnott, scores! What a play!
Well, the big lines had some night, haven't they?
The very important thing is that we are very close friends too. We're not afraid to tell other guy if the guy is not going well. You say, hey, you can play better, and Arne can tell me if he doesn't see me playing well.
Sikora's uncanny on-ice chemistry with Eliash has often produced spectacular results.
Eliash crossing, leaves for Sikora, moving along to Eliash, score! What a play! Overtime victory for the Devils!
A lot of it is just being able to read off of each other and knowing what the other guy's thinking.
They've been a lot of fun to watch and to play with the last couple of years.
Midway through the season, Eliash went on a blinding streak of 20 goals in 21 games, putting him within reach of a Devils scoring total that hasn't been touched since 1994.
Left behind, fence side of the net, score! Eliash!
Woohoo! Number 30 for Patrick Eliash, a milestone. His buddy Peter Sikora dug it out of the net as soon as he could.
When I got closer, I really wanted to accomplish that, and it looked easier than it was probably. I've been working hard, and when you play good as a line and you play on a good team like we have here, then it's much easier.
This trio has made it look easy in the playoffs as well.
Arnott around behind, looks over the traffic, and forced one that's tipped in front, score! What a play! Arnott to Eliash to Sikora!
It's just developed over time, and right now they're really carrying a lot of the load for us.
You can't buy chemistry. I mean, if you had $1 million you would pay for it this time of year. That line has it.
But in the finals, they'd be facing the defending champs and the most aggressive defenseman in the game. The Hunters would now be the hunted.
Every hockey player should be up for any challenge, and you know, this is great to be playing against the best defenseman.
It's getting tougher and tougher, so we have to get better and better.
We've been up there the last few years, and this year we want to go and prove it.
5 years after the Devils won their first cup, their quest for a second was just 4 wins away.
Let's go Devils!
After the Philly series, they got all the confidence in the world. They believe they can do anything, and you know what? They can.
Devil Dan says, NJ in 6.
Devils! Game 1, Devils, Dallas! Let's go Devils!
28 teams to start. We're down to 2, Dallas and New Jersey.
Modano and Hull are the key. If you can shut these guys down, your chances of winning have really increased enormously.
Roder ready. The Ruffers ready. Are you ready?
Good luck here. Down front for me, please. Go, 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 go!
Manson around, far side, Sim. Oh! Sim got leveled by Malakoff.
The Devils have beat the Dallas Stars to the punch and trying to establish physical superiority.
Wingers, do a job here!
Jersey showing signs of going for the first goal.
Elias kicked it away behind the net. Sikora's in front. Backhander belt for Sikora. Score! Jason Arnott!
So the big line for the New Jersey Devils scores the first goal of the finals.
The Devils are really going after Dallas early in this first game.
2 miles, come on, Green!
Keane dropped it off, looking out in front. Gary Letton, Sador moves in. Sador shot, score! Right through it, screen!
And the game is tied, just like that.
Come on, guys, skate!
The score tied at 1, nearing the 3-minute mark of the second period. This up comes to Danico. Shot!
Let the celebration begin in the Danico household. Kenny Danico, 2-1 Devils.
Oh, can he become a scorer?
Dallas quickly looked for the equalizer.
Modano letting it in Hull. Modano's got Hull in a trailer. What a save! What a save!
Grand theft.
Good skate there, boys. We gotta love that puck.
Devils bring it backhand. Sikora. Yes! And he couldn't get the shot. Center.
What a play! What a play!
Dallas trying to hang on here. This Devils team has it all going tonight.
Take it, Scotty!
Stevenson wrong shot.
4-1.
Stand and watch him go right by us.
Dropped into the middle, a little room. Back in everyone. Score! Sergei Freeland!
Let's get another one!
Sikora gets a shot.
And the New Jersey Devils have got the Dallas Stars down and by the throat.
A bit of a power play, waiting for the perfect setup. They might get it.
Jason Arnott again!
This is absolutely amazing. A complete collapse by the Dallas Stars and a killer instinct, dominant kind of game by Larry Robinson's Devils.
I don't think we've played against a group of forwards this quick before. We've had a couple of performances from our team like this, and we've always bounced back.
2 nights later, the hockey world would see if the defending champions still had the heart of a champion.
What kind of a game will we see tonight? That is the question posed as we are underway in Game 2.
And the very first shot of the game set the tone for this battle.
Here we go!
Cora standing on the boards, comes back for it. Lost it, Hull's quick shot, he scores! Red Hull!
He has made a living on that wrist shot. That was another laser.
Dallas drawing first blood in this second game.
Boys, let's get skating here, let's get skating here!
Lemieux steps up and holds it in all alone in front of Cardona. Malik and Belfour was in front of it. And the Devils putting the heat on it.
Got away from Lyashenko, not complete. It's in the building, he's got a wicked fast break by McGillney and a high shot, 1-1.
Well, we've got ourselves a game.
Score remains tied at 1, but they're going hard, these two teams.
All the way in. Muller hit the post. Kurt Muller. Man knocked down trying to get it to him. Roll to McKay. Save Belfour.
After being embarrassed and replaced in the opener, the Stars' fallen eagle had risen from the ashes of Game 1.
Eddie Belfour is back.
Well, the Dallas Stars have definitely been more energetic tonight.
Lemieux in the middle. Shot. Belfour. Kick save. Lemieux held on to it forever. And Face-off to the right of Belfour. Simon McKay.
We're going to get one here. Believe we're going to get one.
In the tight game, this is where if you're going to shorten your bench, you'll do it with 4:46 remaining.
But the next goal may just be the biggest goal for one of these teams in their season.
Dallas on the attack. Levedonov coming in. Trying to get their left net. It is 2-1 Stars. Brett Hull may have been the last to touch it.
A hugie for the Dallas Stars. True to form as they have done all season long. After an embarrassment, they come back and play like champs.
I don't think it's time to panic or anything like that, but we certainly know we didn't play very, very well, and we have to play a lot better.
We're in for a pair of good ones in Dallas.
And the Dallas Stars would return to a frenzied reception.
Belfour's the best. He's number one, and that's why the Stars repeat.
This crowd is unbelievable. The best road record is by New Jersey. Dallas best home. Look out, it's going to be a dandy.
Both coaches are convinced tonight's the night. They believe the third game swings a series.
And both teams were ready.
Here comes McDonald. Holland trailer. Shot. Save. Made. There's shot. Belfour the save.
Gilney, and he is nil.
Go, Holly, come on.
Something McDonald. He dropped it home. And a save made.
Elias getting there and stopped by Belfour. Gordon with a hard hit.
What a shot by Hatcher.
This is some kind of start.
These battle-tested teams had an answer for every opposition chance. But when Dallas got just their second man advantage of the series, the Stars showed how lethal their power play can be.
He's got that great wrist shot. They try and set him up on the opposite side. Brodeur the same. Rebound. Cote. Score! Sylvain Cote. Power play goal.
The Stars had their hometown fans rocking in just 48 seconds after Cote's goal. Opportunity knocked again.
Dallas is going back on the power play.
The power play that is officially red hot right now.
Come on, we need more.
The Devils were able to hold off Dallas for the first minute of the power play, but then they found themselves in an even bigger hole.
And a penalty coming in the corner. And this is going to be on the Devils.
Now the Dallas Stars get a chance to make more magic. Zubov in there. Oh, a save.
Come on, Zuby.
Zubov, that one blocked to Malakoff off Madden's stick. Tries to clear, does.
The Devils dug themselves out of that gigantic hole by killing off the 5-on-3, and moments later, they grabbed the momentum.
Jason Arnott, he gets it, he scores! Jason Arnott has tied the game, what an effort! How big does that 5-on-3 penalty kill look now? Huge! Oh, absolutely huge!
And when the second period began, the Devils continued to attack Belfour.
It's a blast, save made again. Rebound, back! What a save! New Jersey has the ice tilted towards Eddie Belfour.
Win it, boys. We're going to get one. We're moving it well.
Jason Arnott to Sikora. One-timer on the way, score! Off the glove of Belfour and in! 2-1 Devils.
Their top line had given them the lead on the road, something that the defense and Martin Brodeur would not relinquish.
Devils, when they get a lead, and can put on one hellacious defensive effort.
New Jersey stymied the Stars and took back home ice advantage.
It is over! The New Jersey Devils have won it 2-1, and they take a 2-1 edge.
Well, when we came in the building, we were looking for a split, but I think it's time to get greedy.
Welcome to Reunion Arena in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Well, every defending champion comes to a crossroad in their quest to repeat. And tonight, the Dallas Stars have reached that crossroad. A win tonight, and they're all even in the series with the New Jersey Devils. A loss, and they'll trail 3-1. And no team has rebounded from that deficit in the Stanley Cup Finals in 58 years.
Hitchcock says we will play this like it is a Game 7.
Apparently, the Stars took their coach's plea to heart.
And Dallas, the Jets are on in this one.
Their hard work and spirited play led to early chances.
Shot, save made! Shot, save made!
Meanwhile, at the other end, Belfour was on his game.
Center, Martin, shot, Belfour and Elliott sitting there, and he'll cover.
Oh my God!
Ed Belfour looks like he is in the zone.
The game remained scoreless until late in the second period when Malakoff went off for cross-checking. On the ensuing power play, the Stars peppered Brodeur and at last grabbed the lead.
In front, a shot! They score! Newendijk! They needed him to awaken, and it appears as if he has.
It was Dallas's fourth power play of the game, and finally, they burned the Devils.
And we have completed the second period. The Dallas Stars, looking to even the series, have the 1-0 lead.
As the Devils headed out for the third period, they knew they needed to make a statement, and it didn't take them long.
Hey, we're outplaying them. Come on here.
The comeback began when a trio of Russians came bearing down on Belfour.
Malakoff got his man down. Center, shot, McGillivray, save, score! Alexander McGillivray, the shot, Breland the rebound, and a 1-1 game.
But when Colin White took a penalty less than a minute later, Dallas thought they'd have the advantage. Instead, John Madden went to work.
Madden short-handed with Pandolfo. Madden ripped it and missed it on the wide side. What is it with John Madden? Short-handed, the puck, he finds it, he gets chances all the time, every game.
And a second chance was not far away.
Look at this, Madden. Madden is alone for a moment. Shot, score! Unbelievable! Oh, just put him out. Short-handed, you'll get a chance. A short-handed goal, and the Devils lead it 2-1.
It was mayhem in my head. I was trying to keep myself composed and not actually, jump over the glass or anything like that.
And if the rest of the Devils had trouble staying composed, you wouldn't know it. Moments later, another rookie capitalized on a turnover.
Hook out to center, picked up by Rafalski. Across the line, down the left side, gets around Zubov and shoots. He scores! The New Jersey Devils have scored 3 in a row. Wow, what a turnaround. And the Dallas Stars and their fans are in shock.
The Stars never recovered as New Jersey continued to pour it on, dominating the entire third period. And when the horn sounded, the Devils were one win from completing their Stanley Cup odyssey.
Well, for 2 periods, Dallas played the best game they've played in this series. But the third period was all Devils.
They got a great team. I'm not taking anything away from them, but we got our heart ripped out from us a little bit today.
Away, boys! Away, boys!
Welcome back to Continental Airlines Arena for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals as the New Jersey Devils look to clinch the Stanley Cup in front of 19,040 faithful.
The cup is ours! The cup is ours! Stanley Cup! The cup comes home tonight!
Well, I said back before the series started there'd be Devils in 5.
The Devils have come back to New Jersey having done the unthinkable, sweeping 2 straight in Dallas to take a 3-1 lead. But in any title run, the final win is always the toughest.
5 years ago, New Jersey had celebrated its greatest victory. Now, the Devils faithful expected nothing less than a triumphant return to glory. And the start of Game 5 went according to plan.
Shot, save Belfour.
Right back in.
Intercepted on the break-in. Patrick Elliott, Zubov on him, save made. And he goes sliding into the net.
Eddie Belfour's making him look easy.
Despite their first period surge, Belfour had kept the Devils at bay, and the second period turned into a seesaw affair.
Center, Thornton in front, shot, save, rebound. Another save. Conte. Martin Brodeur.
Stop it.
Charging up ice, trying to get that elusive first goal. Zador again, shot wide. Dallas firing every moment. Shot. What a save! What a save! What a save by Martin Brodeur!
Oh, Yuri Lennon can only exhale and go, I cannot believe he stopped me. It's the best game of the series so far.
Yep.
Because of the goaltending, because of the quality of the scoring chances.
Here's a chance, and close. Oh, save! What a
was. Oh my goodness, the goaltending.
The battle raged on.
Center, Elias, the move, the backhander, into the pads, rebound, shot, never got into the net. Deflected in, shot, Belfour, the save.
If Eddie Belfour holds, all Dallas needs is one good shot, and they can force a game 6.
Newendijk cutting, block, Newendijk, wrap around, right there with a stick and pad, Martin Brodeur. There's Muller, former Devil, trying to center in front, shot, Grant Marshall denied.
And this movie isn't going quite the way Melanie Brodeur wanted just yet.
It'll be a sudden finish. What we don't know is when.
There are no secrets. There's nothing left that these teams don't know about one another. It now becomes a wonderfully pure who wants it, who gets it. Oleg down the wall. Oleg in front. Oleg Elias with speed. Elias for the cut. Fell on the side. Revolving wide. Two chances. Stevens shot. The ball deflected wide. Center it. Gomez center drill. Save Eddie Belfour.
This amazing stuff.
We have completed 3 periods and an overtime. There is still no goal on the board.
As this epic struggle continued into a second overtime, both teams stayed positive.
The longer it goes, the better off we are, boys. Quick shot, boys, quick shot.
But the goaltenders had an answer for every challenge.
Chances just keep coming.
We gotta get after it, boys. Gotta get after it.
Danico's got a man up ice. Here comes McGillney. McGillney shot. Save again. Eddie Belfour, McGillney on a breakaway.
Keep building here.
Dished off, shot, Brodeur save, rebound.
Another huge save. Keeps it scoreless. Wow.
Players are exhausted. The crowd is exhausted. They are emotionally drained.
The game's breakneck pace had taken its toll, but the question remained, who could rise above the fatigue and frustration in this, the 6th period of hockey?
Well, it is one for the ages, and they continue on. And in fact, it may be ages before we get this done. It is 0-0 as we get set for the 3rd OT.
Dallas Stars have gotten stronger as these overtime periods have clicked on by.
White tied up by a Hatcher and hard.
Go, go, go!
Flips a short pass ahead to Lettman at center. Right wing to Hull at the line. Hull in front. They score! Madonna! We're going 6, baby! We're going 6! 6 minutes and 21 seconds into the 3rd overtime. Michael Madonna ends the game, and the Dallas Stars are back in the series.
The New Jersey Devils are stunned. The Dallas Stars are elated. This was not supposed to happen if you were a New Jersey Devil. And there will be another game, and there still is life.
If the Devils were to avoid a Game 7, they would now have to win the Cup on the reigning champions' home ice, a feat not accomplished in the last 24 years.
Game 6 is all about the Stars, baby. Devils going back to New Jersey. 2-2 in 2000!
The Devils are trying to win the Stanley Cup here tonight. It's out of the case, all shined up and ready to go. The Dallas Stars are saying, not tonight in this town.
Prior to the finals, the Devils and Stars hardly knew each other, but after 5 physical games, they had become brutal rivals.
Sador down on the ice, still trying to get up.
What an effort by Sador, trying to drag his carcass to the front of the net so that he might be able to block a shot, even if he's down.
Now, this game is not about traps and defenses right now. It's about courage, passion, and bravery. If you haven't got bravery, you stay in the bench.
Newendijk got upended on the face-off. This is an angry crowd now here in Dallas. Hit him. You don't believe this is hockey war? Believe me, it's war.
The Dallas captain took it to the extreme.
Hatcher just ran over him. There is bad blood now between these two teams. This is the 6th game for the Stanley Cup.
The bad blood was evenly distributed. Each team had lost 1 player, and neither had scored a goal.
This is the 6th game in a row of this series that the score has been tied after the first period.
Then the Devils took advantage of a Dallas power play.
Lemieux protecting the man, got it out of there. Centering pass, got it 2-on-1. Niedermayer's in front. Niedermayer's shot! It's scored! Scott Niedermayer! A short-handed goal!
Scott Niedermayer exploded from the other end. You want to see some rocket-assisted skates? Only Scott Niedermayer could have made this happen because of his incredible skating speed.
There was joy in Devils Nation, but it was short-lived.
Madonna moves it out, breaking through center, top speed. Mike Madonna, he has been the man in this playoffs for them. Cleared back far side.
Pass, shot, score!
Mike Keane, tie game!
That's what Dallas had to do. They were sagging. You could tell the Devils had a whole bunch of energy going after the Niedermayer goal. Well, that is gone now, and the Dallas Stars have evened it.
Come on, go get us one now, boys, come on!
If Game 6 was going to be a shootout, the Devils had plenty of weapons.
Checked. Backhand, three of them, Devils, and the shot off the goalpost.
Oh my God, he didn't miss by much.
Tip back behind the net, shooting Madonna, big play save! Mike Madonna with two chances and Martin Brodeur.
Elias takes off across center, cutting in, and it's off the goalpost.
The Surge didn't produce any more goals, but the battle carried on.
What a takedown by Cantana.
Got a man off ice.
This is like Ali Frazier going at each other. This is really, I think, special to watch.
As the trench warfare raged into the night, the clock once again became a factor.
1-1 tie. A goal for New Jersey, and it could be the Stanley Cup.
Keep going, boys. Shoot the puck.
Through the middle, that is Holik coming up. Holik gets in there. Here's a chance, Nick Oh, he missed the side of the goal.
This has been the longest two-game nail-biter I can recall in the Stanley Cup Finals.
This did go to overtime, but how early would it end?
Gets around the net. McKay centers it. Oh, Freeland on the open side and just missed ending this one.
A penalty to Arnott gave Dallas a rare overtime power play.
A terrific amount of tension in this building tonight.
Here we go again.
Starting the second overtime in the penalty box was hardly ideal, but once again, the penalty killers prevailed.
Cleared out by Brodeur on the high flip, right to Eddie Belfour.
Boy, does that help.
So, Arnott's out. They do not. Dallas does not convert on the power play in overtime.
The Devils were back at even strength, but they still faced an uphill climb.
New Jersey Devils have lost 7 consecutive playoff overtime games.
And the reigning champs continued to thwart New Jersey, but their clock was about to strike 12.
Now Stevens for New Jersey held it into the left point. Flipped it right through the goal mouth area. Elias is going to chase it down out front to Arden. He scores! Jason Arden has scored! And the Devils have won the cup! And for the second time in 6 years, the New Jersey Devils are the Stanley Cup champions!
Well, they've overcome all kinds of adversity. Their team was sold. They changed coaches. They were down 3-1 to Philly, and they blew Game 5 when they could have won it at home. The greater the difficulty, the more the glory in surmounting it. Skillful pilots gained their reputation from storms and tempests.
The effort these guys put in, I'm just so proud of everybody. It was unbelievable. All the turmoil the last 2 months of the season, this team really pulled together.
The winner of the Conn Smythe Trophy, Captain Scott Stevens.
Ask Pavel Bure, Matt Sundin, Mark Recchi who they took.
You'll see the parade. The players doing something they've dreamt of ever since they were 2, 3, 4 years old as kids. Someday I'll do this. Someday I will hold a Stanley Cup high and kiss it.
Kiss it. Kiss it. There we go. All right, boys.
Oh, when I saw him lying there, Patty and I knew we wanted to do it for him. And it's a shame that he's not here, but that goal's definitely for him. And, you know, we're going to party with him once he gets better. I smell champagne, boys.
How sweet is that?
There's nothing better than winning overtime and get your name on the cup because of it.
You've been waiting for this, Barely! Hey! That boy start getting...
You better fill her up! Chug, 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 chug!
We should note that your dad, Carlos, is in with us this morning. I understand you've been dogging him all morning.
Yeah, you know, my mom's kind of mad at the outfit he chose to wear on the show. So.
Dr. Mack, I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to be a successful team for me 8 years in New Jersey, and I can honestly say those were the best 8 years of my life.
You've meant a lot to me. Obviously, you've been more than just an owner, but more like a father figure, someone that I've always looked up to.
Second and third opportunity. Jamnoff coming in. Jarrett wants a shot of anybody right now.
They know Jeremy Roenick in Chicago.
He's yelling at his old buddy, Tony Amandi. You can see the blood off of both players.
JR is gone.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. The original call goes to Jeremy Roenick, but definitely an instigator after that has to go to Jamnoff, and the rest we're just going to have to wait and hear. A lot of blood on both players.
There was a high stick or a slash in there.
JR had the slash going for the original penalty.
And now the referees, Paul Dvorsky and Dennis Leroux, will talk it.
As they're coming across the ice right here, there's a slash.
Oh, yeah.
On JR. He's coming across with that stick high. Yeah, there's a little bit of blood off the chin right there, so that's definitely JR out of the game. Coming across right there, the stick up a little bit high. Looks like the toe of the stick catching Amandi right below the mouth, the chin. That started it, and after that, then they start to pile on. Here comes Amandi. He's looking for JR. There he brushes off against Darren Quint. Jamnoff jumps in the middle of that. As you can see, here comes a pile after that.
Piling in, everybody's on it there. Here's the play from up and the other way. There's the slash. And then Jamnoff.
JR, they must have said something because Jamnoff went right at JR, and JR is going at Jamnoff.
17:35 to go. We'll take a break here and sort it all out. It's the Blackhawks 3, the Coyotes 1, and the contentious third in Chicago.
Fly. This is Hockey That Matters.
Having more to choose from and knowing how to choose. True diversification, delivered by Franklin Templeton Investments.
With its legendary traction and maneuverability, the trail-rated Jeep Liberty is engineered for the unexpected. If it's not trail-rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4.
Rogers Sportsnet offers you 4 channels: Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. Visit sportsnet.ca to check out our 4-channel schedule to see what you've been missing.
Having more to choose from and knowing how to choose. True diversification, delivered by Franklin Templeton Investments.
Molson Canadian Senators Hockey on Sportsnet.
Welcome to the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia and tonight's game between the Ottawa Senators and the Philadelphia Flyers. Good evening, I'm Chris Simpson. Well, as we head into the home stretch of the regular season, the race for first place in the Eastern Conference couldn't be any tighter, as the Ottawa Senators currently sit just 2 points behind the Philadelphia Flyers, whose 86 points are equaled by the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Eastern Conference leading Tampa Bay Lightning. But the schedule certainly isn't doing any favors for the Ottawa Senators, as 12 of their 16 remaining games will be played on the road. So a very important 2 points up for grabs tonight, and a very important member of the Senators will be back in their lineup tonight as Martin Havlat completes his 2-game suspension. And as we bring in Dean Brown and Greg Millen, guys, a lot of talk of revenge around these parts in Philadelphia. What do you think we'll see tonight?
Well, you know, Chris, I think both the coaches talked about this, and I think it's likely going to be the case. There's just too much at stake in the standings that you showed for anybody to go out and do something stupid. And now, if this game gets out of hand one way or the other, if Philadelphia or Ottawa gets a big lead, I don't think we can make the same guarantee, but I doubt we're going to see anything early.
No, I agree. This game is so important, and both teams are so excellent on the power play. Number 1 for the Flyers, number 2 in the National Hockey League on the power play. As we look at the incident one more time, Havlat, who cross-checked Recchi, no question he deserved the 2-game suspension. I will tell you this, though, if the Flyers have a chance to line up Havlat, they will do it, because not only do they want revenge, but let's remember he has 8 goals in his last 9 games before the suspension, so he's a marked man anyway.
Now, from the Philadelphia perspective, goals is the key right now because they just have trouble scoring them. Against Ottawa, in the last 14 games, they've never scored more than 2 against Ottawa, and they need their big line to keep it rolling.
Well, they do, and down the middle, of course, with Primo out and, Roenick as well, excuse me, they got some problems. But this big line, Zamnov, since coming in, has done an excellent job. He has 3 goals, 7 points in his last 5 games. Amante, by the way, playing his 1,000th game tonight, is a point a game since going and rejoining Zamnov again. 6 points in 6 games for him. So this line is really clicking right now, and that's one line that the Ottawa Senators are going to have to pay awful special attention to here.
So, Chris, we doubt the Flyers will be after Havlat right away, but certainly the fans likely will when this game begins.
You're right, Dean. Martin Havlat is back, but will he have to watch his back? We'll see as tonight's game gets underway tonight from Philadelphia. Puck drop is next.
Molson Canadian Senators Hockey on Sportsnet East. Brought to you by Molson Canadian. It's a Canadian game.
Introducing Molson Ultra, the only lower carb beer that's not a light beer. 2.5 grams of carbs, 97 calories, and still brewed full strength. Molson Ultra, real beer, fewer carbs.
With its legendary traction and maneuverability, the trail-rated Jeep Liberty is engineered for the unexpected. If it's not trail-rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4.
Charged with a traffic ticket? Be represented in court by a former police officer. They win or it's free. Call 1-888-X-COPPER. That's 1-888-X-COPPER.
It's not easy being a male supermodel.
Okay, Dylan, take a break.
Oh man, I'm exhausted. Seriously, smiling all day? I mean, that's very fatiguing. It's like a supermodel sandwich. But also, you have to make a pouty, sexy face. That's a little angry. Well, not angry. Dangerous. Dangerous.
If he deserves a break, you certainly do. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Introducing new Kit Kat Dark. Oh, yeah.
It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica comes loaded with luxury. It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica commands the road with performance and power. And it may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica is one of the safest cars on the road. What might surprise you about the Chrysler Pacifica is that you can afford it.
You can't leave a cup unrolled and roll up the rim to win at Tim Hortons with 30 GMC Canyons, 100 Panasonic Plasma TVs, Schwinn cruiser bikes, and millions of other prizes available. So get rolling.
It's the Senators and Flyers tonight, and we're guessing that Martin Havlat is feeling just a touch nervous. Good evening, I'm Jamie Campbell with the Senators and Flyers meeting. That means 3 of the top 5 in the Eastern Conference are playing tonight. Tampa Bay is up against New Jersey tonight, and Martin St. Louis leads the NHL in points by 1 over Robert Lang. We'll keep you apprised of their progress this evening, as well tell you about the Sergei Zholtok trade to Nashville. Enjoy the first period.
Nick, you are not normal. So we're talking about the fans and the normal population.
Don't look at me to defend you.
You are abnormal to the point where you're trying to say that the St. Louis Blues franchise are prepared to give up their franchise player to save $1 million.
$1 million?
Well, what's left?
Hockey Central, Mondays at 5:30 on Rogers Sportsnet. Be there.
Well, as we get ready for puck drop here in Philadelphia, just a look ahead to what you can expect on Saturday's Hockey Central with our esteemed host, Darren Dreger, alongside Gord Stellick and Nick Kiprios. Of course, it's 3 days before the NHL trade deadline. Our stealth-like panel will give you all the news, the rumors, and the speculation first. Then on Monday, it's Hockey Central with Darren Millard, alongside Nick Kiprios and Bill Waters. We'll take a look at, again, all the rumors around the hockey world as on the eve of the NHL trade deadline, as well as you'll get a chance to meet Mike Sillinger. I got a chance to sit down with him. He is the most traded man in the National Hockey League. He's played for 10 different teams, and when you talk about trade deadline, he knows all about that. That's Hockey Central on Monday, 5:30 in the East, 6 o'clock in Ontario. Now let's take it upstairs to Dean Brown and Greg Millen, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. Let's get to our game. Flyers and Senators and the starting goaltenders. Brought to you by Tim Hortons. Their BLT and soup combo is the home-style lunch you don't have to go home for.
Well, a little bit of a surprise, I think. Robert Esche goal for the Philadelphia Flyers. Let's not forget Sean Burke came up with a spectacular performance in Ottawa in a 1-1 tie. He stopped 40 of 41. However, he's been booed here, so Esche is going to be the guy, if you can believe it. He's the go-to guy for the Flyers down the stretch. Patrick Alleyne, after playing very well against the Sabres, even though he let 4 in, was still, I thought, very steady, and the goals weren't his fault, Dean.
The officiating crew tonight, there's a look at Mark Joannette. He is working alongside the veteran Dan Maruelli. Johnny Murray and Tim Nowak are your linesmen, and there is Maruelli set to get it going. Flyers and Senators, third of 4 meetings this year between the two. A win and a tie for Ottawa thus far. These two will meet again April the 2nd, and again here in Philadelphia. Off the draw now, Flyers control inside their own zone, trying to work it back up ice. Through the neutral zone, puck is tipped down to the Ottawa line. In behind Chera. Gagne tried to tip it through for Zhamnov, couldn't get it through to him. Here's Nia now along the boards trying to get it out. Tips it to the line, but can't get it outside the zone. Moving in, here's a chance in front. Lalime makes the sliding save, is coming in. Zhamnov couldn't get good wood on it. Off the glass, back to the line, held in by Markov. Again, the Flyers getting some early pressure. Senators unable to clear things up. Chera knocks a puck out of midair, and now we get a whistle as that one was tipped with a high stick, so face-off in the Ottawa zone, and good early pressure from the Flyers.
Well, Kim Janssen scored in the first minute of play in the Flyers' last hockey game, and they almost score here again. The Flyers on the big line. We talked about it in our opening. And an excellent chance by Zhamnov. And how about Patrick Alleyne? In desperation, he just slides across, and what a pass that was from Amonte to get the puck over top of Chris Phillips' stick.
Off the draw, Hanzus wins it. Alfredson gets to the Philadelphia line, drives it in. Smolinski works it in behind the net. Here's Chris Therien with it now, tries to poke it by Bondra. Puck is knocked down along the boards, and the Flyers work it ahead to center. Puck is cleared ahead by Janssen all the way down ice. Redden will touch it up, icing the call, and a faceoff back down inside the Flyer zone.
Well, the Ottawa Senators have to regroup somewhat after a poor performance against the Buffalo Sabres, and they will tell you that at least 3 or 4 players weren't there. They just did not show up, which is not good enough this time of year. And Jacques Martin, I know, wasn't pleased with the team's performance, particularly on the penalty kill. And there is no question in my mind he's got him revved up tonight for this one. As you can see, he's one win away from win number 400.
And for a face-off down inside the zone. Brashear and Spezza, and right off the draw, Brashear gives Spezza a little chin music. Adler puts it in behind the net, along the boards. Spezza ties up his man. Puck is cleared back to the line, and now out to center. Here's Janssen down to the line with Kapanen. Floats the puck in. Simpson turns it back along the board. Spezza gives it back to Simpson, but it slides off his stick, and the Lalime forced to cover up and hold on to it.
Well, a very tentative start for the Ottawa Senators in this building. The rule of thumb, or it used to be the rule of thumb, get through the first 5 minutes. But the Flyers haven't started like they used to start, and Hitchcock was quite happy with the team's performance a couple of nights ago as the team got off in a hurry against the Nashville Predators.
Point in the face-off circle against Van Allen. Philadelphia won 54.8% of all the face-offs in the last game against Ottawa and 50% in game 1. Ottawa has been perennially this year one of the lower ranked face-off teams in the NHL, and oftentimes that has been a source of, at the very least, inconvenience for them having to chase the puck so often. In the neutral zone now, Somik throws it back down inside the Ottawa end. Lalime out to knock it down, chips it back to the corner. Over the stick of Phillips. Held in the zone. Here's Van Allen along the boards. Gets it away from Radivojevic. Back to the line. Held in. Knocked down. Pitkanen got a shot away. Still loose in the high slot. Knocked away again. Here's Lapointe. His shot goes off the leg of Van Allen to the corner. Puck is picked up by Rob Ray. Ray gets it out to center. Van Allen to the line. Chips it in. He'll go and chase it. Everybody else peels off on a change. As Van Allen puts Pitkanen into the boards. And Pitkanen kind of hit one of the stanchions with his face. And he'll head off. Here's Red now in his own zone. Turned along the boards. Gets tied up as he wraps up with Tony Amonte. Now Alfredson. Through the middle to Rakunik. Out to center. Schaefer down to the line and in. Schaefer jumps by a check. Slides it across. And now one knocked down on the way to the net by Tamander. As Schaefer was looking for Alfredson going to the net. Alfredson now goes cross ice. Here's Rakunik. Fires it down inside the Flyers zone. Smolinski off the board. Shovels it back to the corner for Schaefer. Schaefer now tied up by Markov. Puck comes free and Amonte now backhands it out to center. Rakunik through the middle. Finds Smolinski. Smolinski now back to the wing and Rakunik shovels it along the boards, but it hits the linesman as Johnny Murray just kind of gets in the way of that one. And now Matty Tamander with it. Off the boards ahead to Recchi, but he can't play the puck, and now the Flyers will have to try and come out again as Fisher is in on the forecheck. Recchi now backhands it out to center. Chera races back to his own line to get it. Off the boards back out to center as he was being pressured by Big John LeClaire. Flyers in their own zone, and again here's Chris Therien with it. Out to center for Recchi. 2 goals and 1 helper in his last 3 games for Recchi, this time driven off the puck. But still finds a loose one in behind the net. Tries to wrap it in front. Loose puck. Lalime sprawls and holds on.
Terrific lateral movement here by Patrick Lalime as the puck is lying on the doorstep. Mark Recchi still has that change of pace and speed that can elude a lot of defensemen, and he shoves it just into the crease area. Phillips with an excellent job taking his check LeClaire, and that's never easy, and this is where LeClaire has made a living scoring goals. See how his stick is still active, LeClaire, even though he's down on his knees. And that's one of the reasons why he scored so many goals in this league. Nice work by Lalime to get across and push over hard for the loose puck.
Off the draw shot from the point, and that whistles just wide of the net as John Slaney came in and let one rip. Off the boards with it now. Puck is backhanded back out to center, and Slaney, the 32-year-old, called up from Philadelphia Phantoms, the AHL affiliate, with the injury to Ragnarsson. Works it inside the zone. Pothier chops it away from Kapanen. Gets the puck ahead and out to center. Here comes Neal with Havlat and Spezza. Havlat inside the line. Cuts back. Looks for the late man. Shot. Save. Loose puck scores. Chris Neal on the doorstep. Beats Esch. 1-0 Ottawa.
Well, this is terrific puck movement out of the zone that creates the speed for the Ottawa Senators, and Neal knows his job. He just goes to the net. That's a given. Here's the turnover by the Flyers here by Sharp, and away go the Senators on a neutral zone counter. And how about Havlat? He just finds the late man coming in, and there right in front is Chris Neal. And Neal knows what his job is. Just go to the net and stick down. And John Slaney can't handle him at all in front of the net. 1-0 Ottawa. How about Martin Havlat? All the hype before the game, all he does is set up the first goal.
So Havlat picks up an assist in this game, and the boos come down on him as soon as that's announced.
And that was a good hard shot by Todd Simpson from the point as well. Low, which created the rebound.
Along the boards, here's Rob Ray down inside the zone, trying to get around Therien. Puck comes free, slapped back along the boards by Janssen. Rakunik comes in to hold it in. Now again, the Flyers out to center, through the middle and down to the line. Here's Lapointe in. Drops it off. Quick shot. Save is made by Lalime as Radivojevic hammered one in from the wing. Now Radivojevic tries to center it for Somik. Knocked down by Rob Ray, who clears it off the boards and back down to the Flyer end. Here's Tim Janssen, the former Ranger, turning with it. Works the puck ahead. Knocked down the neutral zone, and Vermette tips it back down inside the Flyer end. Off the boards again, back to the line. Here's Amonte with it now, as he is checked in the neutral zone, taken off the puck. Now Schaefer gets it away from Simon Gagne, feeds it ahead to the line. Alfredson tries to chip it in on the chip and go for Smolinski, knocked down. Flyers now trying to work it back up ice on the right side. Here's Tony Amati into the zone. Cross ice for Simon Gagne. Takes it off the skate, and that starts the quick counter. Alfredson. Cross ice for Schaefer to the line. Puck slides on him, and Markov clears it out. We're going to get a penalty call in behind the play. Holding will be the call, and the first power play of this game will go to the Ottawa Senators.
The Senators, when they skate, the Flyers can't keep up, and that's been the problem for the Philadelphia Flyers over the past few years. And through the neutral zone, Tony Amante gets caught for holding on the back check because of Ottawa's speed and their counterattack. Ottawa up by 1 because of speed and counterattack situations. And Ken Hitchcock knows that his team cannot turn pucks over in the neutral zone if they expect to win this game tonight.
Sounders 0 for 2 in the power play against Buffalo on Wednesday. They have scored 3 in their last 5 games. And this Philadelphia team has given up 4 power play goals in their last 5. Here's Hossa down to the line and in. Drops it off for Smolinski. Back to Hossa low. Below the goal line, he finds Martin Havlat. Havlat now in the corner, dangles with it. Works it back down low. Hossa looking out front. Finds Alfredson. Slides it across. Redden delays. Fires it through. Hossa picks up the loose puck. Hossa works it back to the point. Alfredson winds. Fires. That goes off a leg. Back to Redden. He winds. Fires. Low and wide. Off the boards. Puck is cleared but not out. It's coming across. Hanzu's trying to get it up but couldn't get it by Alfredson. There's a shot right on. Smolinski couldn't get the rebound as Esch knocked it down. Puck is cleared and swatted out of the zone and back down ice by Hanzus. Minute gone, minute to go in the Ottawa power play. Here's Wade Redden now. Redden with 10 power play goals on the year. Ahead to Jason Spezza, who fires it in but offside the call.
There is Daniel Alfredson, and at the moment he's switching his stick. He's been playing with a new Hespler brand that he likes 5-on-5 for snapping the pucks. He said it has a real nice feel, but he uses a different brand of Synergy for the slap shot on the power play. So he will switch sticks on the power play and then switch back on 5-on-5 situations.
Flyers clear the puck all the way back down ice again as Janssen sends it down to Patrick Lalime. So far this year in the 2 games these 2 teams have played, Ottawa 2 for 10 on the power play. Flyers 1 for 5. Cross corner dump in by Spezza. Picked up by Lapointe. Bonder comes in to steal it from him. He's hacked to the ice by Janssen. Back to the point. Rakunik. Chara, his shot. That hits Esch in the shoulder. Now here's Fisher with it. Fisher slides it low to Spezza. Spezza back to the point. Rakunik to Chara. One-timer again. And that is blocked by Lapointe. Puck springs out to center. Rakunik sends it back to Lalime. Lalime finds Chara, and Amandi is back now. Up ice, here comes Neal. Down to the line, swings it in. Quickly the Flyers move it back out again as it snapped cross ice by Tamander. It goes off the boards, bouncing in front of the Flyer bench. They'll start this all over again now. Lead pass through the middle as Simpson came up trying to put a check on Hanzus. Lalime shovels the puck to the corner. Here's Neal. Tries to slide it away from Recchi. That Recchi's shot goes up into the mesh. Senators up 1-0. Chris Neal, the only goal of this game.
Tonight. Get a little out of line. The best thing about being a woman.
If you're ever uncomfortable in the all-new Colorado Crew Cab from Chevrolet, it won't be because of lack of space. After all, everything's bigger in Colorado.
Man, I feel like a woman. Woo!
Meet Paul Martin, former shipping tycoon, friend of the privileged, who can't explain why liberal insiders got millions in phony contracts, or why he gave corporations billion-dollar tax cuts. Meet Jack Layton, respected civic leader with a record of achievement, a fighter for the little guy, middle class, and everyday families. In an election soon, Paul meets Jack, and you can decide who's on your side. Jack Layton in today's NDP. For people, for a change.
Some people listen to themselves rather than listen to what others say. These people don't come along very often. But when they do, they remind us that there is no can't, won't, or impossible. They remind us that it's okay to believe impossible is nothing.
You out, son.
The first period is brought to you by General Motors and all its divisions. Visit us at gmcanada.com.
Flyers control down inside their own zone as the Sounders tried to create a rush off a face-off victory inside the Ottawa end, and now Simon Gagne. Out to center, bounces it ahead to the Ottawa line. Chara picks it up and goes cross ice for Phillips. Chris Phillips snaps it through the middle, nearly gave the puck away to Gagne, who had just had it slide in front of him.
Gagne with 9 goals in his last 14. Another one of the Flyers that we haven't talked about yet that is hot as can be at the moment.
19 on the season, and you know, well, that is certainly respectable. More was expected of Simon Gagne. They thought he was a guy who was going to be a 35-40 goal scorer, which technically is still possible, but maybe expectations were just a little too high for Simon Gagne. Puck on the mesh. Bondra trying to chop it back out, and now we get the whistle, and Handzus wants the face-off outside, but the face-off, it appears, will come inside the Flyers zone as Tony Amati plays in his 1,000th game tonight, as Greg mentioned earlier.
And as you can see here, he has really heated up in the last 6 games ever since playing with Zamnop, but he's had a pretty consistent season throughout, and a good addition to this Flyer team.
Well, they were a duo when they were together in Chicago and were reunited here with Philadelphia.
Quietly, Tony Amante with 1,000 games. When I read that this morning, I was shocked, to be honest with you, and what a career he's had.
33 years old, playing his 1,000.
He hasn't missed many.
And I'll tell you what, I don't care what era, when, where. 1,000 games in this game is
a lot of games.
Yeah, a lot of games. What you're getting, 70, 80?
Pretty funny.
Loose puck trickles to the net.
600 plus count for 1,000 forwards?
Well, I don't know. How many did you play?
600 something.
For a goaltender, that's a lot of games.
Not many good ones, Mike.
It only matters when you tell the grandchildren. There's a quick shot that goes high and wide from LeClaire. And Bondra now takes the loose puck and sends it ahead.
Don't say grandchildren yet, please.
Get ready for it, sunshine. It's coming. Back up to center. Pitkanen through the middle, knocked down to the line. Here's Brashear in. Brashear trying to drive wide on Simpson. Backhands it to the corner. In behind the net. Puck comes free. Back to the line. Pitkanen just works it back down low again. Rakunik chips the puck away as he takes a shove from Brashear. Neal works it out to center for Havlat. Havlat now in the neutral zone. Slides the puck back. And Simpson drives it in from center. Esch out of the net. Stops it up. And now Pitkanen again. Works the puck ahead out to center. Rakunik draws back to his own line, then fires it cross ice for Simpson. Simpson feels the puck ahead, back to the line, but not out, held in. Here's Sami Kapanen diving. Carl Rakunik knocks it away from him, back to the point. Pitkanen tries to work it through traffic, can't get it through. Lalime pokes it to the corner. Now in behind the net, trying to work it back around the boards. Pitkanen comes in to keep it alive. His shot right on. And again, puck in the corner. Knocked down, and Spezza clears the puck ahead out to center. Here comes Neal with Havlat and Spezza. Floats it in. Ottawa will change on the fly, as will the Flyers. Here's Slaney again with it. And just his second NHL game this year. Into the line. Here's Somek. Drops it off for LaPointe. He sends a shot in. Tipped on the way to the net. Scores! Redirected once for sure. Maybe twice. It's tied at 1.
It's amazing when you throw things towards the net. Often good things happen. Monacaire just throws it back to LaPointe. He'll throw it to the net. And I don't know if the Lalime ever saw it or hit a few things on the way. And it may have hit Radovojevic. They're going to give it to Claude LaPointe, who took the initial shot.
I think you're right, though. I think they may end up changing that and going to Radovojevic because that one replay looked like it went off the shaft of his stick. Tied at 1 here in period 1.
Introducing Molson Ultra. Give up only the carbs.
Speed Stick 24/7 gives you proven non-stop protection. With time-release sweat and odor fighters, Speed Stick's always there when you need it the most. For as long as you need it. Speed Stick 24/7. It never quits.
This is how to make the most out of winter, right now, with a V300 camera phone. Or choose a color screen phone from only $24.99 and get up to $80 worth of bonus K2 gear, only from Rogers AT&T Wireless.
Claude Lapointe's going to get credit for this goal. It might have hit Radovojevic in front, or it could have hit Chris Phillips. But no question, this puck changed direction. It was going wide there, and Lalime still almost got a piece of it with his glove.
I think you're right, though. We originally thought it was Radovojevic. On a second look and a slowed down look that we watched. There's another shot kicked out by Lalime. Second chance. In front. Recchi scores! Back-to-back goals. Flyers take a 2-1 lead.
All right, some missed assignments here by the Ottawa Senators off the rush. And everybody's back. This is a one-on-one. And a bad rebound here to begin with by Patrick Lalime. Rakunik lets his man go. Chris Phillips lets his man go. After the shot, Leclerc has to be eliminated. And he's not. And then Recchi goes to the net as well, and he's wide open. And a harmless-looking play turns into a goal for the Philadelphia Flyers.
Recchi gets his 25th. Leclerc and Handzus with the assist, and Jacques Martin calls a timeout to try and get things glued back together defensively. And as the Flyers score goals 30 seconds apart.
And this team has to tighten things up if they expect to have any success in the playoffs. They're still a little loose in key situations. 8 minutes to go. The Flyers just score. And let's look at this play again. It starts off here. Redden has his man. It's a one-on-one. Now Recchi, he'll just skate by everybody to the right of your screen and sneak in, and everybody's looking at the puck. Everybody wants to take a look at the puck, and Recchi just sneaks in the back door. Smolinski lets him go. Rakunik gets off his feet to let Leclerc go, and a bad rebound by Lalime, and it's in the back of the net.
Flyers back out to center. Jamnov to the line for Gagne, who drops it off, but now can't get anything going. Here's Jamnov again on the cycle. Tries to drop it back for Simon Gagne. He tries to work away from Chera. Shovels it back of the net. Amande now trying to get away from Phillips. Phillips ties him up, gets his stick free. Works it to Mike Fisher, and Fisher now feeling the pressure. Tries to clear the puck, can't get it up, but now Phillips in behind his own net. Works away from Jamnov. He is hooked to the ice. No penalty call in from the point. There's a shot that goes high and wide. Gagne back side of the net, loose puck. Oh, what a save by Lalime as he holds the post and makes a big save on Jamnov. Hossa floats a loose one down inside the zone. I can't believe Phillips didn't draw a penalty.
The Senators here in control of this game, and then all of a sudden they just sit back for a few minutes. Boom, it's 2-1 and they're down.
Slaney tips the puck out to center. Here's Recchi down to the line. Puck is bouncing in the air. Handzus now. Leclerc, his shot doesn't get through. Spezza picks it up. Spezza out to center, finds Havlat. Havlat down to the line with Alfredson and Spezza. Slides it through. Spezza can't reach for it. Pothier in to keep it alive. To the corner. Here's Spezza to chase it with Kim Janssen on him. Loses the puck to Recchi, gets it back. Gives it away. And now out to center, Leclerc. In the midst of a change, floats a slow one along the boards down to the Ottawa line. Simpson clears it ahead. Spezza knocked off the puck by Sami Kapanen. Back to the line again. Vermette. But he gives it away after the steal. Back to the line again. Puck is tipped in by Sharp. Along the boards. Here's Pothier. Chops the puck ahead. Neal gets it out to center. Here's Vermette down to the line. Vermette drives wide on Markov. His shot knocked down. Loose puck. Big rebound from Robert Esch. Kapanen clears the puck. Here's Sharp. Cuts back, draws his shot, knocked down by Lalime. Redden picks up the loose one. And now Redden starts the charge back the other way through the middle. Neal, end of a shift. Floats one in. Ottawa will swap now. Back to pick it up. Commander out of his own zone. Has to weave all the way cross ice to get away from the forechecking of Marian Hossa. Now the Flyers again move it out to center. Down to the line and in. Here's Radovojevic. His shot goes off a stick up into the mesh.
Pizza. Always hot. Always fresh. And made especially for you.
I showed you how Rakunik before left his feet and then got burnt. This time he doesn't leave his feet on a one-on-one. He's going to come across here to the left of your screen, stand up, and then make sure his man doesn't go to the net. A much better job on that particular play.
Off the draw, Chera back of his own net to Phillips. Phillips now fires the puck ahead to Fisher. That's a turnover, and now to the line. Hossa goes to lay a check on LaPointe, loses control of the puck. Somek shot knocked down by Lalime, and he'll hold on for a face-off inside the Ottawa zone.
This line of Somek and Claude LaPointe have been pretty effective so far in this hockey game, creating momentum, and that's what you want from a fourth line. Radovojevic coming over from the Phoenix Coyotes as well, playing right side on it. And this is where the Senators at the moment are a little bit thin until they get their players back, particularly Radek Bach and Todd White. Can't emphasize enough how much they're missed. Of course, the Flyers missing two of their big guns through the middle as well.
Both these teams ravaged by injuries to key personnel. There are teams that have lost more man games to injury, but I'm not sure there's many teams who have lost more key players than these two. Here's Schaefer down to the line with Smolinski. Tries to refeed him. Smolinski couldn't get the shot away as Janssen lifted his stick at the last second. Now Schaefer back of the net. Schaefer drives the puck along the boards, kicks it to Smolinski back in front. Centering pass for Alfredson is knocked down and cleared back out to center by Kim Janssen.
Dean, it's been 10 games since Primo and Roenick went down. The Flyers record 500. To give you an idea how much they've been missed.
Well, you look at this Flyer team. Desjardins is still out, although closer to coming back now for the broken arm. Here's Bondra moving in, tries to center the puck. Gets it back, sends it in front for Havlat. That slides by him. Havlat now sends a shot in, hits the side of the net. Bondra comes to the crease to pick it up. Bondra cycles it back to the net. Sharp clears the puck away from Spezza. Havlat leaves it there. Redden holds it in. Redden to Pothier, winds, fires right on loose puck. There's another juicy rebound from Robert Esch. Back they come, 3-on-2, Kapanen into the line. Works the puck to the corner. Here's Spezza back to get it. Clears it away from Sharp. Havlat has to wait for it. Havlat out to center. Redden back to Havlat. Down to the line he comes. Havlat in traffic. Fires it to the corner. And takes a shot in the back from Donald Brashear. Bondra is dumped in behind the net. Back up ice. The Flyers try to move it, except Bondra rather make that Brashear work it back to his own end. Puck goes up and out of play as Neal comes across to have a little meeting with Bondra. Rather make that Brashear after he gave Havlat a shove in the back in behind the play.
Well, you got to give Neal credit, don't you? He goes right after Brashear, who, by the way, is not very small.
Senators down by a goal. It's Molson Canadian Senators hockey.
Driving in Europe is challenging. The roads are narrower, the speed's higher, the number of obstacles greater. To meet these demanding conditions, German engineers designed the Epsilon architecture, which gives a car tighter road handling and a more responsive ride. That technology is now available here in the completely redesigned Malibu from Chevrolet, which is a good thing because as Canadians know, we have our own unique challenges. The all-new Malibu from Chevrolet.
there, this is Jody Vance. Sorry I can't come to the phone right now, but please leave a message after the tone.
Well, here's the first taste of Martin Havlat getting a little whack here from the Philadelphia Flyers. Just a little shot from behind Brashear, an extra little shot here, and that was it, but enough for Chris Neil to go after Donald Brashear.
Here's Neil along the boards as he ties up John LeClair. In behind the net, Simpson now. Feeds it ahead. Markov comes in to keep the puck alive. Flyers keep it in the Ottawa zone. Here's a chance, a shot kicked away as Recchi tried to make that one extra move around Simpson. Back up high. Here's Handzus to the forehand. Knocked down by the lean. Loose puck in front. Clear back to the line. Not out. Markov shot. Scores! A seeing eye goal gives the Flyers a 3-1 lead.
This hit Chris Neil's glove, I believe, on the way in. It's one of those nights. But Mark Recchi's line gets out against the fourth line for the Ottawa Senators, and it kills the Senators. Here it is.
Tried to make that one extra move around Simpson.
There's the initial shot, and here goes back to the point. Keep an eye on the slot. Yep, that puck hits Chris Neil as he tries to catch it and redirects right on Patrick Alim, who again had no chance. No chance whatsoever. But Ken Hitchcock, with the home change, throws out his second line, or first line, if you will, against the Senators' fourth, and it pays off.
Here's Alfredson now down to the Flyer line, shovels it in. Esch goes for a skate and better get this out, and does. So Recchi now with a goal and a helper in this game. Inside the line, here's Pitkanen with it. Clears it ahead, knocked down by Alfredson. Alfredson cuts back. Alfredson cuts in, loses the puck. Along the boards. Here's Smolinski just trying to keep it in the zone. Does, and then he is decked by Amante. Along the boards, Schaefer taken down. We get a whistle. Smolinski is down, and Schaefer is slow in getting up. Coming out to attend to Smolinski is Dom Micoletta, who right now is standing in for Jerry Townend, the team's athletic therapist. And Jerry Townend back home in Ottawa, trying to get through a bad kidney stone episode. Smolinski seems okay.
We'll see. On the right of your screen, there's the first hit, a little late, blindsided. Smolinski goes down, and then, ooh, in the corner, Schaefer, he goes down in a hurry as well. And I would think Smolinski here, well, it's hard to tell, but I think he got his bell rung. And they always like those hits in Philadelphia, as you can tell by the crowd reaction.
Off the draw, Pothier drives it in, takes a weird bounce, hits Esch.
As they show it up on the video screen.
Now along the boards. Solmik tries to tip it out and does get it back out to center, but Fisher gathers it up. Redden ahead to Bondra at the line. Bondra trips just inside the zone. Markov around the boards, knocked down by Fisher. Fisher now to the corner for Hossa. Hossa tried to go back to the point. That one hit a stick. Now Radovojevic through center, back down to the Ottawa end. Pothier will chase it. Solmik will chase him. Pothier fans on his clearing attempt. Puck trickles side of the net, knocked away by Lalime. In the corner, here's Radovojevic now. Trying to work it back out front. Pothier angles him off. Puck still lying there along the boards. Fisher comes in, throws a check, springs the puck. Hossa gets it ahead to Redden. Redden gets to center and lobs one down inside the zone. Bouncing Esch guides it off for Pitkanen. 3-1 Flyers lead here in the first. And now Simpson slapping the puck ahead, trying to get it to Havlat. Knocked down by LeClair, and Cher will go back to retrieve it. Off the boards and out to center. Janssen sends it ahead. Spencer knocks it down, but can't get a break out of it. Now here's Handzus. Minute 45 to go in this first period. Simpson back to his own zone across to Chera. Tips the puck ahead, not to center. Markov knocks it back to Leclerc, who lobs it in. Lane knocks it down. And now Chera once again. Out to center. Here's Vermette. Fires it down to the line, knocked down. Just in time, Tomander cleared it away. 3-on-2 break for the Flyers again. Kapanen drops it off. There's a shot that hits the side of the net. As Patrick Sharp sent an off-speed pitch in.
That hit something on the way again.
Here's Pothier now.
You get in goal in games like this, you wonder what's going to happen next, and you almost get back on your heels a little bit because everything that's shot at you is redirecting and moving. And the Flyers give them credit. They've gone to the net with traffic.
Here's Fisher trying to drive into the zone. Pitkin works Fisher into the boards. Here's Fisher back the other way with it now. Fisher sends it to the net. Knocked down on the way to the net by Pitkin. Here's the puck ahead up to center. Right side pass Yamnoff to Amati. Amati into the zone. Redden can't get all of them. Sends it back to the net. Brashear centers the puck, but Amati can't get a shot away. Schaefer now headmans the puck out to center. Fisher to Alfredson, passing behind him. Alfredson trying to find it. Pitkin does. Here's Chera. Works it down inside the Flyers zone with 20 seconds to go in the period. And at least offensively, this is the best period of hockey the Flyers have had against Ottawa in the last 15 games. As mentioned earlier, in the last 14 straight, they have never scored more than 2 goals against Ottawa. They have 3 in this opening period. Here's LaPointe, winds and fires it wide as time expires on period number 1. Neal for Ottawa, LaPointe, Recchi, and Markov for the Flyers. They're up 3-1. Chris Simpson on the way with our first intermission.
The Chevrolet Hockey Poll is brought to you by Chevrolet for all life's roads. Tonight's question, do you think the Senators need to make a move before the trade deadline? Log on to sportsnet.ca to cast your vote, yes or no, and we'll have the results for you later in the game.
The first period is brought to you by General Motors and all its divisions. Visit us at gmcanada.com. Close to home. Brought to you by Home Hardware, where help is close to home. What hits close to home for Adam Foote of Whitby, Ontario?
You already know how convenient the Benchmark Retractabit is, and so is the pocket-sized Retractabit Mini. Now there's the heavy-duty Retractabit Pro, only at Home Hardware. The Retractabit Pro has extra long bits for extra reach, a soft touch grip for extra torque, and an auto-lock collar to keep out dirt, dust, and grit. The tough new Benchmark Retractabit Pro. Only $19.97, only at Home Hardware and Home Building Center. Help is close to home.
At home, we believe in making a difference in our communities. Purchase this elegant wood-handled automatic umbrella for $14.97 at Home Hardware, and you'll be supporting 3 national charities. At Home Hardware, health is close to home.
I was just fortunate to play hockey in a small town where we had the same coach every year for like a good 10 years, and he developed us all the guys I play with back home. And you know, having the same guy working on our habits and the little things helped out, and you know, it was good times with one coach. We won twice the All-Ontarios and AA, and with the same group of guys, and I'd have to say that's probably a good memory.
Another installment of Close to Home from Home Hardware, where help is close to home.
It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica comes loaded with luxury. It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica commands the road with performance and power. And it may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica is one of the safest cars on the road. What might surprise you about the Chrysler Pacifica is that you can afford it.
On March 26th,
I'm looking for a quiet tenant. I am quiet, and yet not quiet.
Tom Hanks is the most charming.
We play church music.
Sneaky.
This is a criminal enterprise.
Brilliant. Ingenious.
You're all going to be very, very rich.
Criminal mastermind. To ever attempt.
What was that?
The crime of the century.
Let us make beautiful music.
The Lady Killers.
See, now aren't you glad that I wanted the heated seats in all this room?
Liz, right now it's not about that or the DVD. It's about the Hemi. Power, capability, big-time towing, end of story.
Dodge Durango, the ultimate authority in winter driving.
Think you can handle it from here? Thanks for the talk.
Rogers Sportsnet offers you 4 channels: Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. Visit sportsnet.ca to check out our 4-channel schedule to see what you've been missing.
Martin Havlat may have an assist, but Mark Recchi has a goal. In fact, the Philadelphia Flyers have 3 of them and lead 3-1 after 1 period of play. Good evening. I'm Jamie Campbell. Former Senator Sergei Zoltok is on the move. Nashville picking up Mr. Zoltok, and defenseman Brad Bombardier from Minnesota. A 3rd and 4th rounder in the upcoming draft go the other way. Both players unrestricted free agents this year, so consider it a rental on behalf of the Nashville Predators, who are very serious about their playoff potential this year. Rangers and Washington, a kind of a mean-nothing game between 2 teams who won't make the postseason. Jason LaBarbera in goal for the Rangers, and he makes an early stop there on the power play. Eventually, a goal will be scored, and it comes from, well, you know, my name is Simon. Chris Simon beats Sebastian Charpentier. It's a 1-0 lead for the Rangers after 1. It appears Eric Lindros will miss the rest of the season with a shoulder injury, by the way. He had a conversation with Nick Kyprios earlier today. Other games to keep you updated on. No score in Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay Lightning have won 6 straight. 7 would be a franchise record. The Flyers and the Lightning both have 86 points, so too do the Toronto Maple Leafs. And Vancouver and Detroit are underway on Sportsnet Pacific. If Vancouver wins and Colorado loses tonight, the Canucks would be on top of the division. We'll see you after 2.
Canadian Club Best Shots, brought to you by Canadian Club. 151 countries, 1 ride.
Spezza tries to heat it back to traffic. Scores! Posts a backhand goal. Ties the game at 1.
Oh, Mark Dempsey, that is absolutely huge.
Now for double the goal line back in front. Save is made by Prusa.
Closed captioning brought to you by Montana's. Join us for a little R&R every Wednesday. All-you-can-eat ribs and an ice-cold Rickards.
And it's Smith now sweeping it across to McCoy. McCoy in the box and...
Unique situation here. 4 offensive players flooding in toward...
4 attacking players flooding in toward the box. Smith toss to McCoy.
En stämde situation här. 4 anfallsspelare störtar mot målet. Smith passar till McCoy. Och...
Oh, we really did give it some welly.
151 countries, 1 ride. Canadian Club.
The award-winning Kia Sorento is the midsize SUV people are talking about. It's no surprise with a 5-star safety rating and the best warranty in the business. The Kia Sorento. How far will you go?
For the hockey crazed. For the pizza obsessed. Pizza Hut's giving away an official Hockey Night in Canada puck free when you order a Supreme Lovers pizza. Our ultimate pizza smothered with mozzarella, loaded with 6 delicious toppings. 1 mouth-watering pizza. Plus, a symbol of Canada's favorite game to display with pride. Hockey and pizza, made for each other. Call Pizza Hut tonight.
Meet Paul Martin, former shipping tycoon, friend of the privileged, who can't explain why liberal insiders got millions in phony contracts, or why he gave corporations billion-dollar tax cuts. Meet Jack Layton, respected civic leader with a record of achievement, a fighter for the little guy, middle class, and everyday families. In an election soon, Paul meets Jack, and you can decide who's on your side. Jack Layton and today's NDP. For people, for a change.
So what'd this one do?
Let's just say it's what it didn't do. Capiche?
Inefficient business machines? Discover Brother Work Group Solutions and put the hit on inefficiency.
You gonna eat that?
What is this? You had pizza delivered here.
It's not delivery, it's Delicio.
Frankie Delicio? I think I saw him with your sister.
Delicio Rising Crust Pizza bakes up fresh like pizzeria pizza. It's not delivery, it's Delicio from Kraft.
Now for today's extended weather forecast. That warm front is going to bring heavy rain up north, which should raise the water levels to new highs. But with that cold front right on its heels, be ready for snow at the higher altitudes, as well as freezing conditions lower down. For any of you who want to get out of town this weekend...
With real-time four-wheel drive and plenty of cargo space, it'll handle whatever you throw at it. The versatile 2004 CR-V from Honda.
Be sure to join us on Monday when the Ottawa Senators travel to Washington to take on the Capitals. That's Monday at 7 p.m. on Molson Canadian Senators Hockey. Off the Ice brought to you by Kraft Shoot to Win. Look for specially marked Kraft products for your chance to shoot and win up to $1 million. Well, joining me now is Ottawa Senators forward Peter Bondra. Now, Peter, for me, that's still sort of strange to hear myself say that. What's it like for you to hear that?
Well, yeah, it's kind of strange, but I'm getting used to it, and I enjoyed it. I mean, first couple of days, I was kind of a little bit, I wasn't sure what to expect, but to know the players in the locker room, to know the coaches and everybody around, they make me feel more comfortable. This is more like my second home.
Well, certainly, I remember seeing you being interviewed just after you'd been heard you were traded, and obviously you couldn't mask the emotion being with the Capitals your entire career up to that point. But I mean, now that it's sort of settled in and you know you have a chance to win possibly the Stanley Cup with this team.
So you're right. Definitely I was shocked, and I had some emotions after 14 years. I don't blame myself. I had some feelings of the team, but at the same time, as a hockey player, I think this is something good to me happen, to be traded to a good team and be in the playoffs again and play for Stanley Cup. So looking forward to it.
Obviously, the Senators are a team that you played against for many years, so you were familiar with them to a certain degree. But have there been any surprises, any players that have surprised you now that you're a part of the team?
Actually, a lot of players with skills, young players with a lot of skills, and you watch them in the game, in the practice. I didn't know. I knew the players who you play against, but you know they have that much skills, and really this is a big part of the team. And to play against Dan Ochara anytime you go up there, I mean, he's your friend, but on the ice he doesn't know any and he doesn't have any friends. So it's nice to know have him on the same team and be a part of this.
Nice to have him on your side instead of the other side. I can
Definitely.
understand that. Leading into the trade deadline, obviously now you do know what it's like to be traded. What's it like for the guys? They hear the rumors, they hear these possible deals happening. I mean, how tough is it to focus this time of year?
Well, it's tough, but it's your professional. You're getting used to, obviously, if you're on a winning team, you don't have to worry much. Team try to improve, and usually veteran players not going to be moved. Only rarely cases, but if you're on a losing team, then you should be worried. And a lot of players going to be traded. Every team looking try to get better, going to playoffs, and understandable. And as a player, you take it as a business, and you just mark that the calendar, March the 9th, I guess. This is a day for some players, but hopefully, our team will get better after that day, and we'll go just forward after that.
Well, I know a lot of Ottawa Senators fans are grateful that you were traded here. Peter Bondra, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
The Senators have their work cut out for them as Danny Markov gives the Philadelphia Flyers a 3-1 lead. Second period is next.
Your Sportsnet offers you 4 channels: Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. Visit sportsnet.ca to check out our 4-channel schedule to see what you've been missing.
Now get a Nissan Sentra for only $199 a month with just $995 down.
It's not easy being a male supermodel.
Okay, Dylan, take a break.
Oh man, I'm exhausted. Seriously, smiling all day? I mean, that's very fatiguing. It's like a supermodel sandwich. But also, you have to make a pouty, sexy face. That's a little angry. Well, not angry. Dangerous. Dangerous.
If he deserves a break, you certainly do. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Introducing new Kit Kat Dark. Oh, yeah. out of the Hong Kong underworld is to go back in. Jet Li in Rise to Honor, rated T for teen.
Now get a Nissan Sentra for only $199 a month with just $995 down.
One reason we decided to start renting tuxedos at Moore's is because guys aren't just wearing them for weddings anymore. It could be a date, a fancy dinner, or the prom. They head to Moore's, select the style they want, get fitted, pick it up, and off they go. So when you rent a tuxedo from Moore's, you can relax and feel confident you'll look good on special occasions. Even the most important ones. Tuxedo rental packages from as little as $60. Well made, well priced, well dressed. Moore's.
Our first period scoring summary brought to you by Moore's Clothing for Men. Well made, well priced, well dressed. And here is a look at the first period. Starting well for Ottawa. Neal with the goal-mouth goal. And Flyers come back with 3 straight unanswered goals. 2 of them redirections. LaPointe getting his off a redirection off the stick of Chris Phillips, and Markov's coming off a redirection off the hand of Chris Neal. Let's have a look at these goals.
And a great play by Marty Havlat here. Chris Neal goes to the net. What a perfect situation for him. He knows how to score goals, but then it was all Flyers after that. LaPointe just throws it towards the net. It hits the Leam in the glove. Perhaps hit Chris Phillips as well. The Flyers tie it up, and then John Leclerc in a defensive mishap and a bad rebound by Leam, and that combination made it 2-1 for Philadelphia. And then to make matters worse, 3-1, another rebound, and then a bad clearing, and then a puck that went off Chris Neal into the net. And it was all Philadelphia Flyers in the second half of the first period of play.
Here's Schaefer now out to center, knocked away from him. Bouncing puck in the neutral zone, and Alfredson works it down inside the Flyer end. Here's Ash out of the net. Tries to run it along the boards. Smolinski comes all the way back to try and keep it alive in the zone. Pothu to the corner. Here's Schaefer with it now. Schaefer tied up along the boards by Leclerc. Alfredson comes in. Schaefer knocked down, gets back up again, and now here's Leclerc. Ahead to Recchi. Recchi out to center. 3-on-2 break for the Flyers again. Leclerc soft touches it through. Recchi can't get a stick on it. Leclerc knocked down by Pothier. Puck comes free. Here's a shot for Jamnoff, and it can't get through as that hits a stick. Now Schaefer. Lead pass ahead to Alfredson at center. Chips it down to the Flyer line, but can't get it in deep enough. Pothier gets to center, fires it in. Ottawa now will change as Esch again out to play it. Along the boards now in Amante. Knocked off the puck by Fisher. Bondra goes to the wide side, but nobody there, and now John Slaney picks it up. Gets to center, knocked away from him. Here's Fisher trying to get to it and poking in behind Janssen. Can't do it. Puck is snapped back the other way into the Ottawa zone. Phillips back to chase it. Icing the call and a face-off back down inside the Flyers' end.
Now the Flyers are down 2 at the moment. Chris Therrien is not on the bench. Hurt in the first period of play, and there's one other player we're trying to find at the moment. So a shortened bench for Ken Hitchcock's group here to start off this second period of play.
I have to correct a stat that I handed out in period number 2, or the number 1 here in period number 2. Until this game, it had been 19 straight games that the Flyers had not scored more than 2 goals against Ottawa. We forgot to add in the second playoff series, or at least the first one. Here's Somek down to the line. Drives wide, gets a shot away, hits the post!
You know, the Leam isn't there tonight now. And that was a shot he should have had. And you wonder how long he's going to last in this game based on the way he's playing at the moment.
Ash out of the net, off the glass, back out to center. Here's Chera, corrals it.
I mean, he's got a great big fight going on with the puck at the moment.
Lobs it down to the line. Havlat tried to glove it, got away from him. Kapanen chops it back out of the zone. Simpson now along the boards, gives it away to Kapanen. That creates a 2-on-1 into the zone. Radovojevic back in front. Puck is knocked down by Chera. Out to center. Here comes Hossa back the other way. Van Allen joins the rush. Hossa's shot low and wide. Now Radovojevic out to center through the middle. Puck is knocked down by Vermette, and Phillips gets control. Here's Phillips along the boards to Vermette. Vermette inside the line, fires it across to Van Allen, but offside the call.
Pizza. Always hot. Always fresh. And made especially for you.
Come to Pizza. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh, Patrick Alim on that last play. It was a shot from the angle. And a bad angle as well. That had Lalim beat. He wasn't out far enough. He was in the blue paint. Somek thought he had a goal. And we think it might be Pitkanen that's not out for the Philadelphia Flyers. If that's the case, they're down to 4D.
Barrett to the line, sends it in. Esch has it skip over his stick. Now Recchi. Edmans the puck. Handzus to center. Got Leclerc with him. Leclerc goes to net. Handzus drives to the corner. Taken out by Chera. Puck comes free. Leclerc tries to center it. Hossa knocks it away, but Recchi right on. Save is made by Lalim, and he'll hold on.
A little cycle play here by Philadelphia down low. And again, you can see the defensive zone coverage. The Ottawa Senators are between at the moment, in between. They don't have good puck possession, yet they're taking off out of the zone. And that's one of the reasons why Philadelphia are wide open in the Ottawa zone.
Redden to Schaefer. Schaefer now out to center. That one goes off a skate of Markov. As Smolinski gets the stick up and clips Markov in the head. No penalty call there. From center, puck is driven in. Lalim gloves it down, leaves it for Redden.
And he's cut. Now, if the Senators could just get their game going here, I mean, the Flyers, it looks like, are down to 4D. And you've got John Slaney, who's played just one game this year in the National Hockey League, a minor league defenseman on the blue line. If they could ever get their forecheck going and get into Philadelphia's zone, they'd be in business here in this hockey game. But they got to be better. They got to be better than they played so far this game. And Markov now clipped as well, so he's there for repairs. So the Flyers blue line now down to 3 for a split second. And here's the play you talked about, Dean. Should have been a penalty, wasn't it? Smolinski gets away with one there.
Now Bondra goes back to the Ottawa bench to get a new stick. Well, there's a big crowd of people at Birch Bar in Barbados watching this one right now. And obviously a big day tomorrow in Barbados. It's the Sandy Hill Gold Cup. For you horse racing fans, you know how big a race that is. And Mr. Melnick has 2 horses in the race, Kathir and Moonshine Hall. I may put $1 or $2 on those.
Yeah, good luck to both of them. I like the horses too. I haven't been able to go much this year, Dean.
How fast is your Shetland pony? The point in the circle off the draw. The point gets it back to the point, but Janssen can't hold it in. Through the middle. Fisher turns it over. Fisher to the line. Backhands it in behind the net. Esch runs it away from Bondra. Along the board, Simpson knocks it down. Simpson with the assist on the Neal goal. There's a shot, and we're going to get a tripping call here. And a power play for the Flyers.
Whether we work on your car or you do it yourself, we have quality auto parts at the right price at Canadian Tire.
An interesting call. Mike Fisher, I thought he was just being hard on the puck. And he's got a bit of a grin as well. Somek here comes out of the zone. And he's just going hard for the puck and gets called for I guess they're going to call it interference. Tripping. Wow. I got a problem with that call.
And a bizarre in a game where Smolinski has taken an elbow to head and then given a stick to the head. Neither one of those two called, both head shots. And that's when it gets called. There's the lean side of the net, holds his ground and holds on for a face-off inside the Ottawa zone.
Well, there's a goal-tending story in Philadelphia as well. As Sean Burke, who, as we all know, played great against the Ottawa Senators, stopping 40 of 41, is on the bench tonight because as soon as he plays a game in this building, they boo the daylights out of him.
Here's Recchi now, works it low. Gets the return feed again, tries to go low with it. Handzus now gets tied up along the boards as Redden tries to dig the puck away from him. Now Recchi in the midst of Vermette, can't get it away. Janssen, his shot knocked down, loose puck. Back up front it comes. Here is Slaney. Slaney turns it across to Janssen. down low in the corner. Hanzus tries to poke it away. Leclerc now swings it back in behind the net. Hanzus in front for Recchi. Tipped away at the last second. Flyers keep it alive in the zone. What a great play by Leclerc. Back to the line. Slaney holds it in. Is knocked down now. Chera wraps it off the boards all the way back down ice. Johnson through the middle down to the Ottawa line and in. Gagne to Amati. Winds, fires, and rips it high at the glass. Bouncing puck. Picked up by Jamnov. Back to the point. Here is Slaney. Jamnov goes cross ice. Johnson check. Scores!
Another power play goal against the Ottawa Senators. Now they've given up 10 in their last 9 games. And this play shouldn't get through the box here. And then the lean goes down too early, and the play goes right over top of him. Wade Redden talked about active sticks and getting sticks into the play with the penalty killing of the Senators. And here's an awful good play by Jamnov here. However, that puck shouldn't get through the seam like it does. And Janssen scores a big goal for the Flyers, now 4-1. This could get ugly unless the Senators pick up their socks in a hurry.
Well, John Slaney, the minor league call-up, now has 2 assists in this game with an assist on that one. Jamnov and Slaney with the helpers. Ottawa now down 4-1. Shear tries to clear it out. Back out to center. Phillips hammers it cross ice. Here's Schaefer now through the middle, gives it away to Somek. Somek loses the puck, but on the follow-up, here's LaPointe to the line. Winds, fires, hits the lean, he holds on. And Brashear goes to the Ottawa blue paint and gets the elbow up in the face of Phillips.
Whether we work on your car or you do it yourself, we have quality auto parts at the right price at Canadian Tire.
There's a look at Donald Brashear. He's listed at 6'2", 235. I think he's much heavier than that. Chris Neal challenged him in the first period. Neal just 6'2", 216. You got to admire Neal and how he does that.
Janssen fires it through a crowd, knocked out in front, loose puck. Gagne can't get a stick on it. We're going to get a penalty call here against Simpson as he gets the face wash going on Simon Gagne. Flyers back to the power play when we come back.
If life were like that, there wouldn't be the Visa Win What You Buy contest. Use your Visa card this month and you're entered to win your purchases for the month up to $100,000. There's a winner for every day of the year. You could be next.
You will see from this mauling that Todd Simpson's going to get the penalty without question as he hauls up Gagne.
Flyers low to the corner. Hanzus back to the point. Kim Janssen shot right on. The lead makes the save, and Flyers still get a couple of whacks at it. Side of the net is big John Leclerc is standing there, gets a couple of swings at it.
Well, the Flyers were the #1 power play in the National Hockey League, and John Leclerc is a big reason why. He is parked every time right in the slot, and he's an awful tough guy to move. And as I mentioned in the first period, his puck awareness is incredible. He is always in position with his stick on the ice, even when getting taken out in front of the net.
Flyers have the #1 power play percentage in the league. Senators #1 in power play goals. Puck is cleared all the way back down ice by Bondra as he fires it all the way in behind Robert Esch. Now Janssen waiting for it. Skates it up ice. Gets to center. Fires it in. And that one goes out of play. Slaney, as we mentioned, 2 assists in this game after being called up from the minors. Slaney is first all-time in the AHL in goals from a defenseman with 129. Leads the AHL defenseman in goals this year with 13. And tied for 1 with 7 on the power play. So he's used to playing a lot of power play time, and
He was a player that's had a few kicks at the National Hockey League for that reason, but has never been able to really stick. And one of the reasons he hasn't, because he hasn't been able to handle players in front of the net. And we saw that example in the first period on the only Ottawa Senator goal. But he's played 265 career National Hockey League games.
Patrick Lalime changes his catching glove as the Flyers bring it back out again. Kapanen. Now cross ice, Kim Johnson inside the line. Johnson along the boards, works it in behind the net. Picked up there by Simon Gagne. Pothier works on him. But Amante back to the point. He's held in by Kapanen. Phillips gathers it, clears it. 2-on-1 shorthanded. Here's Fisher and Schaefer. Fisher, his shot right on. Save is made by Esch. Now back come the Flyers. At center, Kapanen drives it in along the boards. Here's Amante with Redden going to him. Cleared along the boards. Here's Jamnov to knock it down. Tries to find the handle on it. Back in the corner, Amante again. Battles with Redden. Redden clears it, can't get it out. Kapanen throws it to the corner for Simon Gagne. Down the boards he sends it. Here's Jamnov again with it. Jamnov works it low. Kim Johnson just manages to hold it in. He gets tied up with Schaefer. On the boards, Redden knocks it down, clears it all the way back down ice. Ash sends it ahead, trying to catch Ottawa on a bad change. And here's Selmick to the line. Redden tips it away from Bashir out to center. Bondra can't do much with it. Simpson back out. Now we're back to even strength as again the Flyers into the zone. Redden sends it back along the boards. Hossa gets it ahead to Smolinski down to the line. Smolinski tries to drive wide. It's knocked down. Held in by Chera, but offside the call. Let's go downstairs. Here's Chris Simpson.
Well, Dean, the Flyers are going to end this game with 2 less defensemen than they started it with. Chris Therien will not return to the game. He has a left shoulder strain. And as you mentioned, Joni Pitkanen, he also will not return. I don't think this is the medical term, but he had his bell rung. Guys?
Well, pretty much is the medical term. So right now already with Desjardins and Seidenberg out of the lineup with injuries. Flyers defense drops by 2 more. Here's Bondra now below the goal line. Can't get the puck away from Markov.
Ottawa, they have to take advantage of this. This is where they want to play the rest of this period and all the third. In the Flyers zone, dumping it in and tiring the Flyers defense out by making them turn.
Recchi, his shot, redirected side of the net as that hit Phillips on the way to the net. Chera turns. He's hooked to the ice by Recchi. Back in front again. Recchi gets one chance. 2. Puck is loose side of the net. Lalime has the pad down, and we get the whistle.
Lalime almost gets caught cheating here to the slot. And Mark Recchi, who already in this game, when he's in trouble, he'll just throw it into the blue paint. And he comes out, doesn't see anything. And he throws it once, not but twice into the blue paint. Of course, there was a Flyer coming in the offside, and Lalime leaning the wrong way. Just manages to get his left pad back and hold the fort.
The draw, Simpson to Pothier, and now Pothier works the puck ahead. Out to center for Havlat. Havlat has the pass go in behind him. Now Sling tries to work it along the boards. Knocked down. Here's Spets inside the line. His shot right on, and Esch makes the save.
Introducing the new GMC Canyon with an inline 5-cylinder that's more powerful than any V6 in its class.
Robert Esch has never beaten the Sounders. 0-2-1 lifetime against them. To make this night number 1 for him. Back to the line. Simpson holds it in. Here's Alfredson. Swings it across for Spezza. Double stack save by Esch. Spezza again, his shot knocked down by Esch. Here's Alfredson to try and win it back to Havlat. Havlat along the boards. Trying to get the puck through traffic. Simon Gagne bats it off the boards all the way back down ice. And Hoppy will touch it up for the icing call and a face-off back down inside the Flyers' end.
Jason Spezza has been pressing of late. No goals in his last 9, looking for his 20th, and he had an excellent chance here and does everything right. What a play by Alfredson to get it to him. A better play by Spezza to pick it up off his feet. And he waits a little bit too long here. He's waiting for Esch to go down, but then he runs out of real estate, gets too tight to the goalie, and when you're that tight, you don't have a chance of getting the puck up high into the top corner.
Markov sends it out to center. Knocked down the neutral zone. Here's Fisher. Gets it back to Chara. Return feed. Fisher off the boards, but instead it goes up into the Ottawa bench.
So the Senators here have a half a game to do something about the mess that they're in at the moment. And the only way they're going to get out of this is chip and chase by the Flyer defense, make them turn, make them move, and then try to work the puck behind the goal net. We haven't seen it yet.
They have just spent so much time in their own end. And as you can see from the shot count, Ottawa has been outshot 21-11. Neal tried to put the elbow into Somek, but the Senators can't get it out as Phillips couldn't get it away from Somek. Here's the point now. In behind the net. Neal into the boards, bounces off his man Brashear. In the corner for Somek. Somek back in front. Brashear is dropped by Neal in front of the net. Brashear looking for a penalty that's not forthcoming. Icing waved off. And the Flyers back out to center. Markov now goes to the wing. Sami Kapanen tries to get it by Smolinski. Everybody digging for it. Smolinski finally gets it to the corner. Here's Ash. Plays it around the board. Simon Gagne bats it back to the point. Pothier holds it in. His shot gloved down by Esch. And he'll hold on. Sounders down by a trio here in period number 2.
For the first time.
National Car Rental.
Well, we are now officially in the stretch drive, although it's been going on for quite some time in terms of the parity in the National Hockey League, particularly in the Eastern Conference. As you can see, the Senators better learn how to put some wins together on the road in a hurry here if they expect to end up where they want to end up, and that's first in the conference.
Here's Bondra in the corner, back up high. Smolinski tries the one-timer, but doesn't catch it clean. Hossa back to the corner. Bondra tries to feed Hossa, tipped away from him. And now Recchi back out to center. Knocked off his stick by Redden. Pothier comes across, trying to tie up Leclerc. Bowls his way in front. Can't get it to go side of the net. Recchi falls. Now Smolinski trying to clear it out again. Can't get it out. Leclerc hooked off the puck. Grabs onto Hossa. Smolinski driven off the puck by Recchi. In the corner it goes. Here's Pothier to get it. And just bails it out of the zone all the way down ice. Esch lets it go. And Janssen touches up for the icing call, and a faceoff back down inside the Philadelphia end. The Flyers have points in 5 of their last 6 games, 3, 1, 1, and 1 in their last 6, and they are staying in the hunt for first overall in the East.
And it is amazing. Keith Primo tried to get back, and he worked out and skated yesterday, and then came back with some symptoms and did fail part of the test. So he's not ready yet either.
Simon Gagne tries to wrap it in front of the Ottawa goal. Doesn't work. Hamlet out to center. Bouncing puck. Alfredson takes a swing and pokes it into the zone. Here's Spezza. Tries to draw it by Markov. Can't get down to work. And Markov now in behind his own net. Slides the puck ahead, and Simon Gagne has to come back to deal with it. Loose puck in front. Hamlet steals. His shot knocked down in front. Loose puck. And Esch will cover up.
Well, that's better. That's what you want to do against this Flyer defense now that there's not many left. Get on them, create turnovers. And Havlat ends up with the puck in the slot here and doesn't get a lot on it. And a nice little defensive play up by Amonte to come back. By the way, Chris Simpson will talk to Jeremy Roenick after this period, and we'll find out how his status is as well. Looking forward to that.
He is back skating again, but doesn't have a whole lot of energy because he hasn't been able to eat solid food.
It'll be quite some time, I think, before we see Roenick, if we see him at all this year.
Off the drop, Flyers try to get it out of the zone, and they do. Here's Somek down the right side. Lobs it to the corner. Team out of the net tries to hold it up. Instead, net is empty. He hustles to get back into it. Lapointe shovels it in behind his own net. Here's Rakunik now. Back along the boards, can't get it out. Somek to the corner again for Brashear. Rakunik works on him. Brashear now trying to scrape the puck free. Brashear off the boards, taken down by Rakunik. Looks back up as Lapointe trying desperately to knock the helmet off Rakunik. Rakunik now comes away with it. Lead pass ahead to center for Neal. Neal fires it in. He'll go and try and chase it. Out of the net. Edge runs it around the boards. On the wing, Somek cross ice down to the line. Pothier takes it away from Simon Gagne as he was tied up by Redden. Pothier fans on his attempt to pass it across to Redden, but with no hard forecheck. There's time to recover and finally get it to Redden. Back to Pothier, out to center now. Havlat takes a stick in the face, and he will carry on. And Ottawa will be going to the power play. Redden down to the line for Havlat. Havlat tries to step in around Tamander, and we're going to get a power play for the Senators.
Well, in the neutral zone, on the trap, the Flyers were waiting for Havlat. And Somek is going to get a penalty for high sticking, and I'm not sure if he actually made contact with Marty Havlat or not on this play. Havlat reacted like he did.
Oh, he made contact.
He made contact. That's 2 minutes. By the way, I understand JR is in the studio with Chris Simpson at the moment. They're having a nice chat. And my old teammate, I just want to wish him all the best. I may not get to see him after this game. And
we were teammates in Chicago.
Yes, we were. He was just a young man at that point, but you could tell at that point as well he was going to be a superstar in this league. And that's what he's been.
Here's Hossa down to the line.
I knew he was going to be a colorful one, too.
Yeah.
That wasn't hard to tell. Lots of energy. That's why we love him.
Hossa along the boards, works it low. Smolinski back to Hossa once again. Smolinski goes to the front of the net. Hossa low, and the give and go with Havlat back in front. Havlat tries to feed it through, doesn't work. Hossa back to the point. Redden. Cross Bondra, his shot chipped in front, loose puck. And we'll get a face-off inside the Flyer zone as that little short redirection nearly worked.
Well, Marty Havlat got his stick on the shot from the point. And on that last power play, Peter Bondra playing the point on the power play. We haven't seen a lot of that since Bondra's stay here in Ottawa, and a changeup that almost eludes Escher. And I like the puck movement on that last power play by the Ottawa Senators.
Off the draw, puck in the corner. Spencer back to the line for Chera. Fires it through. Pad save by Esch. Redirected in front, and Esch gets a pad on it. Spencer knocks it down to hold it in. Here's Spencer now. Along the boards. Schaefer in front taking a beating. Back to Chera. Chera. Cross to Phillips. Phillips now. Cross to Chera. Chera gets it caught in his skates along the board. Spezza in front. Schaefer tips it back to Fisher. Couldn't get the shot away. Phillips comes in to hold it in. As you can see, the Flyers very aware of the shot that Chera has. As soon as the puck is headed back there, they head back there very quickly to head off any shot. Schaefer works it low to the corner. Spezza back up by Chera. Shot scores. There is the shot. And Ottawa cuts the lead to 2.
Good call, Dean. And the reason that he's left so open is the Ottawa Senators work the low play first, which forces the high man down low. And here is the setup. And a little good patience. Here comes the low man as he drifts right in below the tick marks. He's way too low. And that's why Chera is left wide open at the top of the circle, and he doesn't miss many of those. And a nice pass by Jason Spezza.
So Chera gets his 15th of the year, set up by Spezza and Schaefer. For Jason Spezza now, 3 assists in his last 3 games, and Schaefer 4 assists in his last 3. And for Zdeno Chera, picks up the 2nd goal in the last 3 games. Here's Bondra with a steal, but can't break on it. Slaney travels back to his own end to pick it up. And we'll see if this can energize the Senators to, at the very least, play more of this game in the Flyers' end. Senators down by 2 here in period 2. It's Molson Canadian Senators hockey.
Introducing the new Chevrolet Aveo. Official car of broken curfew. Introducing the new Chevrolet Aveo. The official car of Frosh Week.
What is this? You had pizza delivered here.
It's not delivery, it's Delicio. Frankie Delicio? I think I saw him with your sister.
Delicio Rising Crust Pizza bakes up fresh like pizzeria pizza. It's not delivery, it's Delicio from Kraft.
For those about to rock, I salute you.
The band is getting back together.
I'm not cool enough.
You are cool. The way you play.
And this time, the tour is coming to your house.
Can we tell our parents?
Yes!
School of Rock. Own it today on DVD.
your IT guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta help me. My computer has a virus. I've got to email a presentation or I'm dead. It's for a board meeting. Maybe you just rip out the hard drive.
Oh, no. Just press the blue button and follow along.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it?
That's it. That easy.
That's it.
You ever tried decaf?
Stress-free wireless, only on a ThinkPad with Intel Centrino mobile technology.
We've identified Michael Handzus here just to give you an idea of how deep he actually comes. You can roll it right in the slot. And there he is at the top. Now he sneaks right in. He has no business going this low. There he is, right past the hash marks. He's not covering anybody. And that's why Chera was left wide open.
Here's Simon Gagne in the corner. Cycles it back in behind the Ottawa net. In quickly to get it. Here's Tony Amati. Amati now. Again works the cycle along the boards. Broken up by Phillips. Back of his zone net. And Jason Spezza now. Drops it off for Chera. Ahead to Phillips at center. Along the boards for Havla, but he didn't see the chip coming. Still gets it and backhands it to the corner. Tim Janssen back to get it. Alfredson tries to forecheck on him. Slaney around the boards. And the Flyers managed to get it back out as Redden couldn't get across quick enough after he came off on the change. Stay tuned to the conclusion of tonight's game for the ex-Copper Game Breaker.
Charged with a traffic ticket? Be represented in court by a former police officer. They win or it's free. Call 1-888-X-Copper.
I mentioned that the Senators have to get on the Flyer defense. Well, once they do get the puck in, they got to get on the body, as they haven't come up with many hits at all in this game so far. If you want to get back in the game, you have to start dictating the play, and the first way to do that is play a much more physical brand of hockey.
Bonder wraps the puck to the corner. Here's Matty Tamander. Taken in there by Smolinski back in front. Hossa can't get a shot away as the puck pops on him. Now Recchi back the other way with Leclerc. Leclerc fires it in. Leam out to play it. Doubles it to the corner for Redden. Redden tries to work it along the boards. Knocked down by Handzus. Here's Handzus again. Redden again. Trying to get the puck away from him. Hossa steers it ahead for Bondra. Goes cross ice and now Fisher to center with it. Fisher fires it to the line and in, and now has to chop it to the corner. He's taken down on the way to the corner by Tamander. Leclerc trying to get it out. Get some support there out to center. Here's Recchi one-on-one with Chris Phillips. Has nowhere to go with it. Simpson now picks up the loose one in the corner. Here's Simpson. Cross ice pass. And out to center. Fisher flips it ahead for Bondra. Bondra has it skip over his stick. Puck is popping around a great deal here tonight. Last night the ice was covered for the 76ers Sacramento basketball game.
Philadelphia here likes that too, because they're just playing this trapping style of play. We're going to have a high sticking call here to Fisher, as he got his stick up looking for a loose puck.
Question now will be 2 or 4.
Another question is the defenseman. Ken Janssen down. Is he all right? Looks like he's going to be, but I bet you it's 4. Flyer defensemen, they're dropping like flies. Here is the play. And that's just careless use of the stick, and it's going to be a 2-minute penalty. Ooh. Stick does ride up a little bit on the shaft of Janssen, but still, that's a little bit too aggressive. But at least you like the way Fisher's playing, with some assertiveness and some passion in his game.
The Flyers now go back to the power play, a 2-minute against Mike Fisher. Off the draw, here's Markov with it now. Slides the puck ahead. Philadelphia 1 for 2 on the power play with 4 shots. 3 of them, though, came in the first power play they had. They mustered but 1 in their last power play. Here's Slaney now weaving to center. Shovels it to the Ottawa line and in. Redden takes it off the boards and clears it all the way back down ice. As shot of the net, slaps the puck ahead. Here's Tony Amati with it now. 3 power play goals on the year, which is clearly well below his average. Lee runs the puck along the boards. The Flyers hold it in. Here's Kim Janssen. Cross ice, Slaney sends a shot through, knocked down by Cherry. He takes that one in the foot. And Chera limps back to the front of the net. Back in behind the net. Chera shovels it along the boards, and that one goes off the boards into the mesh. And Chera now trying to get the feeling back in his foot, and with two players in this Ottawa lineup already out with broken feet, you know this is not something the Senators like to see.
Looks like he caught it just in the ankle, probably in the instep on his right foot, and that always smarts.
Off the face-off, puck trickles back down to the Flyer end. Vermette trying to get there to turn it over, can't do it, and now Recchi back the other way. Through the middle, finds Slaney at the Ottawa line, trying to get in, but Phillips rejects him there, and the Flyers have to come back out. Here's Kim Janssen with it now. Side pedaling to center, now drives it in. Round the boards it goes. Phillips knocks it down with his skate, turns, chips the puck ahead. And Van Allen up to center for Vermette. Ottawa shorthanded. They've got the 3-on-2 break. Phillips drops it off. Van Allen winds, fires right on. Save is made, but back comes the rush. Ottawa's got two men trapped and one coming over the boards. Back the other way. Recchi drops it off. Leclerc, his shot. Knocked down by Lalime. Bouncing puck hits Phillips in the back of the head, and Schaefer clears it. 15 seconds to go. Here's Hossa turning it over shorthanded. Sends the puck in front. Looking for Schaefer, but it's picked off by LaPointe. Now Sami Kapanen in the final minute of play here in period number 2. Offside the call with 2 seconds to go in the penalty to Fisher.
Chera back on the ice. Here's a look at this play that clipped him in the foot. A harmless looking play that hit him in the instep. And no wonder that's smarted for a split second, but he's right back out there again.
Fortunate it was a wrist shot, not a slap shot. Fisher is out now. We're back to even strength hockey. Here's Somek along the boards. Redden ties him up, wins the puck, sends it back along the boards. But the point gets ahead of Havlat to hold it in. Havlat didn't come back down to deal with the puck, and the Senators have to try again to get it out of the zone. Here's Redden. Feeds it ahead to Chera at center. Chera goes cross ice to the line. Alfredsson reaching for it, can't get to it. And back the other way, Redden inside his own zone, steers it away from LaPointe. Head to center, goes over the stick of Fisher. Countering back, here come the Flyers. Gagne into the zone. Drops it off, Jamnov. Tries to go back high, but it hits his stick and slides back outside the line. Markov now off the boards, back inside the line. Amadi turns the corner, cuts in his shot. Lalime makes the save. Redden clears the puck, and now Havlat, with 4 seconds remaining, floats one in. That's it in, but can't get a shot on goal before the period ends. Ottawa down by 2 after 2. Coming up in just a moment, our CD Plus greatest hits. This is Molson Canadian Senators hockey.
CD Plus Greatest Hits, brought to you by CD Plus, more than just a music store. Size, strength, and toughness have made Chris Pronger a great hit in St. Louis.
Lose yourself in the vast selection of CDs and DVDs CD Plus has to offer, including the album you've been waiting for, Incubus, A Crow Left of the Murder. Also available, Fallen, the debut album from Evanescence. Now over 100 locations across Canada, or shop online at cdplus.com. CD Plus, more than just a music store.
At 6'6", 220 pounds, Chris Pronger is a towering figure on the ice. Drafted first overall in '93, the Dryden, Ontario native has proven himself to be one of the game's elite defensemen. Currently in his 11th season in the NHL and 9th in St. Louis, the big man is a threat whenever he is on the ice. A great hitter, the 2000 Norris Trophy winner, is a fixture on defense now and for the future. Another installment of CD Plus Greatest Hits. CD Plus, more than just a music store.
Tony! They're onto me. Did you get rid of it?
Don't worry about it. Vito's looking after your friend as we speak.
Mama, I got you a new coffee table.
Inefficient business machine? Discover Brother Workgroup Solutions and put the hit on inefficiency.
So, Dan, do we have everything we need for this meeting?
It's all right here, sir.
Is your data backup as reliable as it should be?
Don't worry, sir. He told me everything.
Ours is Storage Software Solutions from Computer Associates.
If you want to get online, why wait in line? With a laptop powered by Centrino, Intel's mobile technology, you can get a high-speed connection wirelessly from thousands of places. Even that seat, the one far away from the phone jack. Intel Centrino mobile technology.
SpeedStick 24/7 gives you proven non-stop protection. With time-release sweat and odor fighters, SpeedStick's always there when you need it the most. For as long as you need it. SpeedStick 24/7. It never quits.
The second intermission, brought to you by Kia. Come out ahead.
This update is brought to you by Home Hardware, where health is close to home. The Senators got some help from Zdeno Chara's 15th goal of the year, but they'll need a little more come the third period, down by 2. After 2, I'm Jamie Campbell. Good to have you on board Sportsnet Ontario this night. Time to check in on the New Jersey-Tampa Bay scenario down in FLA. And Dmitry Afanasenkov, great name. And a cheesy goal. The little golf club has pulled on that one to beat Martin Brodeur. A 1-0 lead for Tampa Bay. Turner Stevenson can't seem to get a handle on it. Javi Bulin is there to ensure it doesn't go into the net. And then John Madden will score his 8th this year. Despite the fact you look at Jamie Langenbrunner, it goes to Madden. A 1-1 game at this time. Keep in mind the Lightning are on an absolute roll. They've won 6 straight. A 7th tonight consecutively would be a franchise record. Let's talk about Vancouver and Detroit. This game being witnessed on Sportsnet Pacific. A bunch of chances. Dan Cloutier is on his bum making a load of saves, one of them from the stick of Brendan Shanahan. Daniel to Henrik. Daniel is traveling tonight on a plane. Henrik can't get it done. Legacy is there to make the save. Brett Sopel tries things, but Legacy is down to cover up the puck as well. By the second period, there's Lidstrom and there's Shanahan. First goal of the game, and Shanahan has his 20th this year. That made it 1-0, and then the king of the one-timers. Oh, Brett Hall, is that juicy? Me think so. A 2-0 lead now for the Detroit Red Wings. Vancouver is chasing Colorado for the lead in their division, and the Avalanche are playing another division leader, San Jose, a little later on tonight. We're going to take a short break here on Rogers Sportsnet Ontario. Better yet, Rogers Sportsnet East. There's so many of them in our family. When we come back, Christine Simpson will be joined by Jeremy Roenick, who's taken a puck or two in the face during his career.
The award-winning Kia Sorento is the midsize SUV people are talking about. It's no surprise with a 5-star safety rating and the best warranty in the business. The Kia Sorento. How far will you go?
Meet Starsky and Hutch. They don't give in.
I like your style. I like your moves.
They don't give up.
Don't give up on us, baby.
And they never break down.
Are you crying? No, I'm not crying. You're crying. It's okay to cry. I don't cry. I work out.
Ben Stiller, Owen Wilson, Vince Vaughn, and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Starsky and Hutch.
Okay, that's probably enough.
Now playing. Directed by Todd Phillips.
Jubilee Fine Jewelers, Ottawa's chosen jeweler for Rolex, Chopard, Bulgari, Mikimoto, Cartier, Kinmento. Jubilee Fine Jewelers, appointed to bring you the world's most luxurious jewelry and timepieces. World-class quality, world-class selection. Jubilee Fine Jewelers, Ottawa's diamond jeweler, with 4 locations, including their flagship store in the Rideau Centre.
It's brutal out there. People trying to knock you down, shake you up, make you quit. It's called hockey. Sound familiar? It's a lot like life. You want to succeed? You got to be tough. Stand up for yourself. Sometimes you dish it out. Other times, you got to take it. But you keep getting up. No matter how much it hurts. Give up? Give in? What? Yeah, right. Never. The rough stuff? Hey, you got to defend yourself and your friends. That's what it's all about. That's what friends do. Yeah, it's aggressive, and I like it. Why? Because I get it.
The album the world's been waiting for. The best air guitar album in the world ever. With the Kinks, Joe Walsh, and Deep Purple. Plug it in and turn it up with BTO. Boston, the James Gang, and Queen. Get ZZ Top, Steve Miller, Van Halen, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Pink Floyd, George Thorogood, The Trogs, David Bowie, and Mountain. The best air guitar album in the world ever. Available now.
Time and weather can make concrete look bad. Fix it with Techstone Granite by Beautytone. Only at Home Hardware and Home Building Center. An easy way to beautify and protect steps, balconies, floors, walls for as little as $1.70 a square foot in 3 simple steps. Prime with granite primer, trowel on Techstone Granite, seal it. For a slip-resistant surface that stands up to water, salt, and lots more. Now that's a step in the right direction. Techstone Granite by Beautytone. Only at Home Hardware.
From printing the most colorful photos to spelling things out in black and white. Lexmark. We're always working.
Be sure to join us on Monday when the Senators travel to Washington to take on the Capitals. That's Monday on Rogers Sportsnet. Well, it takes more than a wired jaw to keep this man quiet. Joining me is Flyers forward Jeremy Roenick. First of all, can you give us an update on how you've been feeling? I know you skated for the first time yesterday.
I did, and it was really good to get back on skates. Get back on the ice again was a great feeling. But it's you know, I'm still a few weeks away, and it's been a long haul. It's been a long 3 weeks since it happened, and you know, it's nice to see the team playing so well. It makes it a little bit easier to sit out and watch when the team's playing as well as they are.
What has been the most difficult thing as part of your recovery? Has it been the broken jaw, or has it been the effects of the concussion?
To tell you the truth, the hardest part has been the not knowing what's going on with the neurological part of my body. Last week was a very difficult week with the doctors really not knowing what was going on up there. They saw some things on the MRI and the CAT scans that bothered them. And when you say that and you see the doctors a little concerned, you know, you start getting the butterflies in the stomach. So it was a long week, you know, long week for my family, but you know, thank goodness that everything turned out okay. Got a clean bill of health, and much to a lot of people's arguments or disagreements, there's nothing wrong with my brain right now.
Now, I know right after this happened, there was some talk of you possibly even considering retirement. I mean, is that totally out of the question?
And actually, on Friday, if I was done, I was telling my friends that I was done on Friday. It was, you know, it was a very difficult time for me. It was a very emotional time for my family, and if there was something wrong with my brain, then I was going to shut it down. So then actually Friday night, I got the clean bill, and I'm right back in it. Onward and upward.
So, I mean, obviously the Flyers, we certainly hope you'll see some action in the playoffs. Do you think that's a possibility?
A lot of people who know me and know the way that I play in my drive for the game, it's a pretty good bet.
You heard it here, folks. Jeremy Roenick, thanks so much for dropping by. The league's top 2 power play teams exchange power play goals in the second period. Flyers take a 4-2 lead into the third period.
The second intermission, brought to you by Kia. Come out ahead.
You can't leave a cup unrolled and roll up the rim to win at Tim Hortons with 30 GMC Canyons, 100 Panasonic Plasma TVs, Schwinn Cruiser bikes, and millions of other prizes available. So get rolling.
Honey, get the camera.
Nah, I only have one shot left.
As Jack Bauer, I've learned a lot of spy lingo. In the next 24 seconds, I'll teach you another language. Ready? The one-timer, shooting the puck without stopping it. Between the pipes is where the goalie plays. Between his legs is the 5-hole. Above the 5-hole, a cup. Not that one. This is a twig. That is a biscuit. Top shelf is a goal scored just underneath the crossbar. So now when you hear someone say I snapped my twig on a one-timer, tried to go top shelf, but the biscuit found the 5-hole, you'll get it.
Driving in Europe is challenging. The roads are narrower, the speed's higher, the number of obstacles greater. To meet these demanding conditions, German engineers designed the Epsilon architecture, which gives a car tighter road handling and a more responsive ride. That technology is now available here in the completely redesigned Malibu from Chevrolet, which is a good thing because as Canadians know, we have our own unique challenges. The all-new Malibu from Chevrolet.
It's not easy being a male supermodel.
Okay, Dylan, take a break.
Oh man, I'm exhausted. Seriously, smiling all day? I mean, that's very fatiguing. It's like a supermodel sandwich. But also, you have to make a pouty, sexy face. That's a little angry. Well, not angry. Dangerous. Dangerous.
If he deserves a break, you certainly do. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Introducing new Kit Kat Dark. Oh, yeah.
The beauty of the suit is that the bottoms match the top. So all you have to do is throw on a shirt and tie and you're out the door. You get to work earlier, your productivity goes up, you get a bigger bonus, put the kids in better schools, they get better jobs, make tons of money, buy you a home to retire to on an island. No wonder suits are coming back. Suits starting at just $150. Well made, well priced, well dressed. Moores.
Molson Canadian Senators Hockey on Sportsnet East. Brought to you by Molson Canadian. It's a Canadian game.
Our second period scoring summary brought to you by Moore's Clothing for Men. Well made, well priced, well dressed. And there you see the 2 goals in the shot count, where the Philadelphia Flyers, for a time, nearly doubling Ottawa on the shot count, but Ottawa came back later in the period and got some pressure inside the Philadelphia zone and a goal to cut the lead to within 2, but still plenty of work to be done just to get back to even in this game. And the Flyers, if you're just joining us, have already lost 2 defensemen after the first period, so they will end up playing 2 periods of hockey with only 4 defensemen.
Flyers are, after 2 periods of play, 65-0-8-2, which is the longest streak in the National Hockey League when leading after 2.
Here's Phillips, fires a loose puck out to center.
Obviously, the Senators have their work cut out for them here.
Excellent team at protecting a lead. Floats back out to center.
By the way, the Senators just 37% at the faceoff circle, according to these stats, which often are incorrect, but even at that, they haven't been winning the faceoff battle either tonight.
Here's Phillips with it now. Looks for an outlet, finds it in Alfredson, who now will wander ahead with it. Throws it cross ice to Phillips. Slides it gently ahead down inside the Flyer zone. Spets in to chase it along the boards. Slides in around. Markov centers the puck, but it slides past Alfredson. Here's LeClaire back to center with it. LeClaire, his shot right on the lean to save, and he'll hold on. Look at our second period highlights.
And on the power play for the Flyers, a terrific pass here by Shamjanov over to Janssen. He throws it up over top of Patrick Aleem, who is down and deep in his net. And then Chera on a blast from the point. Nice little pass that gets through from Jason Spezza. And that gets the Senators back in this one a little bit.
Still outshot 25-16 in this game thus far. Spezza and Brashear. Off the drop, puck along the boards. Brashear in to get it. Spezza hacks it away from him. Up to Alfredson. Slides the puck ahead. Redden down to the flyer line and in. Here's Redden. Works it to the corner. Here's Slaney now. Along the boards. Ties up with Havlik. Clears the puck ahead. Redden holds it in. Tries to fire it through. Alfredson knocks it down to hold it in. Alfredson knocked off the puck by Brashear. Now Pothier to the line. Havlik tips it in. In the corner. Kim Janssen off the boards. He gets by Pothier all the way back down ice. Icing waved off. Here's Neal. Gets the puck ahead. Pothier off the boards quickly. Kapanen knocks it down. Kapanen, just to give them some breathing time, subbing in as a defenseman for these Philadelphia Flyers.
It's unbelievable. He's a quick guy, but he's not very big. I wonder if Hitchcock just sort of went down the list in the room and said, all right, who's played defense before?
And he has played many years as a point man on the power play in Carolina and was for a time in his career before the pros a defenseman.
And Donald Brashear tonight has not done an awful lot, but he's been after Havlat. And then here's on Chris Phillips. He went to the net as well. Neal and him have had a little thing going. Neal runs him over. And then there's the latest hit by Donald Brashear on Alfredson. And I thought Alfredson was hurt for a moment in that play, but he wasn't. He's back and okay. Sami Kapanen's 5'10", 185 pounds.
5'10" may be generous.
Real generous. 185 isn't. He's a strong player, but for him to be on the blue line is another example of how the Senators, if they could only get on the body here, forecheck, dump the puck in, and play some simple hockey against this Flyer team, they'd get back in it. But not this way.
On the board, Simpson trying to get it out. Gets some help from Fisher, who trips. Puck comes free. Chera trying to sweep it away from Leclerc. Pokes the puck ahead. Here's Neal up the right side. Can't get there before it's knocked away from him. Now Handzus backhands it down to the Ottawa line and in. Ream out to play it. Shovels it back into his own net for Chera. Chera now wanders ahead to center. Flips it down to the Flyer line. It bounces inside the zone. Ander gets it ahead. Here's Recchi. Fires it in low and wide off the boards. Here's Schaefer picking it up. Schaefer now back up ice for Ottawa. Schaefer to the neutral zone. Finds Hossa on the wing. Hossa cuts in. Tries to go low on Slaney. Doesn't work. Tries to feed it back to the point. Loses the puck. And now back out to center it comes. Bondra now on the wing. Cross ice to Pothier. Pothier gets to center. Cross corner dump in. Bondra in to chase it. Here's Bondra back in front again. Smolinski can't get a shot away. Hossa does. Right in front. Tip just wide by Smolinski. Along the boards. Sharp ties up along the boards with Hossa. Puck comes free. Here's Markov with it now. Markov delays in behind his own net. That allows Bondra to get in on him. Radovojevic clears it. Not out. Phillips settles it down. Works it to the corner for Bondra. Slaney now. Tied up from behind by Bondra. Smolinski tried to tip it through. Here's Hossa off the boards with it. Back in front again. Bondra couldn't get the stick on it. Now Patrick Sharp out to center for Brashear. Brashear tried to work in around Pothier. Pothier chips it back along the boards for Phillips. Phillips finds Pothier again, and the Senators look to break out. Long lead pass. Here's Alfredson down to the Flyer line and in. Alfredson looks back against the flow. Slides it across for Redden. Redden winds, fires, knocked down in front by Tomander. Amante flips it out to center. Bouncing puck in the neutral zone, and Chera. Cross to Alfredson, and Alfredson heaves it cross ice for Spezza down to the line. Fires it in as Spezza is upended. Along the boards, the puck is knocked ahead. Alfredson trying to hold it in and does. Forces Jamnov to go back of his own net with it again. Flyers trying to break out of their own zone. Therrien got in this game in the first period with a shoulder injury. And Joni Pitkanen had his bell rung in period number 1.
The Senators now starting to take advantage of that a little bit more in these last couple of shifts. There goes the puck in. Now they're on a change, but I really like, Dean, the way they forechecked on the last 2 shifts. Let's see if they can keep up the pressure here.
Kapanen goes cross ice to Janssen. Janssen out to center for Jesus. Pops off his stick. Phillips knocks it down at the line. Phillips hassled by Leclerc, but manages to get the puck ahead out to center. Here's Neal with it now. To the line for Schaefer. Back inside the zone. Jesus and Neal bang for it. Jesus wraps up Chris Neal. Along the boards it comes. To the point. Phillips across. Simpson gets a shot. That one knocked down on the way to the net by Markov. Cleared along the board. Simpson holds it in. Now it's tipped back out by Leclerc back to the Ottawa line. And Fisher picks it up. Mike Fisher out to center. Fires it in as Ottawa changes again. Here's Markov again along the boards. Throws the puck ahead as Fisher puts the body down in front. Here's a chance in front for Matt. Knocked down by Esch. Esch wasn't willing to bite. Now Redden back to the line. Tips it inside the zone. Here comes Vermette again. Vermette tries to center the puck. Vermette still with it. Vermette back in front. Pothier gets it across. Redden winds, fires. That one knocked down. Brashear picks up the loose puck. Brashear to center as Redden comes across ice. He floats it in. Lalime will knock it down. Swings it back to the net. Van Allen back to pick it up. Moves the puck ahead. And it's tipped by Van Allen through center back down to the Flyer zone. Janssen back to pick it up. Hossa forechecking on him. Now Janssen again in behind his own net. Bondra comes in buzzing. Lead pass through center off the stick to the neutral zone and in. Here comes Simone Gagne. Cherish throws. Bouncing puck. Lalime scores. Goes off Lalime's shoulder and in. 5-2 Flyers.
That is a killer. Lalime has to have this. Ottawa breakdown here. Chris Phillips gets caught there in the neutral zone. Becomes a 2-on-1. Cherilow with an excellent defensive play. Again, Lalime's cheating. He's way to the right of the net. And the time he gets back, it's too late. Lalime cheating on the pass. Moving way over. There he goes. The puck redirects. Then he can't find the handle. And in late is Jamnov to give the Flyers now a 5-2 lead. And Lalime never does get to find the puck on that.
Jamnov now in this game with a goal and a helper. One of 4 players having multiple point nights for the Flyers. Havlat pokes the puck down and now chops it back out to center. Here's Alfredson. Turns in the neutral zone, swings it ahead. Havlat to the line, loses the puck. And back the other way, here comes Leclerc. Winds up, fires it in right on. Lalime knocks it down. Bouncing puck, side of the net. Pothier picks it up. Gets the puck ahead. Spezza to the Flyer line. Swept off his stick. Janssen off the boards, back out to center, and it trickles back down to the Ottawa end. Pothier again, back in behind his own net. Both teams changing. Lead pass. Here's Fisher down the right side. He gets hooked up by Patrick Sharp. Can't do much with it. Now Somich fires it to the line. Radovojevic spins inside the Ottawa zone. Simpson takes him down. Sharp works it to the high slot. Neal hooks on him. Neal the other way. Fisher inside the zone and offside the call. Flyers lead at 5-2 in the third.
When the Coors Light Brewing Company puts its mind to something, we follow through. You said you wanted a beer that would be ice cold. Done. You said you wanted a beer with an easy drinking taste. So be it. You said you wanted to meet those girls over there.
You can do that?
Hey, we make beer, not miracles. Coors Light, the silver bullet.
It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica comes loaded with luxury. It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica commands the road with performance and power. And it may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica is one of the safest cars on the road. What might surprise you about the Chrysler Pacifica is that you can afford it.
coming?
When Starsky and Hutch go deep undercover.
What do you think?
Oh, I love it. It's not what they do.
That's a fake mustache.
It's how they do it. Do it.
All right. We're doing little voices undercover.
Ben Stiller, Owen Wilson, Vince Vaughn, Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Starsky and Hutch.
Bacardi and Cola, do it, do it. What was that? You just stole my voice.
No, I didn't.
Now playing.
Directed by Todd Phillips.
Alexei Zhamnov with a goal and an assist in this game. Handzus 2 assists, Slaney 2 assists, LeClaire 2 assists, and a 5-2 Flyer lead over the Senators here in the third period. As Sami Kapanen moves it across. Markov out to center. LaPointe tips it down to the Ottawa zone. Potter in behind the net, run into the boards by Brashear, and Neal goes right after him. Those two staying behind the Ottawa goal. Back the other way, Schaefer inside the line, ducks in, drops it back. Simpson shot goes off the stick of Somek and up into the meshes. Now Neal and Brashear again have a little meeting.
Whether we work on your car or you do it yourself, we have quality auto parts at the right price at Canadian Tire.
Chris Neal and Brashear get at it again. Brashear had Parthier here. He gives him a pretty good ride into the boards. Here comes Neal back in. And it didn't look like Brashear wanted any part of Neal on that particular sequence. Stay tuned, however.
Also right after that little pushing match, Todd Simpson went over and had a discussion with Markov as he didn't like a little stick work that Markov had laid on a Ottawa player.
You know, the Senators were starting to come in that period before all of a sudden that goal that went in off the rush from Zhamnov, and it's up to come back now at 5-2. That would be 700th point, by the way, in the National Hockey League for Zhamnov.
Monty holds the puck in the zone, and Lean forced to cover up and hold on as again the Senators seem to be having a great deal of difficulty getting the puck out of their own zone, and now we get a little brouhaha.
And Jason Spezza in the middle of it with Zhamnov, and I don't think that would be a very good idea, Mr. Zhamnov, because Spezza can throw them. He doesn't do it often, but when he's called upon, he's not a heavyweight, but he's a very good middleweight.
Pizza. Always hot. Always fresh. And made especially for you.
Pizza, hey, hey, hey.
And after all that, Alfredson and Zhamnov are each going to get 2 for roughing.
Goons.
Little 4-on-4 in which both teams have not had much success in these situations this year.
Off the draw, Smolinski wins it.
Flyers have 7 against 5-4 on 4-on-4s. The Senators 10 against and just 6-4 on 4-on-4 situations. I think Ottawa will be good at this with all the speed and skill they have, but not this year.
Smolinski along the boards to Redden. Cross ice for Pothier. Back to Redden once again. Redden has to settle the puck down. Fires it through Ash to save. And another juicy rebound.
They've been there all game long, but the Senators have not been anywhere in sight of the high slot area looking for rebound.
Comes Recchi through the neutral zone. He is dumped by Hossa. And Pothier sends the puck back down inside the Flyer zone. Kim Janssen. He'll work the points with Slaney. Here is John Slaney with it now. Moves the puck ahead up to center, knocked down. Here's Bondra back the other way. Bondra inside the zone. Driving low, sends a one-hander in, knocked down by Esch. Phillips picks it up. Phillips in the corner. Comes off a check from Slaney. Back to the net. Phillips works it back to Fisher. Fisher fires a shot through, and that just goes high and wide. Puck is chopped by Gagne through center, back down to the Ottawa, and Phillips We'll touch it up for a faceoff back down in the Flyer zone when we return. It's Molson Canadiens Senators hockey.
Get a little out of line. The best thing about being a wolf.
If you're ever uncomfortable in the all-new Colorado Crew Cab from Chevrolet, it won't be because of lack of space. After all, everything's bigger in Colorado.
Man, I feel like a woman. Woo!
Dear Bobby, how much ice time did you log last game? Sincerely, Mark. Dear Mark, which game?
The Chevrolet Hockey Poll is brought to you by Chevrolet for all life's roads. Well, earlier tonight we asked you, do you think the Senators need to make a move before the trade deadline? Well, 56% of you think John Muckler better keep working those phones between now and Tuesday at 3 p.m. Guys?
All right, Chris, thank you.
You know he's trying. But there's a lot of teams trying to make moves at the moment. And it's not quite as easy as it sounds to most fans that follow the game. In fact, it's difficult. You got salary structures to worry about.
Back in front, Havlat, his shot. Oh, what a save by Esch.
And there's some good goaltending there.
Here's Spezza, bowls his way in front, his shot low and wide. Pothier in from the point, keeps it alive in the zone before he's decked by Leclerc. Puck comes free, Leclerc can't get it out as Pothier checks on him. Now back to the net, Spezza along the boards. Thrown to the corner by Tomater. Here's Handzus with it. Handzus, despite having a multiple point night with 2 assists, he's been a lot more quiet than I thought he'd be in a game like this. Redden out to center. Schaefer tips the puck down to the line. Fisher steals it from Jamnov. Fisher now turns, his shot knocked down in front. Puck is cleared. Here's Schaefer along the boards with it now. Schaefer. He is tied up. Alfredsson comes in. Obviously, we're back to 5-on-5 with Jamnov and Alfredsson out there. Alfredsson falls. Here's Schaefer. Is Markov. Just puts him on like a sweater. Runs around the boards. Phillips comes in and presses Amante to keep the puck in the zone. Now it's out to center. Here's Jamnov. Puts the brakes on. Eludes Phillips. Slides the puck down low. It's tipped away by Fisher. Front of the net. Ties up along the boards with Amante. Everybody digging for the puck. Finally, Phillips gets control. To Chera. Headmans the puck to Hossa. Hossa out to center. Sprints down to the Flyer line and in. Gets in around Kapanen. Kapanen takes him down. Here's Hossa again. Tries to fire a shot through. That puck is knocked down. And now Hossa ties up his man. He and Kapanen went wrestling for the same puck. Back down ice. Solmik inside. Flies it through. Loose puck save is made by Lalima on the redirect. As it went off a skate to the Ottawa goal, and the Leam will cover up.
Sammy Kapanen back on the blue line again. An extra shot on the Leam that the Senators didn't like a whole lot. And Smolinski there started to push and shove in front of the net. Simon Gagne was the culprit as he came in late and tried to poke the puck. And here's the Esch save earlier in the hockey game as both Flyer defense get caught to the corner, and Martin Havlat almost had too much time. And what a perfect save that was by Esch. At the other end, the Leam grabs onto the puck, and there is a little shot afterwards. Actually, I think it was Radovojevic that did it, although Gagne was accused.
Off in the box, it'll be Smolinski and Patrick Sharp after the post save Raslin. Talking with Paul Holmgren, the former coach of the Hartford Whalers, of course works here in the Philadelphia organization, and they are down to only 5 defensemen, healthy defensemen for the Philadelphia Phantoms, and they play 3 in 4 days with the Phantoms.
Jeez.
They already have one guy up here right now in Slaney, and tonight Flyers lost 2 more defensemen. We don't know for how long.
Well, we talked about John Muckler perhaps being on the phone. How about Bob Clark? I mean, he has been trying desperately here to get a defenseman as well, and they want a very similar type of defenseman that the Ottawa Senators want. They want somebody that can play in your top 4. If that's true, what's being reported here in Ottawa, I know for sure it's true in Philadelphia. They want one more guy.
Abbott to the line, fires it in. Esch out of the net, bobbles the puck, now finds it, clears it around the boards. And the Flyers to center. In the neutral zone, Recchi pops it in. Jamnov will go and chase it. He and Chera to the corner. Jamnov takes Chera down. Redden clears the puck. Here's Fisher to center with Havlat. Fisher to the line, deals it off for Havlat. Havlat has it poked off his stick. Works it to the corner where Redden is in, trying to pick up a loose puck. Now Jamnov gets it ahead to Slaney, and Slaney heads back to center with it. John Slaney just works it in along the boards. Flyers with a comfortable 5-2 lead. Not going to take very many chances. 3 of their 4 men back. Here's Fisher driving low. Puck in front of the net. As Fisher's driven into the net and then takes a slash from Esch.
And they also had Claude Lapointe all tangled up with Daniel Alfredson, and Phillips was in the area also. And here is the battle right in front of the Ottawa bench. And it was a wrestling match there. And then play continued in the other end. And after all that, I don't think there's going to be any penalties called. And here's the slash that you were talking about, Dean, as Fisher goes to the net with some authority. Oof. And even the intent there was pretty ugly, but no call on that play either.
Johnson to the line, but offside as Recchi is in a step early, and the faceoff back outside the Ottawa zone. Senators at home tomorrow night to Nashville, and literally only a handful of tickets left for that one. Saturday, these Flyers are in Washington, and then Tuesday in New Jersey, and then next Thursday back home against Dallas. Senators begin a long road trip on Monday when they are in Washington. Then they head out west to Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Minnesota also in that trip. Simpson to the line and in, but can't get the puck deep enough as he's hung up by Handzus. There's Smolinski and Sharp set to come out of the box in 5 seconds. Recchi to the line. Recchi puts the brakes on, slides it through. Handzus redirects it. Aline gloves it down. And we're going to get a penalty call here. Slashing Flyers to the power play when we come back.
It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica comes loaded with luxury. It may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica commands the road with performance and power. And it may not surprise you that the Chrysler Pacifica is one of the safest cars on the road. What might surprise you about the Chrysler Pacifica is that you can afford it.
The 2004 Acura TSX, the all-new 200 horsepower getaway car.
Introducing Molson Ultra, the only lower carb beer that's not a light beer. 2.5 grams of carbs, 97 calories, and still brewed full strength. Molson Ultra, real beer, fewer carbs.
Todd Simpson in the penalty box for slashing. Let's see if we can pick it up. Right on the hands, and that's why he is in the penalty box. You know, the New Jersey Devils, another team looking for a top 4 defenseman, I would think, with the status of Scott Stevens still uncertain. And you got to be careful in these trades. I'll get into it in a moment.
Off the drop. Puck along the boards. Here's Slaney to keep it alive. Throws it in the corner. Redden chips it ahead, and now Van Allen to center. Drops it off for Met. His shot. Blocker saved by Esch. And the Flyers looking to come out and add to their lead.
I'm going to say, Dean, you look at Kim Johnson. He came over the Flyers organization from the New York Rangers. Eric Lindros went. And Johnson, who would you rather have at this point? Johnson or Eric Lindros?
Right about that. Back to the point. Here is Johnson. Slides it across. Amade fires across ice for Slaney.
But at the time, the Rangers didn't think they were giving up much. They gave up a prospect. We've seen that all week long.
Back in front. Amade to the point for Johnson. Johnson to Slaney. Back to Johnson again. Amade, his shot low and wide.
Sometimes those prospects turn out to be pretty good players down the road. That's why you have to be very careful with these trades. It's a tricky business.
Amade back to Simon Gagne. Gagne takes a hack from Chera. Back to Johnson again. There's a shot through traffic. Knocked down in front by Redden. And Redden just clears it all the way back down ice.
What do we got for Washington? How many first-round picks have they got built up now? Is that 3?
And 3 and 2 first-rounders, I believe. I have to double-check on that, but yeah.
For sure.
Stockpiling.
And then they've got their own.
The Flyers are going to get called for too many men on the ice here. While they do that, we'll look at our game review brought to you by CarStar Quality Collision Service and a fender bender. Call 1-800-CARSTAR. We treat you like a star.
Well, Zhamnok and Markov, both factors in this game tonight. Markov logging all kinds of ice time as the Flyers had to go with 4 deep. Chera, the only goal for the, pardon me, not the only goal, but the one from the fence. And a big blast on the power play, but Zhamnok's been great in this hockey game.
Goal and 2 helpers for the former Blackhawk. Scoring now in back-to-back games. Has 4 goals and 6 helpers in his last 7 games since becoming a Philadelphia Flyer. So in 20 seconds, when Simpson gets out of the box, Ottawa will have a power play. As the Flyers do get tapped for having too many men on the ice. Here's Smolinski, winds, fires, and couldn't get a good shot away. Esch steers the puck to the corner. Here's Phillips in from the point. Back along the board. Smolinski tries to slide it across, and the puck pops on him. Now Bondra picks it up. Bondra back to his own line. Power play now underway for Ottawa as Bondra swings it back for Pothier. Flyers get their power players all out there, and now to the line. Here's Pothier in. Slides it across. Spets and Havlat cross their signals and collide, and an easy clear for Matthias Timander.
Well, it hasn't been a good night for Ottawa. This will be the second time in the last 13 games that the Ottawa Senators have been outshot. They played pretty well of late, but not tonight. And I didn't like their Buffalo game a whole lot either.
Here's Hossa now along the boards with Spets and Havlat in front. Hossa drives in. Spezza tried to feed it back to the point to Redden. Hanzu's intercepted. And he flips it all the way back down ice. 45 seconds remaining in the Ottawa power play, and here comes Alfredsson. Alfredsson slowly to the line and in. Tries to draw a crowd. Back to the line, flips it across. Spezza back up high. There's a shot from Hossa right on, and Esch makes the save. Well, he didn't have to move very far, and Hossa really didn't have any other play to make as Simpson kind of tipped that puck at the last second, so Esch was kind of already there.
That's Hossa's second shot of the game. He had 1 in the first period. Another player that has not done much tonight. And he does get a hold of this shot. But you said it, Dean. Esch in perfect position, and Hossa's shot was right on the nose on the crest of the Philadelphia Flyer logo.
Robert Esch coming into this game 5th in the league in goals against average at 1.95. Chera cross ice. Simpson, his shot low and wide. Puck is cleared out and back down ice by LaPointe. And just 15 seconds now remaining in the penalty, being served by Patrick Sharp. Up ice, Smolinski slides it ahead for Bondra, but actually did not touch it, so the face-off all the way back down ice.
Molson Canadian Senators Hockey on Sportsnet East. Brought to you by Molson Canadian. It's a Canadian game.
These two teams will meet again April the 2nd. And the Senators, you know, certainly want to generate a lot more than they have tonight. Two-line offside as Neal comes inside the zone. Then he and Markov have a few words.
And Neal's been active. You can't argue with his game tonight. He's been at least involved and passionate. He got a goal. He caused a goal when one went off him and an unlucky bounce. But he hasn't been afraid to stick up for his teammates. Of all the Senators, you got to give Neal full marks for at least competing. Now Rob Ray out in the ice against Donald Brashear. What's going to happen here, do you think? Now the ref's going to go talk to them.
Like a lot of good that.
What's he going to do? Like, why is he doing? Is he begging them not to fight?
Off the draw. Here's Pothier with it now. Goes cross ice, and Simpson gets to center. Chips it in. Down low to the corner. Rob Ray goes in to get it. Grabs onto Kaplan. Back to the point. Pothier's shot. Hits for Met. Swings and spins it wide. Down in front of the net. Rob Ray and Brian and Brashear. And finally they dropped them. The penalty call was on the way in the first place. As Ray comes in, lands a couple. Took a couple in the first place. And now Brashear trying to yank his jersey off. Ray trying to get a hand free. Falls. Gets back up. And now Ray trying to come over the top of the right hand of his own. And I think Ray had been cut earlier in this fight as he took one really early. Well, I think that was a helmet cut. If you look at where that cut is.
Look out here. And Simpson just went in after Brashear. Now he's pounding away. Anybody can get a hold of. Here goes Patty Lalime.
Esch comes in, so Lalime comes down ice.
They're going to go.
Oh, Esch won't take the mask off. Lalime does it for him. Lalime gets the sweater over top of the head of Esch, but he falls down. Now Esch tries to get another hand over the top.
This might be what the Senators needed. Now we got another one going in the corner. Looks like Sean Van Allen.
Radovojevic.
Yep. They're going. Are they ever going?
Well, Radovojevic is absorbing more than I don't think he's thrown one yet. And I think Radovojevic has been cut.
The goalie's still at it.
And Allen falls, and that gives Radovojevic a chance. And now gradually getting players off the ice.
And Simpson's still cruising around. Look out here. Old-time hockey's back in Philadelphia. Do you think the crowd loves it? I think so. It started from the face-off. Rob Ray out against Donald Brashear. You got the feeling something was going to happen. They follow each other all the way to the net. Ray's looking for anybody at this point. And he finds somebody. And away they go. And Brashear is one big man. And he shows it there. And then after that, Simpson jumped in. That started some more work, and then the goalies went at it. Listen to the crowd now. And here's a guy that wishes like heck he could have been in this, because Burke is one of the tougher goalies in the league. He loves it.
Well, Lalime and Esch have both been ejected, so Prusek and Burke will have to come out and finish this game.
And there go the goalies. They had some fun. And Patrick Alleyne did a little better than his last fight. Who was that again, Dean?
Felix Potvin.
Felix Potvin, who's one of the tougher goalies in the league. Not much was thrown here in either one of them. Oh, yeah, the fans don't like this stuff, huh? Jeez, I love when people say that. They're all up on their feet and into it.
Well, we talked at the opening, Greg, about the fact that if this game got out of hand one way or the other, it might get out of hand, and it's out of hand.
And Marty Hatlat's nowhere in sight.
Yeah,
nothing to do with it.
Hatlat had nothing to do with it. Yeah, you're right. Well, we'll see now who gets what, and to be frank with you, to get the whole rundown, we may have to bring up the PA microphone just to get the rundown of who's going to get what out of this. We're not going to ask Scotty too hotty to have to try and jot all this stuff down.
I can't believe the reaction in this building. I cannot believe how fired up they are. Bring back the regular, get rid of it, and let's have the instigator and get rid of that baby.
Well, you know what, Greg, on many levels, I was talking with the Philadelphia broadcasters before the game. There has been a huge amount of pressure in this marketplace on the Philadelphia Flyers, which is bizarre when you consider where they are in the standings. But the pressure has been on the fact that this Philadelphia team has been tabbed as a club that can't beat the other real contenders. They have lost to Ottawa, they have lost to Tampa, they have lost to New Jersey, they have lost to Toronto. And there's great pressure on this team to beat other truly contending teams. And also, clearly, after what happened in the last game between these two teams, there was some talk that this team didn't stand up for itself against Ottawa.
And he's not smiling at the moment, but I know down deep he is. There's Bobby Clarke, who was involved in quite a few of these babies in his day.
Oh, yeah.
He never changed his expression much in the press box, but maybe there's a flashback or two there.
So the Flyers will win this game. Their team gets into an all-man-in brawl. Rob Ray gets cut. And the Flyers score 5 goals, which means everybody here in the building with a ticket will get a free chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. So the Flyer fans are loving this night.
And you have to think at this point that this was probably a good thing for the Ottawa Senators. They need something to rally around to get themselves going. They've been in a bit of a funk the last couple of games, and that's an understatement. Maybe this will create some bonding and some team energy to carry them through this next stage. They've got to start battling for each other on a regular basis if they're going to go anywhere in the playoffs. This is a good start.
Well, they're going to face a team tomorrow night in the Nashville Predators, who right now are in a playoff position, and a team that
plays this way.
They play hard, they play nasty, and they play full 60-minute efforts.
You know, Jordan Tutu's watching this baby, and he loves to run around, so he'll be ready to go tomorrow night. Should be an entertaining hockey game. The Predators pick up a couple of players today, if you haven't heard. Crossbow goes over. All right, check that.
Still waiting.
Sergei Zoltak.
Zoltak goes over, yeah, along with
Brad
Bombardier.
Yeah. Is the trade. I'm going to make double sure on it. It's been floating around the press box all night long, and that is official, of course.
Well, the injuries that Nashville has, most specifically to Jason York, that Bombardier acquisition is a key one, clearly. No, I loved that guy when he was in New Jersey. I was always surprised that New Jersey ever let him go in the first place.
Well, he's a guy that shows up every night, plays hard, and the Predators are trying to ensure themselves a playoff spot as they're going for it. It's been quite a race, hasn't it?
Well, how is the Sullivan? Everybody's talking about all the trades. How big a trade was that for Sullivan? What kind of an impact did he make immediately when he got there? That may have been, of all the trades that have been made, other than Brian Leetch getting 3 assists in his first game, as far as immediate impact to a team, I'll tell you that Sullivan trade has to be right up there, because There's a guy who has walked in and made an immediate impression.
It's an understatement. He's got 6 or 7 goals now for the Nashville Predators. Remarkable. So it won't be an easy opponent tomorrow night. I've seen the Predators play a couple of times. Barry Trotz has this team working hard every night, game in and game out, and there's never an easy one when you play Nashville. He's done a good job there.
So 1:45 left, and we'll see what, if anything, happens. And here's Neal right in front, and here we go again. And oh, Neal drops and then pounds Somek into the ice. Oh, that is nasty.
Now Chera's going, and he's just renting some. Oh, look out. Chera's got a hold of somebody. This isn't pretty either.
Oh, he's got Matty Tamander, and I don't like Tamander's chances here. He better just cover up here because he is going to get tagged bad. And Tamander is looking for help. He's wrestling Chera nicely to just keep himself out of the gunshot, and now the ref comes in.
And Hitchcock is hopping mad at Jacques Martin at the moment. He's chirping at him. And they're going to be partners soon, coaching Canada's team at the World Cup. Oh, are they hot down there?
You can see Mr. United Nations Wayne Fleming, who will also be an assistant on that team. He is kind of the buffer right now, as you can see him with a knee up on the Philadelphia bench, trying to keep Hitchcock cool down and keep him away from the glass. Wayne Fleming also is a good friend of Perry Pearns. So
that doesn't matter now.
No, I don't. You're right. I'm not sure it matters a whole lot. So now 1:42 to go in the third. This is how long it normally takes to finish the last minute and a half of a basketball game.
It's not over yet. Now, what's Hitchcock telling John LeClair? He's going over some things with him right now. LeClair, I don't think, bought it.
Let's go downstairs to Chris Simpson, see who she's fighting.
No one yet. Guys, be sure to keep it tuned to Sportsnet following the game for Sportsnet News with Jim Lang and RJ Broadhead. They'll be bringing in the hockey panel to talk about all the news around the world of hockey tonight, as well as reports from spring training. So we got it all covered. That's Sportsnet News tonight at 10. Guys?
Well, if the Flyers were looking, well, I was going to say looking for their chance, Havlet's coming out, but he's been sent over to serve a penalty, so.
I don't think it'd be a good idea if he went on the ice at the moment. Well, we look at the Eastern Conferences. All these teams, it's been so close, so intense. And there are all the key acquisitions so far in the Eastern Conference. Brian Leetch with a heck of a game last night for the Maple Leafs with 3 points. I'm sure you've heard about that. And that will help their team. Gonchar already a goal with Boston. Kovalev will make an impact if he feels like it with the Montreal Canadiens. Peter Bonder already has here. Sean Burke now in goal. Jamnok's been great for Philly. So most of these players have been key ingredients so far for their hockey clubs already. The New Jersey Devils, by the way, at last check, were beating the Tampa Bay Lightning 2-1 in the third period.
Okay, now, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but down on the Philadelphia bench, Donald Brashear is gearing back up. And now the referee goes over to tell him he's not even supposed to be in the runway. He's been ejected, but the guy was gearing back up.
Not anymore.
He had them bring his shoulder pads back because he'd taken them off. He got his helmet brought back.
And did this all start last game? There was a lot of hype going in. But we haven't seen Havlat involved. So that hasn't been really the case tonight. It started with Rob Ray and Donald Brashear, and then Adani broke out. Both goaltenders went at it. And then the Senators went right off the face-off again and went for some more.
Well, after everything, it's 4-on-4. And right off the draw, now it's going to be Fisher and everybody in again. Fisher and Handzus. Handzus much larger, but I like Fisher's chances here. Oh, and he drops Handzus with a hammer. Handzus gets back up. Fisher throws him down again. Oh, Handzus is not doing well here.
Hitchcock talked to Jesus and John LeClaire. LeClaire shook his head going away from the bench. These two started it here when the puck dropped. Isn't that interesting?
Now 1:39 remaining in regulation time. I'm not anticipating overtime. I'm not sure either team's ever going to get close enough to the other team's goaltender. They can't seem to get out of the faceoff circle.
Watch this. This was before this all happened. Recchi goes over to talk to Hitchcock. Now that isn't it. Now he'll say, come on over, boys. I want to talk to the rest of them. But before that, before the face-off, we had it on air. Hitchcock talked to LeClaire, and he talked to Jesus. And then LeClaire jumped over the boards and shook his head. And now the official's going over to Hitchcock at the moment.
Lots of room on both benches for the last 99 seconds. And now Dan Maruelli speaking with both head coaches. So we'll try and get this face-off done again. This time it's Recchi and Smolinski. Off the draw, Recchi wins it. Puck floats back to the corner. And here's Kapanen back to get it. Recchi back up ice. Flyers through the middle. Here's LeClaire to the line. Sends it in. Redden goes to chase it. Here's Redden along the boards. Clears the puck ahead. Recchi comes across, and now we're going to get one going here. Redden and LeClaire, and in front Smolinski and Recchi. Smolinski comes back with a couple of rates over the top, falls, gets back up. Recchi keeps going.
That's a pretty good one going at center ice.
Now still 1:15 to go in the third. The question will be, will either team have enough guys to finish the game?
And now Recchi points at the Ottawa Senator bench at Jacques Martin. So things continue to heat up.
Well, I can't wait to hear the post-game media conference.
And Hitch is going to say, let's keep it going here. The Senators are down to 5 players on the bench at the moment. And what next?
Well, ironically enough, the spark plug for a lot of this came in the last game between the two, and the guy who is our spark plug is still in the penalty box.
Here it was beforehand. There's LeClaire, and there's Jesus. Now, I don't know what he's saying, but watch LeClaire's reaction.
Like, oh, you want what, coach?
And those two went right out, started the next fight at the faceoff. So, you know, you be the judge on that one. Not that both sides aren't guilty. But I think if you were in the court of law on that one, you'd say Hitchcock, guilty on that particular play. But who am I to say what he was actually saying to the players? Now what? These refs are going to go for another chat. Hey, boys, it didn't work last time, but you can try again.
I'm serious. There may not end up being enough guys left to finish the game. They still got 1:15 to go.
The refs are begging right now. Please, guys. And let's... Oh, we got LaPointe going on. He's not afraid to duke it out. And who else? And Craig Hartsburg's on the bench, and he was the guy that was absolutely ballistic at Jacques Martin running down the bench before. Now we got Janssen out there. We got Jason Spetz out there.
I believe out of all this, Ottawa will get what amounts to an inconsequential power play, but what they do get is the odd man advantage in the event of another fight.
I don't think anything's going to happen this time with Sammy Kapanen on the ice. Oh, yes. Oh.
Spezza now going at his man. Oh, those two drop it as Spezza comes in, and he goes down as he got tangled up right after the face-off with Patrick Sharp.
I told you, refs, it wouldn't work.
It's almost like now you don't want to be the guy who doesn't get kicked out of the game.
Well, now the Ottawa Senators are down to 3 on the bench, 3 on the ice. The Flyers down to 4 on the bench. I don't think, I've been in this business a long time. I don't think I've ever seen this. Not like this.
Well, that whole thing took 2 seconds, so now we're down to a minute 13. Each team appears to have, well, Ottawa's got 6 players left. Well, so do the Flyers. They have 6 each. So it's basically a 3-on-3 hockey tournament.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Oh, and Spezza lands 2 good rights before he kind of gets twisted around and falls.
I think I've been around 25 years now in this game, and I don't think I've ever seen this, ever. I've seen some pretty good goon shows. It used to happen on a regular basis, but not like this one, where they just keep going. Now what? Who's next? Now, I don't see the refs going over talking to the bench this time. I think they've given up finally.
Well, Ottawa sends 4 of their 6 remaining players out there.
I don't think they're going to go this time. I think they're finally going to play.
Off the draw, puck in the corners. Here's Kim Janssen, clears it off the boards all the way back down ice. Krusek will tee it up there for Chris Phillips.
He may get to go home here now.
Well, one thing, there won't be a lot of guys who are going to be delayed because they're not getting dressed. Everybody will be in their suits by the time this game is over. Here's Schaefer. Loses the puck. LaPointe can't get it out. Slides it across. Phillips now.
You may not make the charter, Brown. You better run down the stairs.
Schaefer back to pick it up. Schaefer again to the line and in. Schaefer drops it back for Alfredsson. Slides it across. Here's Phillips. Back to Alfredsson.
Whoa, big two-hander there.
Tipped in front. Esch makes the save. Loose puck in front once again. Back to the point it comes. Here's Alfredsson. Wines fires, and that's a save by Esch. Rather make that Burke. Here's Alfredsson again. His shot. Burke the save. Bondra scores! 13 seconds to go, and Bondra beats Burke, but not that much matters now.
I got to tell you, LaPointe came up with a two-hander on Daniel Alfredsson that was a dandy. There was no call on it. As the refs, I'm sure, are just letting this baby go out. And here's the first one-timer. And then Bondra finishes it off with a nice rebound. Now, what's going to happen at center this time? Nothing. I guess this baby's over.
Here's Alfredsson with it now. Fires it across, and Schaefer will just run it down. Fires the puck through the middle. Bouncing puck. And that'll do it. Flyers win it 5-3 in what became a fight-filled closing minute and a half, or minute and 45 seconds to end this game. And the two teams head off. They will meet again April the 2nd. And you think there'll be any build-up for that? Stay with us. Post-game reaction on the way. 5-3. Flyers win it.
As a Clarica advisor, I know there are a number of choices when it comes to health insurance and life insurance. Finding the right solution for you. Now that requires clarity. The kind of clarity that comes from a Clarica advisor. To find an advisor for your insurance needs, visit Clarica.com, because there's a lot to be said for clarity. Clarica. Health insurance, life insurance, investments.
That all you got? Warren?
Going down. Yes!
Oh, God.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your deodorant is? Next time, use new Power Stripe from Right Guard. With a stripe of time-release odor fighters no other deodorant's got. Nothing looks like it, nothing works like it. Yes! Yeah. Right Guard, right to the end of the day.
This is where you end up when you screw up. Hey, Vito, you've screwed up a lot.
Inefficient business machines? Discover Brother Workgroup Solutions and put the hit on inefficiency.
I told you, deeper. Forget about it.
Now it's time for the Game Breaker, brought to you by X-Copper Legal Services, the expert the lawyers call.
And here's a look at the goal. It really broke the canvas back in the second period as Johnson on the power play. A nice feed from Zamnoff. And the Flyers never looked back.
Let's have a look now at tonight's Molson 3 Stars. Brought to you by Molson Canadian. It's a Canadian game. Danny Markov, Mark Recchi, Alexei Zhamnov with a goal and 2 helpers. A Philadelphia sweep in a game which they dominated for much of it. Ottawa did not have their A or B game going tonight. Well, stay with us. Much to discuss about this one. And we will do that in only moments. Head back to the studio, the Sportsnet studios in Toronto. Next game coming up, Senators in Washington on Monday, right here on Sportsnet, 7 o'clock your start time. Hope you can join us for that. Senators host the Nashville Predators tomorrow night. At the top of the clock, of course, we'll go to Sportsnet News coming up in only moments, so stay with us as we run through this game and everything else around the league. Coming up, Jamie Campbell in the studio. Hope you can stay with us. On behalf of all of us, thanks for joining us here in Philadelphia. Flyers come up with a 5-3 victory over the Ottawa Senators in a game that turned very nasty at the end. Stay tuned. Highlights on the way. You've been watching Molson Canadian Senators hockey on Rogers Sportsnet East. On behalf of all of us, thank you for joining us. We'll talk to you Monday night from Washington.
All right, we're back in 2 regions. We want to welcome everybody that has been watching The Brawl on Rogers Sportsnet East. I'm Jamie Campbell. This is Jack Armstrong, our NBA analyst. We've been talking about a Toronto Raptors loss, yet another one to the New York Knickerbockers on Sportsnet Ontario. We're now going to switch our focus, though, to the hockey game, I guess you could call it, that we just watched between the Flyers and Ottawa. Before we get you back to Philadelphia for some reaction,